Good morning. I'd like to call the April 19th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors and budget workshops for fiscal year 2023-24 to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino. And Chair Williams.
Here. This time, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements for the day?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. I would like to note for those that intend to address the board, there will be an opportunity for public comment at the conclusion of each functional group and special issue presentation. If you are registering to provide verbal public comment through Zoom, please note which functional group you would like to speak on in your online registration. General public comment for items not on today's agenda will be at the conclusion of today's budget workshop schedule. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements this morning.
That brings us to the second day of budget workshops for the fiscal year 2023-24. As a reminder, you already mentioned that, so I won't say that again. I will turn it over to our CEO, Mona Miyasato.
Thank you, Chair Williams. We don't have any other announcements, but I do want to just, again, thank our department directors. Some are online on Zoom just because of scheduling issues. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Paul Clemente and our staff to do the general government and support services overview.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. As noted in the intro slide, the General Government and Support Services Functional Group consists of Auditor Controller, Clerk Recorder Assessor, Debt Services, General Services, Human Resources, Treasurer Tax Collector, Public Administrator, and the newly created Information Technology Department. This functional group receives 12% of the county's general fund contribution at $46 million, while making up just 9% of operating expenditures and 9% of the county's overall FTE at just shy of 400. Here we show the flow of operating revenue and GFC to the departments that make up the functional group. Operating revenue and GFC combined total $118 million with a 60-40 funding split, 60% coming primarily from charges for services, while GFC comprises about 40%. And the following three departments comprise about 75% of the functional group's overall funding. General Services at almost $42 million, the new standalone IT department at just over $28 million, and Clerk Recorder Assessor at $19 million. In the 5-year operating revenue and GFC trends, the most glaring changes are seen in General Services and the new standalone IT department, where GS operating revenues are decreasing by nearly $23 million in fiscal year 23-24 due to a transfer of funding to support the carve-out of the new IT department. You'll notice that both departments generate substantial operating revenue, as General Services contains multiple internal service funds, such as motor pool and utilities, and the IT department now consists of IT and communications services, all of which generate operating revenues through charges to county departments. We see that Auditor Controller and Human Resources are mostly funded by GFC, while Clerk Recorder Assessor and Treasurer Tax Collector are about half GFC, half operating revenues. And lastly, Debt Services is a separate department managed by the Treasurer, which receives revenue from other departments to make annual long-term debt payments. Here we see the 5-year trend of operating expenditures, closely mirroring the operating revenue and GFC trends in the previous slide. All functional group departments, with the exception of General Services, show fairly moderate increases over the 5-year period. GS's increases have been mostly in services and supplies, which includes all of their maintenance costs and formerly included their IT software costs. The 5-year trend in FTE shows fairly stable, with the exception of general services, which has had increases across a variety of their programs, including capital projects, maintenance, and their internal service funds. In fiscal year 23-24, their FTE show a substantial decrease. This is due to 49 FTE being transferred to the new IT department. And that concludes the general government and support services overview.
We will go to Auditor Controller.
Chair, just got a question.
Sure, questions on
Yeah,
overview?
yeah. So slide 4, go back to that for a moment. And maybe I'll ask this question and then we'll talk about it during this department's item, is I'm looking at the amount of general fund contribution versus operating revenue. And I just see that, the Human Resources Department is funded mostly through general fund, but it's really a department that serves all county departments. And so I think I'd like to understand that a little bit better when we get to HR about, like what we see with general services or IT, for example, that, most of that's done through operating revenue. And are there other opportunities to spread that cost through some of the other departments that they're continuing to serve versus taxing the general fund? So we could talk about that during the HR department, or it could be something that budget staff can let me know now.
Supervisor Nelson, I can probably answer that now. Central service departments like Human Resources, they do track all their time serving all departments, and those costs are recovered in the cost allocation plan that is charged to special revenue funds. So they do get charged out. County council is similar, CEO's office is similar as well. That all comes back in the 991 general revenues and goes into GFC itself and is distributed out. So
Contrast that with the information technology there.
So information technology, they are a internal service fund. It's similar, but not they charge the department's rates directly, and every department pays that rate. Special revenue fund or general fund department pays the rate directly to those funds versus a cost allocation plan, which spreads those charges out and then brings them all back into GFC to be spread out.
Okay. I think I understand that. I think it'd be helpful maybe in the future, maybe in future years, to maybe show that a little bit better, because I think there's an assumption here that the general fund means that that's the discretionary dollars that we have that we're, spending on this centralized department, when it really is still a fee for service for those various departments. And I don't think that's as accurately reflected in this chart than probably takes place. And understanding that would help me in the future. And your answer is sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Clemente.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Then let's go to the Auditor Controller. Mr. Grissom, maybe you can just introduce yourself, because I know you're not Betsy Schaefer.
No problem, Bill. Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Lamont Grissom. I'm the business manager for the Auditor Controller's Office. Unfortunately, Betsy Schaefer and Ed Price could not be here today. They have prior commitments to the State Auditor Controllers Association annual meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to present our budget on their behalf. Betsy would like to extend her heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the Board of Supervisors, CEO Mona Miyasoto, Assistant CEO Nancy Anderson, our new Budget Director, Paul Clemente, our CEO Analyst Stephen Yee, Ed Price, the Assistant Auditor Controller, myself, Lamont Grissom, Juan Esquerdo, he's our Financial Reporting Division Chief, and our Financial Reporting Division team, and the entire Auditor's Office for their support throughout the budget process this year. We want to start with some of our key challenges and emerging issues for this year. They are enterprise resource planning system implementation, the ERP system go live, the ERP system support and maintenance once it does go live, and building up the county's internal audit team. Our requested budget contains operating budget of a little over 10.9 million, okay? About 8.6 million of that comes from the general fund contribution. We are similar to our human resources that we also do our funding through the Catholic. So we allocate it through the cost allocation plan, our costs to other departments, and that goes into 991. It also includes funding for about 52.6 full-time equivalent staff members. The general fund contribution makes up about 79% of our requested budget this year. We also anticipate another 12% coming from charges for services. This slide shows our operating funds by budget program. 68% of the requested budget is for accounting services, which consists of property tax operations, AP disbursement operations, payroll operations, advanced accounting operations. That includes things like disaster accounting and support for our local county agencies. Additional 12% is allocated for financial reporting. They publish our financial reports, such as the annual comprehensive financial report, our financial highlights report. They also develop our countywide cost allocation plan and assist the CEO's office with the county's budget each year. This staffing summary shows our current requested staffing as it compares to previous years. This year, we're requesting an additional accountant auditor 1 for our internal audit team. This slide highlights that the general fund contribution is our main funding source with a small but consistent revenues from charges for services. We do have a small increase this year in general fund contribution, which will cover a percentage of the increase in salaries and benefits costs. Our anticipated accomplishments for 22-23, we will have supported countywide projects and will continue to serve as one of the lead departments for the countywide ERP project during phase 1 and phase 2. We've provided opportunities for our staff development. This year we hosted on-site Python programming language training, which was attended by 25 staff members, which makes up about 49% of our staff. We also continued providing opportunities for division chief leadership training. We also anticipate that we'll continue our normal statutory operations. So we will have distributed an estimated $1.8 billion in property taxes to local agencies, processed approximately 121,000 county payroll payments, and received the Government Finance Officer's Triple Crown Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting for our financial statements, financial highlights, and recommended budget. Our key department goals for 23-24, we want to support a financially sound county by distributing an estimated $1.12 billion in property tax to local agencies. We want to provide countywide financial information necessary to make decisions that impact services to the community. We also want to successfully implement our ERP. We anticipate we will provide leadership and support to the ERP project through implementation of phase 1 Workday Financials and phase 2 Human Capital Management, which includes payroll. We also want to develop our internal audit. We want to provide additional staffing and consulting support and resources to accomplish the annual internal audit plan and special engagement. This slide shows a few of our key performance measures that we track. We would like to highlight 2. the percentage of total dollar disbursements to county vendors paid through direct deposit or ACH. This year, it's right at 84%, which was our target. We anticipate the same for next year. This is a relatively high for a county, and as we add new vendors, we strive to not only maintain but increase this percentage. We also wanted to highlight the percentage of annual payroll payments, disbursements to employees through direct deposits. Both of these measures help to reduce transactional risk, but as you know, it's voluntary here, but we're at 99%. And this includes regular and extra help employees. These measures would be hard to achieve without the help of other county departments who are instrumental in setting up new vendors and new employees. So it's a good, kind of us working with the other county departments to accomplish a key goal for the county. In summary, we would like to continue to serve as the leading financial management resource of the county, and our long-term vision includes, as before, a well-run and financially sound county, an informed public, and a model county department with knowledgeable staff. We also want to continue to be governed by the overriding principles of fiscal integrity, objectivity, customer service, and continuous improvement. For this year's budget presentation, Betsy picked out this quote by Reba McEntire. To succeed in life, you need three things: a wishbone, a backbone, and a funny bone. I would also like to take a moment to thank Janelle DeVera, an accountant auditor from my internal audit team, for assisting me in delivering today's presentation, and the board for allowing me to present our budget for fiscal year 23-24. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, thank you for that presentation, and I didn't appreciate when I first started here what an important role the auditor plays in the integrity and accountability of financial systems in the county. And what a huge undertaking the ERP is and the leadership role. That's going to transform how we operate. My question is, building up the county's internal audit team, that's one of your key challenges, emerging issues. Just wondered if you could expand a little. What will we as board members expect to see in that regard going forward?
Well, this may be a better question for Betsy and Ed, but in terms of the budget, what we tried to do was allocate additional resources to those so that we can complete the internal audit plan that we present each year to you guys and be able to assist CEO Mona Mia Soto and her team in their new compliance efforts that they have undertaken.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you very much, and you did an outstanding job today, so thank you. And not reflective on the presentation, because like I said, you did outstanding, but for some of us, we really only have interaction with some of our department heads maybe once or twice a year, and budget time is one of those times where we like to hear from the actual department head. And so I understand that, situations come up and scheduling is difficult. But for those that in the future, I would ask that at least you could zoom in. We've all learned how to do that now. So I think it would be helpful. It's just keeping that connection, especially when there's asks. It's nice to be able to kind of dig a little bit deeper and have that connection. So, but again, appreciate you and awesome job this morning.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Grissom. We'll go on to Treasurer Tax Collector, Mr. Hagan.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. I am Harry Hagan, your Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. Thank you for having me today. I'm joined on my right by Assistant Treasurer, Tax Collector Kim Tesoro, and then members of my executive and management team from my left to right. Leanne Haggerty is our Treasury Finance Chief. Rebecca Falfall is our Chief Deputy Cannabis Compliance Tax Officer. And Arlene Diaz is our Public Administrator, Public Guardian, Veteran Services Manager. So well represented here today. So let's kick it off. So our key challenges and emerging issues, they're really not a key challenge, to be honest with you. It's going to be an expansion later on. So we don't really have any key challenges that I would consider an issue for us that we can't handle. So we'll just slide on past that. Those are the nuts and bolts of our department. Operating budget of $9.4 million. Not a lot's changed there. And then the bottom there is the expansion request that we're going to talk about later on. So we can move on. That's our sources of funds, as that's been discussed before. And this morning, our general fund contribution is about 46% of our budget, so just about half, just a tad under. And that's how we allocate the revenue in our department. It's pretty close to even between the public support, which is our liens division, and the treasury tax. So we can slide past that. So our staffing has remained somewhat consistent, as you can see, but I have to pause for a minute here. I know we're supposed to try to get this done within a certain period of time, but I'd be remiss if I didn't point out a couple of things here. Our original budget was a lot different than this. It had two service level reductions. So I really need to call out a couple of people that were instrumental in helping us find some solutions. Paul, our analyst Wes, and Nancy. But the one person that never gets praise, but always gives praise during this time is Mona. And so she really stepped up and helped us. So I really want to, make sure that you get recognition for once too. Thank you. Okay. And that's reflected in our general fund contribution from 4.4 to 4.8. All the departments are dealing with increases in utilities, increases in IT rates this year because of the new department. Salaries and benefits go up with inflation, and luckily, as Steve knows, we were able to contain pension costs to some degree. But we all dealt with these things, but there were some things that we had in our department that are revenue fluctuations because of how our other revenue is determined and comes in. And so that's where Mona and her team really stepped up and helped us. So again, very appreciative. These are our anticipated accomplishments. I know your board stepped up and funded a position in for short-term rental and hotel TOT audits. We are currently recruiting for that position, but we have gone through the RFP process to hire, well, not hire, but to engage in a business relationship with a firm that provides us short-term rentals that potentially are occurring that have not been licensed. So we have sent out 300 short-term rental notifications to people we believe are conducting unpermitted activities. We have issued 50 certificates in this period of time. And with our current staffing, without the additional person you've given us, we have completed one audit. We have 2 short-term rentals currently that we're doing, and we have 2 hotels that we're currently proceeding with too. The one thing here that I want to talk about is the Veterans Division. And so some really good legislation, the PACT Act that was passed, and the VA is processing those claims as of January. And so basically what the PACT Act is doing, it's recognizing a presumption, very similar to what we do in retirement, Steve. That's a presumption of many cancers or respiratory illnesses from toxic activity, burn pits, being stationed at Camp Lejeune,
could be Agent Orange. That is part of their service. And so that is an area that we are getting a lot of claims that we're filing on. As I said, in January, they started accepting those. And so that is kind of one of the reasons for the spike in work in that area. But, you know, to be honest with you, that's an exciting spike when you get that kind of activity. So that's good. And I'm not going to go through every one of these performance measures, but the one thing I will mention is that even during the pandemic, we saw a retraction of some of our businesses because of, you know, what happened during the pandemic. And working with the assessor's office and Mike Daly's group, they were able to keep and grow the roll in both our secured and our unsecured, and we were able to collect on that and not see any kind of degradation in the collection percentages. So it's a really good partnership I have with that office. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the property tax division, Betsy's office too. So it's a really good working with those two divisions. No service level reductions, yay. So the veteran service supervisor is what's being proposed. And if we were to be granted that, and whether you do or not, I really want to recognize, I mean, all of you have had, you've been very supportive of my veterans, you know, and keeping me beefed up, and not to single anyone out at the expense of anyone else, but, you know, I've worked with Mr. Lavanino for many, many years, and there's no one I've seen that has ever paid as much attention or focused more on veterans than Steve. And your stand down is a good example of that. You came in and you did that right away. And I'm not trying to put pressure on you to approve this, but I just want to say it's.
Well, I'll make a motion right now that we have to.
I just want to say, just, you know, it's very appreciated. The veterans and myself, we couldn't do what we do without you on that. Seriously. So the way it's structured right now is we have 5 veteran service reps. One more is a lead, and that's Rhonda Murphy. But we don't have a supervisor in that division. They all report up to Arlene. And our public guardian, there's a supervisor. Case managers report to the supervisor, to Arlene. Public administrator, similar. All my divisions are like that. Well, when it was only 2 or 3 people, it was different. But with the explosion of work and more staff, it's gotten to the point where I think, to be fair to Arlene, we would need to do something. That's my proposal, at least. What I would say is that I'm going to do an internal recruit, and just because of the timing of how things work, my guess is that whatever position we are left with unfilled will probably be unfilled the majority, if not all of the year, because we're spending so many resources right now training up the positions that we have. So if you, just to recall, you gave me the funding for one position last year, and then I cobbled together funding for an unfunded position I had, and so we actually funded 2 new positions. That's how we got to 5 from the 3. And so those 2 people are still going through the training process to be certified. And so my guess is that we would be giving money back to the GFC at some point because of that, but we'll see. And in summary, we've talked about the vets and we talked about the high collection rates, so we can go to our final slide, and I'm here to answer any questions. And being a numbers geek, you know, I mean, that was kind of fits with me.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you, Mr. Hagan, for your presentation. I'm going to drill into 2 things. One is that expansion, you know, and what you said there on that likely that position will be left unfilled for a period of time.
I would think that's probably a fair statement, yeah.
Well, and I want to get us to that spot where we could be able to fund this, but maybe in this fiscal year, what's the difference between this new position and a current veteran service position? Is there a way for us to temporarily, maybe if this fiscal year, unfund one of those positions and then fund the difference so that you can get that classification in your shop?
Yeah.
And move forward this year, and then maybe incrementally come back next year, hopefully, and backfill that spot. Do we know the cost difference between the 2?
I think someone's looking it up right now. Something close to it, at least.
Okay.
Supervisor Hartman. We'll come back if they're looking at it.
Yeah, so roughly half, I'll just say.
Okay. If I could, I had a second question.
Sure.
As well that I want to dig into, and it might be something Supervisor Hartman might also be digging into as well. Okay, so that's helpful. I'm just trying to figure out balancing these things
Oh,
forward.
yeah, I want to give you guys options too. I mean,
That's very, very super helpful. So going back to the TOTs and the short-term rentals, I mean, that's always been a hot button on this board. And so the collections are starting to increase there. And can you remind me where we were at prior to essentially banning short-term rentals? I mean, I know we have the homestays now, and that's where we're getting a lot of our short-term rental. And then we're also getting, I understand, in the inland. What was that number, around $2 million prior to that? Because it dropped at some point, our short-term
you know, it
rentals.
was a little less than 2 million.
Okay.
It's steadily been growing, but, you know, quite honestly, in the big scheme of revenue that I consider, you know, significant in my office, any kind of increase is just kind of white noise, really.
So we didn't really see a big impact by banning short-term rentals and, you know, by standalone short-term rentals.
My recollection is I think we increased the TOT rate right around that same time.
And they offset that.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. That's helpful for me
Yeah.
to remember the historical piece of that. And I'm really concerned about the potential 300 short-term rentals that aren't paying TOT and probably are likely not legal short-term rentals
Well, I
that
think
have
they're-
permits in our county.
My guess is they're not collecting or remitting TOT.
Right.
But
So-
our idea is to get them into the fold.
So I think that through this process, we're going to find out that, first of all, they're not paying TOT, but they're also probably not licensed under our LUDC to do that. So they'll probably have to cease operations moving forward.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially.
Yep.
And if that takes place, would we still be able to audit and go back on those 300 short-term rentals and maybe work with, you know, what's Airbnb and to try to get some of that back?
You know, when we send out these 300 letters, there's a lot of different nuances and scenarios that are occurring. And so we will be talking to council about that.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in that, you know.
Yeah.
There's some people doing it the right way, and there's some people doing it the wrong way, and sometimes, and what is unfortunate is that those people that are doing it, you know, legally, you know, feel disadvantaged that they're paying taxes, and they're going through this process. And meanwhile, people who don't go through the process, don't get permitted, are able to benefit. And so I think it's really important. Enforcement is an ongoing conversation. I think especially in this space is really important. In some of my communities that I represent, I keep hearing about short-term rentals, and then I go on our county website, I can't find the short-term rental. And so I can find it on a website, but I can't find it in our permitting. And so that's a real challenge there. And it's a real, you know, issue for some of our communities that see new development, and they automatically assume it's going to be for a short-term rental, you know, and it's not going to be a neighbor. And I think there's a lot of conflict that potentially comes for that. You know, I'm not against short-term rentals. I actually would like to see us expand that, but I would also want to make sure we got the income so that we could do other important things if that happened. You know, like housing. You know, there's a way to make that work moving forward. But right now in the system that we have, it's really important that there's compliance and adherence to that. You said that that's coming online with this new company, so we should be seeing that, maybe some changes or identification, and then
That company was the reason why we sent out 300 letters. So their system integrates with us now, and so they're up and running. Yeah,
and you're soon going to have a staff member that's going to be solely dedicated to that. So
that's the recruitment we're doing, yeah. That's
great.
But you know, what you were saying, Supervisor Nelson, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I'm fully on board. It's not necessarily the revenue. I'm looking at more so the compliance, make sure they're adhering to the ordinance, and they're not creating a business that isn't zoned for that, you know?
well, it's an unfair business practice as well when there's somebody that's
Yeah.
able to do it and not have to pay taxes. And so I think it's really, we wanted to protect those businesses in our community that are doing it the right way.
Yep,
So thank you.
I agree with all that.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to drill down a little bit more on the short-term rental. I mean, the new company has identified the 300, but now it's in our lap, right, or your lap, on how you follow up, how you get compliance, and do you have enough staff? Do you? I mean, that's a big job.
Yeah, it's a big jump, and so I would say the short answer is no, we don't, but we will deal with it. Yeah, and so I don't want to come with my hat in hand asking for something I don't know if I need until, let us get the new person, the new position
Sure.
in, and let's see where it goes.
And you're always very prudent in that regard, and we appreciate that.
You know, I'll just say, Gary Faramiscos, who hired me, and Bernice James, you know, was a mentor of mine, and they always told me, treat taxpayer dollars like you would do your own. So I don't want to just spend something without knowing if I need it. And I always kind of keep that in my mind.
I think that's a good lesson for all of us. The other issue I have is with cannabis, and we met with your office and learned about what you're doing now with cannabis, especially trying to figure out a price ratio. But my concern, as I mentioned, is that we don't seem to have the link between the acreage for which they're permitted and what they're actually selling on the legal market. And my suspicion is that a lot is going out the back door, and unless we can look at what they're permitted to grow and compare, we don't really have a means of checking that assumption. So if I remember our conversation, we talked about HDL and perhaps needing to expand their contract to look at this. I wonder if you could comment about that.
Sure, Supervisor Hartman. So HDL was contracted to do reviews, analytical reviews from the top down, in which they completed 19 of those last year. They were also contracted to do audits, but because of the complexity of our ordinance, and there's some things in there that I'll just say were challenging for them, that they didn't think they could do it, and so they had to step back from the audit piece. That put the onus on us to create a database that would be able to take information from Metric and then compare it to what they're actually reporting to us. And so that's where we have been spending our time, that and other things too. But that was a lot of the redirected resources within my department. Basically, my chief investment officer and Rebecca behind me did this. And so when I put Dan on it, you know, his salary is paid by the pool. When he's not doing it, it's costing the department. But it was something that needed to be done for HDL to do their audits. And so what they've created is a process so that we can do analytics from the top, not top down, but from the bottom up, looking at individual operators and comparing that to what they're reporting, to what they're telling us. And there are some additional challenges. I think when we met, I compared it a little bit to an onion, that each layer we start peeling, there's other issues. But I don't want to promise something that we can't deliver right now, but I feel confident in what we're doing. And I know HDL has submitted another proposal for us. And so I will be looking at that, and hopefully we can, this next year, continue, doing that.
And if there are tweaks to the ordinance that would make your job easier, I hope you will let us know that.
Yep, I would. Yeah, I would work with us in Mona's group. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Brittany's been great to work with Mona. She's
Yeah.
been outstanding. And I know she's leaving that position, at least, that position.
I want to,
She'll be overseeing it still.
Oh, okay,
Sorry,
good.
board, we're having our private conversation during the meeting, sorry.
I want to agree strongly with that. That, I've been somewhat frustrated by the fact that for privacy reasons, our cannabis enforcement team can't just look at all the tax records. But information can flow the other way, meaning you can see things that, don't look or look a little strange and refer it to the cannabis enforcement team, right? I mean, there has been enormous benefit in some of the first years of when it was a little wild, wild west out there, when our cannabis enforcement team would get tips from neighborhood folks or growers, just things to check out. And I'm hoping that you guys feel the same freedom to refer things to that team and say, something doesn't look, right, please check it out.
We generally disclose that information to the CEO's office, if there's something like that.
Good, great. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I had a question about short-term rentals. A few constituents have said from time to time, oh, I know my neighbor's doing this and I've looked it up and it's not, that kind of thing. Is there a tip line, or what should people do if they're
They could call our
suspecting?
office directly. And so currently, until we get this position filled, when it comes to short-term rentals, it's very complaint-driven. So if we get a complaint, we will, explore that and potentially kick off an audit.
So your office is the place
Yes.
to go,
Yeah.
or to their supervisor, I'd imagine. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
and then you could tell us,
Great. And second question, I really appreciate that the nature of your requests are around veterans. I stand in such honor of the contributions veterans have made and continue to make to our society, and have been to a few stand-downs that Supervisor Lavanino does, and just incredible impact. So I just wanted to, if you could just explain what services veterans get related to taxes. I know it's a basic question for probably most of you up here, but I would love to just understand a little bit more.
So related to taxes?
Yeah, or just what
property
the,
taxes?
what the position will actually do and how
Oh.
it would help veterans,
Okay.
I imagine, receive more.
Yeah. So just to make sure that if it's related to property taxes,
Yep.
that would be Mike Daly and, veterans exemptions, things like that. So there are things like that. Related to the Veterans Service Division, they're helping veterans navigate the VA, submitting claims to get their benefits, usually for disability.
Sure.
But California also has programs like, say, college fee waiver. If you've rated a certain level of disability, that your children can go to certain colleges in California tuition free. And so those are kind of a lot of the programs, but it's also helping to direct veterans to different service providers in the community that assist veterans in different ways. But they file a lot of claims. Now, those claims are with the VA or state of California. And it's also, could be, where they're living,
Sure.
Aid and attendance kind of stuff. So
So-
different programs like that also.
Wonderful. And so are we, with increased services, are we reaching more veterans? Are we making
Yeah,
sure
so
that
I
they
would
get?
guess that I think we have up there 1,700 claims.
Wonderful.
Anticipated this year, and maybe next year, like maybe 2,000. Something like that, right? 2,500 next year.
Okay.
This position also, because of the PACT Act, and we were kind of talking about it today, that, if you're part of the VFW, if you're part of American Legions,
Sure.
you're probably dialed in on a lot of the veterans issues because you're there with groups. But a lot of the veterans are, they're living on their own.
Yep.
They may not have no idea about the PACT Act. And so this position will be also trying to do outreach on things like that.
Well, that's what I was hoping. So I'm glad to hear that, because again, there's such often good government programs and benefits that they've earned.
Right.
And making sure that that veterans especially who have served our country already are maximizing what they've already earned. So thank you. Thanks.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And thank you for that question, too, because I think one of the things that I think the VA does every year, and I remember when I was chair, the letter came to me, but they send out a letter every year to each county, and it says, basically says, here's the amount of dollars that came into benefits to your county based on the claims that you helped with. And it's, the return is like tens of millions of dollars for the staff that we're putting out. So Rhonda and her team do amazing work. And a lot of it is veterans coming in that are, 20% disabled and they're trying to get to 50%, but is it really their arm or is it their shoulder? And I think the VA is pretty much like any other insurance company. It's like you're denied until you make this huge preponderance of the evidence that it's there. So thanks for that. I got a question about the in your department goals and objectives. It talks about auditing tax reports for last fiscal year. And I don't know how much of that you can go into in public, but I know what your system is for TOT, where you kind of audit the top 10, and then you have kind of a mixed bag of who else you go through on your audit. Is this going to be similar to that, or is that something you want to talk about in public? I know it's auditing, so I'm not sure you want to tell somebody you're being audited or not being audited, but it might be helpful for us. Can I explain that?
So when we did the analytical reviews last year, some were random, And then some were based upon volume too. That would probably more looking kind of a risk approach. And so it'll be something like that. I don't want to, you know, when you're auditing.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, there's a stealth move, and that's
Yeah.
good. I don't want to get into that. I just want folks to understand that there are audits being performed. And
Right
it would-
now, we're doing analytical reviews of 100%. Everyone is going through the analytical review process.
Excellent.
As of this year, this fiscal year. So we
Thank
started
you.
with the first quarter, the ending September 30th. And so that's what Rebecca and her team does, and she's her team of a team of one. Spend a lot of time with the operators.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
For
I
all
really
this
appreciate
work. And no other questions from the board, so we will proceed on to Mr. Holland, Clerk, Recorder, Assessor. Mr. Holland was doing this virtually.
Good morning, members of the board, Chairman Williams. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's see, I have Michael Daly, Chief Deputy Registrar of Voters in the audience there, along with Melinda Green, our Chief Deputy Clerk Recorder. And we have Dylan Peacotts, our Fiscal Manager. He's available via Zoom if we have any questions that he needs to drill down to. And Michael, can you put up the slides?
Good morning, Chair Williams. Yeah. Ready to go.
Okay, we can go to the next slide. Yeah. So like many of the other departments that have given presentations, we continue to have staffing challenges in pretty much all three divisions. It's kind of left over from the pandemic. And then one of the other key challenges that I'll just touch on here is managing public perception of elections. Everybody knows that elections have been the forefront of every news channel almost daily, and that no better illustrated than yesterday when Dominion Voting Systems won that $787 million settlement with Fox. Santa Barbara County uses Dominion Voting Systems. It's a wonderful system. It's extremely accurate and extremely fast. And I think they're in almost 40 counties out of the state of California. So I just wanted to make that comment. We can go to the next slide. So here you can see our operating budget is almost 22 million, and 12 million of that is from the general fund, which is just about 54%. Next slide, please. And this is the source of funds. And again, you can see that general fund contribution is the major source of funds for our department. But the charges for services, you can see, is also a major component. And that's mostly made up of clerk recorder. The clerk recorder is actually fee based and does not use any general fund. We can go to the next slide. And here you can see the breakdown between the three divisions. For clerk, recorder, assessor, we really are three distinct divisions. The assessor, of course, is the biggest, but elections and clerk recorder make up the department with 7% admin and support. Next slide. Here's our total number of FTEs. You can see it's gone up a little bit over the last few years. We're currently at 109 FTEs. Next slide. And here you can see, while our general fund contribution has been fairly steady, our operating revenues going down a little bit, and that's we've seen a little bit of a dip in state revenues. And the clerk recorder, as you know, a lot of the recordings have gone down for this fiscal year due to just changes after the huge run up in real estate over the previous year. Next slide, please. So some of our anticipated accomplishments were Improved poll worker training by creating online training component to accompany the in-person training. That's proved to be really successful. Now it takes a little more work because you're doing two different trainings, but it has proved to be very successful and helpful. And then we continue to work on our APS, our assessor property system, and we're continuing to just reprogram that to make sure that we can successfully administer our property tax system. Next slide. One of the key challenges that we had was, you may have heard of Proposition 19, which is the third bullet there, which allows homeowners from outside the county to transfer their property tax base to Santa Barbara County, or vice versa to any other counties throughout the state. So that's a key challenge because we have to track those reduced assessments that come into Santa Barbara County. And we're going to be, we are doing that, and you have to kind of wait on other counties to give you the information. So it's not the most timely of processes, but we are tracking that, and we will be providing a report to the State Board of Equalization on how much revenue Santa Barbara County is potentially going to lose, and hopefully we're going to get that matched and replaced. Next slide. Just I'm going to touch on a couple of the performance measures here. You can see the first one there, our electronic campaign finance filings. We're glad to have successfully implemented that, and now we're looking to target to 90% level of people filing electronically. And then a key thing that we're working on in the department is digitizing. If you go down to the bottom performance measure there, digitizing all of our residential files. So we're looking to get up to 50% of 132,000 files and get those scanned and digitized. And that, if we go back into another pandemic, hopefully never, that will help us to handle that and work from home. Next slide. And again, just a summary, our challenges are department-wide staffing, dealing with Proposition 19 still, and ongoing project is continually modernizing our assessor property system. And then our final thing here is our quote, William Butler Yeats, do not wait to strike until the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking. And that will do it. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I'm glad we have at least someone who reads poetry around here. Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. I'm particularly interested in the Prop 19 transfers that you described, and I'm not sure I caught everything that you said. I guess you're still getting a sense of what the financial impact is to our property tax revenues, but I have a hunch that at least in certain areas such as Lompoc, we're getting a lot of retired people coming in from the Central Valley, buying homes with their old basis, bringing that in. And so that's another aspect of how our housing stock for working people is being taken. So I think it's important to understand it in that light, and eager for your report about what you find with the impact. The other question I have is on your key challenges, election voter outreach to assist underserved communities and increase participation. Could you describe more what you're doing there?
Well, we're basically just working with whatever groups we can. And we have staff in elections that works on that. I want to be completely honest, though, that takes revenue. That takes funding to do that. And, we would like to outreach more in schools, et cetera, but we just don't have the staffing to do that right now. But part of that is we mail out to all registered voters to make sure that they're aware of upcoming elections, and just doing whatever we can, working with the Secretary of State to identify what areas we can improve that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hall, yeah, Prop 19 is still interesting to me. I'm trying to figure out how so can you explain, because you had 1,000 cases, it looked like. That's significant. So let's say somebody's moving from, because I'm seeing a lot of this in Guadalupe, a lot of people moving from the Bay Area down and buying homes there. So are they bringing their property tax rate, or is it their value on their home? What exactly is transferring here?
So they can bring their property tax assessment from their home from another county, and there's a formula that we use to apply to that, so that they don't get, I think, the full benefit of their low property tax base. It is offset. What we're seeing, we're still not really sure exactly what the impact of that's going to be. Anecdotally, we're not seeing it to be a huge impact. And we'll know more at the end of this year when we provide that report. Actually, every county is dealing with this right now. Some of the counties, larger counties, are having a really difficult time with it. We're a little more nimble here because we don't have that many. But what we're seeing is that it's not a significant impact right now. So I think we're pretty good, but we'll know more by the end of the year.
Okay, and is that just inside the state of California, or can it be somebody from outside the state moving here?
Just the state of California.
All right, so unless you're coming from one or two areas, price of housing is pretty much crazy everywhere in California. So, all right, thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, Mr. Holland, thank you. I noticed on your challenges, one that's probably come into more sharper focus in recent years is election integrity. Can you speak to what your team is doing to maintain a good reputation of our well-run election services here?
Well, it's a constant challenge. We're getting significant levels of PRA requests for things like, well, what are the costs of your drop boxes? How many drop boxes do you have? Where are they? Of course, a lot of that is on our website. It's about me going out and speaking to different political groups and letting them know that our system works really well, that it has a high degree of integrity, and it's about that communication. Elections is a lot about perception. That people need to understand that it's a very well-run system. It's very accurate and it's very fast, but when you're loading things on top of it, like same-day registration and having drop boxes with dual custody, and now we're going all vote by mail, which some people don't like. It's about constantly just communicating what's going on, and we do that through just giving talks, like I said, and then also with the vote with our sample ballots that we send out, and it communicates everything that we're doing. Elections has changed a lot in the last 20 years. It's gone from being kind of a wedding planning era where you knew who was going to show up and you knew where they were going to show up. Now any voter can go to any one of our 86 polling places and request a ballot. We'll let them vote there. We would prefer it if they went to the proper polling place, but just to provide that service at all 86 polling places is very challenging. And then moving forward, we're also looking in 2026 to maybe going with the Voters' Choice Act, where we go down to vote centers. but that's going to be another challenge in and of itself. So I think the answer to your question is constantly explaining to folks what we're doing in elections.
I appreciate that. If there's a way that if we can around election time help you get the information out of all of the safe rails that are in place and all of the activity, because I think it's important. We're lucky, thanks to diligent work, that we haven't had sort of an episode here, but certainly on the national scene, there's a lot of questions. So thanks for the diligent work, and happy to support it any way I can.
Yeah, and then around elections times, we invite the grand jury in to come and visit, and we take groups through, and even people that may not respect the integrity of our system, they're more than welcome to come in. And that's another aspect of what we do. We give tours so that people can see. And a lot of the folks that may suspect that we're not doing things well, when they come in and they see actually what we're doing, they're like, whoa, this is amazing. So that's part of it too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland.
Thank you.
We will move on to Human Resources. And also thank you to your team.
Okay, I think we're settled in. So good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. You know, as we planned for today's presentation, it dawned on me, this will be my last budget presentation. Yes, I know. And so with that in mind, I actually want to take
I'll be
this-
trying to convince you otherwise, but
Thank you for that.
It's her husband.
Yes, it is the husband who's a big pull in the other direction. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank the board and CEO Miyasato for the trust, the support, and the resources that you have provided my department during my tenure. You may recall that during the KPMG audits and reporting that were done, they noted that my department was much smaller than the comparable county organizations with the similarly sized organization. But despite that, my small and mighty team has successfully delivered numerous organizational initiatives because of the support and resources that we have received from this board. So thank you so much. It's meant everything to us. I also want to thank this morning the new budget team that came together to make this morning possible. Stephen Yee, also new to our department this year, but his guidance was extremely helpful, so thank you so much. And then we have Division Chief Natalie Alvarado and Luis Hernandez, who did the heavy lifting for today's presentation. And I have to mention Don Wynn, even though last budget presentation we said it would be his last. Well, you know, he's always in the background as the coach on the sidelines, teaching and being humorous and making the process a little bit easier. And then I also want to thank and show my gratitude for the division chiefs that are here. We have June Mighty, who is out ill today. But I want to thank you for being here today to support the team and to also respond to any questions that the board might have. And then finally, I want to express my gratitude and appreciation for Assistant Director Yvonne Torres, who led the budget presentation team and will also be presenting the budget today. And Joe's here. And I will be here as well, and we're really here to support them and to answer any of your questions. Okay, Yvonne?
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. I'm Yvonne Torres, the Assistant HR Director. HR continues to experience the impacts of post-pandemic aftermath. Today, I will be sharing with you some challenges and emergent issues that we are facing. Attracting and retaining top talent is the common theme that has been talked about during departmental budget presentations. How do we attract top talent and how can we keep them? We know that constantly increasing wages isn't a sustainable solution. We will need to think holistically about employees and their well-being. Money does matter, but even in a cost of living crisis, it isn't everything. Investing in our people, creating a safe working environment, putting them on a clear career path through professional development will improve our retention rates, saving us time and money. Next slide. Key challenges and emerging issues. Attracting and retaining top talent. So I do want to emphasize that this is something that we have been working on. This was on our last year's, a lot of these issues were on last year's budget, and it's because they're constant and we're working through this. So attracting and retaining top talents. This has proven especially difficult for the public sector in today's challenging job market. Organizations are having to refine their hiring strategies for the future. New skills are required from our workforce to meet changes in technology, service delivery, and to embrace an innovation mindset. Employees are leaving their jobs because they feel uninspired, they need more of a challenge, and they don't feel valued. They are seeking career growth and advancement. They are wanting more engagement with their leadership. They are looking for feedback and structure, needing to feel a purpose, seeking a better work-life balance. Technology with Workday and the leave of absence integrations that will be implemented in the next year and having to maximize the technology we currently have until then will be challenging. Post-COVID, we are living our new normal, which will require new tools and skills in order to successfully navigate through the transitions. With all the changes in technology and changes to the workforce, it will be a process to transform these cultural shifts. Change won't happen overnight, so we will have to persevere throughout the next few years. Next slide. Our budget summary. Our operating budget is $10.2 million with a general fund contribution of $6.9 million. We are requesting $387,000 in expansion requests, which I will address in a later slide. As you can see, the majority of HR funding is directly from the general fund. Our other major source of funding is the $2.6 million from miscellaneous revenue, which comes from premiums paid to the self-funded dental plan. Other funding. This slide shows how our expenditures are broken down amongst the 5 divisions of HR and our self-funded dental. Our staffing summary. There is a decrease of 1 position for the recommended 23-24 budget because in 22-23 adopted budget, HR added a limited term diversity, equity, and inclusion position. Again, $2.6 million of dental and $6.9 million in general fund contributions. Anticipated accomplishments. To increase engagement with our employees, we launched a countywide equity and employment engagement survey. We continue to focus on ERP implementation of launching of Workday in 2024, and we continue to attract and retain our employees, staying competitive in the market, as well as create equities within management classifications that we have concluded phase 1 and are planning to conclude phase 2 of the management class and compensation study. To promote employee wellness in our workforce, we implemented a countywide health risk assessment, which resulted in 460 employees receiving the assessment. To increase applicant pools and pique interest in our open positions, we developed new recruitment brochure templates. In partnership with Santa Barbara City College, HR has created an internship program to start building a talent pipeline with students interested in working for our county. As of today, we have 107 applications, and we have recently met with our county's Veteran Affairs representative to partner with him in finding out options and ways that we can bring veterans back into our workforce. In efforts to remove barriers in the recruitment process, the first phase of our civil service rule revisions are currently in the meet and confer process. department goals and objectives. Enhancing employee benefits. We will continue to identify and implement strategies to destigmatize and support employees' mental health. We will be launching a mental health symposium this coming fiscal year. We'll be revising the leave of absence policy. We will be conducting a housing needs assessment survey for our employees to be able to hone in on what the issues are with the housing needs for our employees so that we can address them. We will conduct reviews of existing data and HR processes in preparation for the ERP project. We will complete and build ERP Phase 2 HCM to launch system countywide. We have 2 major technology integrations, the level of leave of absence platform and the ERP implementation. We have over 50% of the staff in our county HR dedicated to making the implementation a success. To improve applicant experience, we will be enhancing the county's talent acquisition strategy by capitalizing on effective marketing and branding methods to attract diverse, qualified applicants and shorten recruitment timelines. To accelerate the commitment to equity and inclusion, we will develop departmental action plans based on equity and employee engagement survey results. We will launch DEI mentorship program. Driving enhanced employee communication. We'll be redesigning of our employee website on the new platform, ensuring user-friendly accessibility. We will lead the change management efforts, equipping managers with the information and tools needed to support ERP efforts. Performance measures. For the sake of time, I won't be going through all the performance measures, but I wanted to highlight one that is the average business days from the start of a recruitment to establishing a list. In 2022, we ended at a cycle of 88 days. The target for this year was 50 days, and we are currently at 55 with a target of 45 days for 23-24. The decrease in days was partly because of changes to internal processes to increase efficiencies. This included being fully staffed and utilizing different examination processes. KPMG recommendations. As a result of the KPMG study, HR evaluated the current structure of relationships with HR professionals across the organization and established 2 HR groups who meet monthly, one to discuss strategy, employee experience, and policies at a high level, and one to increase the knowledge of HR procedures and county HR functions. HR has also established an HR manager training program for cohorts of new and existing managers to provide training in all county HR policies and procedures and practices to provide consistency across the organization. During the ERP process, an analysis of current HR systems in process was completed, and HR is currently determining what we will be moving into Workday in 2024. We have no service level reductions. We do have expansion requests. In fiscal year 22-23, HR was granted a limited term position. We are now requesting that this position be funded ongoing to support countywide DEI initiatives. This coming year, there is currently 7 confirmed enterprise leader and executives leaving our organization, and there is a need to support the administrative tasks of the recruitment process to enable the executive recruiter to focus on high-level strategy, communication with key stakeholders and candidates while providing optimal service through the process. In summary, I do want to say that our county is starting to turn a corner. Believe it or not, but anyway, against what we hear. Our current turnover rate is at 4.3% compared to labor statistics national average for our industry of government at 9.3%. In 2022, we had an increase of applications by 14% from the previous year. So we're looking at trending to a positive number. And our current retention rate is at 68.6%. And according to the Bureau of Labor, 69% is an average rate of retention for organizations in our industry. According to SHRM, each employee departure costs about 1/3 of that person's annual pay. So one of our initiatives is wanting to keep our employees and to retain the staff that we have in all the various departments. upskilling and reskilling employees. The efforts of county HR are working, and we have to keep on the path and continue developing and training our employees, which will create positive employee experience and satisfaction as employees see a path to promotional opportunities. In 2022, we promoted 495 employees, and year to date, we have promoted 174 employees. Enhancing employee experience, according to Gardner, when employees report a positive employee experience, they are 60% more likely to stay with the organization, 69% more likely to be high performers, and 52% more likely to report high discretionary effort, which is work they do above and beyond their daily responsibilities. Some of the enhancements that we're currently doing here in our county is offering the hybrid remote workplaces and also hoteling. We do see a trending down of this in our county over the years, and we will keep an eye on this and make sure that departments are offering to those who can have hybrid work so that we can continue to foster that environment in our county. We have partnered with Golden State Housing Authority for housing assistant down payments programs. We have established a concierge housing service for a hard-to-fill position, assisting newly hired employees in obtaining housing. We have incorporated new training and development programs. We have increased the county's contribution to health insurance premiums. We continue to work with Coastal Housing Partnership on rental assistance and loan closing cost assistance. And we have launched health programs to increase employee wellness and mental health. We developed a mental health toolkit. Our employees have been using these programs, but moving forward, we will need to look at other ways to enhance our employee experience strategy. In closing, as a closing statement, we are confident that with the continued support of your board, our CEO, and county leadership, we will be able to move our county through these challenging times. It's time to stay intentional, plan for succession, and continue to build a culture where we move past surviving and begin to thrive this year and beyond. And the quote, a favorite quote of mine by Brené Brown, if we want people to fully show up, to bring their whole selves, including their unarmored whole hearts, so that we can innovate, solve problems, and serve people, we have to be vigilant about creating a culture in which people feel safe, seen, heard, and respected. Thank you. And we have our team here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just have a few comments. The first is that yours is a department that's really firing on all cylinders. And it's quite amazing what you've been able to accomplish in this job market. I was wondering when the word culture would appear, because what you are is when people first come, you're orienting them and you're letting them know what kind of culture, and this is a culture of innovation. I have the great privilege of, at the 6-month, working with Rochelle and talking to the new employees. And I'll tell a little story about a public works employee who said that he came from another county. He had 2 job offers at 2 counties. This wasn't the highest paying one, but he took this one, and he was really glad that he did because he has a tremendous opportunity to exercise discretion. He gets trained, and people expect him to go out and do it, and there's not people just hanging over him. And he valued that. I think we all value that. But bringing people in who are ready to do that and understanding the work environment and the opportunities here, there's been a tremendous change since I've been on the board. And I think you're doing a tremendous job, and you should be so proud of what you've accomplished, Maria Elena.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. First of all, Yvonne, great presentation.
Thank you.
Well done. If we can go to slide 14 for a moment. Yeah, there you go. So this kind of goes back to my question about what's general fund coming out of HR versus what's shared. And just the first position that we're talking about here, this talent development and inclusion strategist. I imagine that person would be helping all county departments. And so it looks like that cost is associated with general fund 100%. So this is where I'm still trying to wrap my brain around. I would say, 70% of our employees are coming from other, not necessarily general fund. I mean, I don't know what the exact cut is. And so how does the general fund absorb all of that cost and it's not spread? And that's probably the question is probably for the budget team and related
Yes.
to this. Can you?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is a budget team, but Maria Elena is here for follow-up questions regarding that.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So again, I would go back to the cost allocation plan, and it's kind of 2 years in arrears the way that works. A fiscal year closes, the auditor looks at the cost from that fiscal year and then builds that into the cost allocation plan for the coming fiscal year. So a position like this, funded out of general fund, would, once it's on and incurring costs and things down the line, it will recoup some of those costs through the cost allocation plan back into the general discretionary revenue.
Okay, so we have to front load that for at least the first year, potentially 2 years, to finally start to get those revenues back
Not often, yeah.
in through the cost allocation model.
Yes.
And supervisors, this isn't a one-to-one, so I just want to make sure. So because in some years ago, we changed the methodology, or maybe it was before I even got here, I can't remember. But for the cost allocation plan, just for people to understand, the board's costs, CEO's costs, HR, all those things that Supervisor Nelson pointed out, auditor, the things that are spread around all departments, we do charge special revenue funds for that share, their cost, that's as it's allocated. It comes back into the general fund and that gets distributed out. And so we don't track this amount for the HR position that gets cost allocated because it just goes back into the general fund to be distributed. We know what positions are legally through the cost allocation plan. But that's the difficulty of what you're asking for, because it's not, we don't track this particular position, the revenue coming back in 2 years, going back to this position.
Okay. And that's what's a challenge for us, when we look at these positions, is absorbing that. We might get some of that money back in a future budget to then reallocate once we go through some of this, but it's really hard. And I guess the prudent thing is what you guys are suggesting, and is just assuming that we're going to pay 100% of the general fund, even knowing down the line that would eventually be partially absorbed by a cost allocation model. So that helps, and I think it's also good for the board to understand that a little bit as well. My last piece, going through your summary and some of the issues that HR is looking at, I'm going to keep highlighting our remote workforce and making sure that we're in hybrid workforce, that we're doing everything we can to give the accountability tools. Right. I'm very in favor of it, but at the same time, I'm very concerned about making sure that managers are trained and that accountability tools are in place so that we are delivering the services that the taxpayers expect. Right. And that people are getting paid for actually doing the work. And I think most people do that, but I also think there's things that slip through the cracks. And if we don't have those tools in place, that it becomes a problem. And so I just want to highlight that as you guys, because you guys are in some uncharted area with it. I'm talking to other counties about how they're dealing with it. Some counties aren't letting it happen. That, post-COVID, they've had people come back. Right. We understand that there's reasons not to do that, and we want to be a flexible environment. But I want to be flexible with accountability, and so I just want to reiterate that.
So Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So our hybrid work policy is ongoing. We update every year, and there's always changes, and there's always things that we have to add to the policy, and so we incorporate that every year. We just added ergonomics. We're going to have supervisor toolkits, so we are on top of that.
Yeah, I think it's really important for service delivery, because we want to make sure that we're getting every bit of that service that is being paid for and again, I think most of the employees that take advantage of this program are doing it the right way, but I know that there are some exceptions, and we need to make sure that we build a system to root those things out and make sure that we have the services that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question about the new employees that we're keeping. And although the percentage sounds high, 80%, how many of those are we terminating in the initial trial period as opposed to, do you have, it'd kind of be nice to know that ones we determined weren't going to cut it. Because it seems like, I mean, although 80% is high, it seems like we invest so much and you guys go through such a huge process to get somebody, find somebody. We go through the backgrounds, we do everything, and we get them. And then 1 out of 5 after a year are determining that either the fit's not right or, and I know things happen, but that just seems, I'm sure industry standard is, we're probably right there, but I'm just trying to figure out what's driving that number.
Right, so our Supervisor Lavanino through the chair, so our involuntary separations are very low percentage compared to our voluntary.
Okay.
Like single digits.
Okay. All right, that makes sense then. So somebody fools us in the interview, basically. I've kind of gotten a few jobs before that I think somebody had a second guess on. Hopefully not this one. There was one other thing I wanted to ask you about. On the so the executive recruiting support position. I know those openings are coming up this year. The question is, would we be able to recruit the recruiter in that time frame?
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair, yes, we've already started thinking ways to do it. Currently, we're using interns, but we do have a plan on how we can target individuals. It is a clerical position, and it is, we currently have lists, but we also have a pipeline through Santa Barbara City College, students who recently graduated, and so we'll be able to tap into that.
And supervisors, just to clarify a little bit on this, so we do use outside executive recruiting firms, but we do rely on HR to help with logistics and all of that. And so they're just seeing with the increase, even with the outside executive recruiters, some of the logistics work, they're being challenged just because of the number of recruitments.
Got it. Okay. And then I just wanted to say as a comment that, again, how much I appreciate your labor relations team. We always talk about trying to recruit employees, but it's just as important to retain the ones we have, and the way we do that is sitting down and finding out what's important to them, and then you transferring that back to us and us trying to meet those needs. So I know Joe's here in the audience and appreciate seeing you here, and the whole team really does an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Thanks, Chair Williams. And thank you to this whole department. I understand, and I've experienced a bit of just how small and mighty you all are, so thanks for the incredible work. My question relates to the request for additional staff for DEI, and that prompts me back to my question yesterday, because I do want to be responsive to the advocates who came before this board and asked what's happening with our half of the racial equity fund that I know my predecessor was a huge champion of. And I've been hearing a bit here and there from department heads, which I really appreciate, and I just wondered, as it relates to this request for another FTE in this area, how does that connect back to the $500,000 that this board funded? I want to get a sense of the picture.
Supervisors, let me just answer on the budget side. So the board had set aside the racial equity fund, and some of that fund is largely out of cannabis revenue, so we'll be looking at that, but also some general fund. And so we've been able to support the equity grants every year, and our intention is to try to still continue to do that. When we set up the fund, we also knew that we would need some internal resources for HR, for example, for a position. And so last year, so just kind of where we are, there is still funding available for the equity grants. This position, Maria Elena had said she would try to fund a position with a limited term position last year because she thought that we could decrease her staff in the employee relations area. And so by decreasing that staff, this position, she wouldn't need this new position. But given the changes in her staff and the employee relations side, labor relations, upcoming contracts, I think we've come to the agreement and understanding that she really can't decrease her staff as she intended to do last year. So that's why we have a limited term, and she's asking now that she needs to extend it into a permanent position. So that's the need. And we do have some money that we had still not spent on the racial equity side, still able to do the grants, but some money that we knew we would need a position either in her office or my office to carry forth all these DEI initiatives. So the short answer is there is still some general fund available. I'm not sure if it's enough to cover this whole position, and we'll continue to talk about it. And there is money still in the fund for the equity grants. And we will bring forward more detail of that, what's where and what's available, and we can do that. And just to let you know, on my side of the shop, so this is for an internal position. On my side of the shop, through the ARPA money, we had funding for a position, a limited term position. What we decided to do was do a contract, because we were told by some folks in the community, the county really can't look at ourselves to see how well we're doing in this field, so we agreed. So we have a contract with someone to start. Phase one is to do an assessment of what we're doing on our external services, and that's just getting kicked off. We've had some problems just because it's the ARPA money and making sure we're complying with all the standards. We can bring a full report to you, either after budget workshops, to talk about where we are on all this, but I do appreciate you continuing to bring it up, and we hear the community asking for what happened to the funding.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Torres.
Thank you.
We will go on to general services.
There we go. All right, good morning, Chair Williams and supervisors. I'm Kirk Lagerquist, the new General Services Director. Here with me today are my 3 assistant directors, Lynn Dybel, who's Procurement and Finance, Skip Gray, Fleet Operations, and Real Property, and Patrick Zarowski, who's Capital Projects, Facilities Maintenance, and Energy. And additionally, I have my business manager, Brant Markley, who just surpassed his 1 year this week. So I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the finance team and department staff who worked on this budget. I'm here today to present the FY 23-24 budget request for general services and highlight the department's accomplishments, goals, programs, and projects we will be focused on in the next fiscal year. As you will notice, this presentation reflects a shift of the ICT division of general services to a standalone IT department as of the 23-24 fiscal year. Under key challenges and emerging issues, I'd like to highlight that we've been in lockstep with the county ERP implementation team. We've assisted information technology with their transition to a standalone department, and we've been working hard to modernize the public safety radio network, reaching out to multiple stakeholders across the county. Furthermore, we have increased renewables with the addition of solar and wind projects. We've supported multiple homeless and transitional housing projects with utility and infrastructure. And we've continued to improve our processes to better serve our customers. For our budget summary, operating budget of about $49.5 million with $12.5 million coming from general fund. We have 0 expansion requests. And the big takeaway here is full-time equivalent of 97.5 reflects a transfer of 49 FTE from general services to the new IT department. Under capital projects, major projects that we have underway include the fire and dispatch EOC upgrade that just started construction this month. The public safety radio network, which I previously mentioned, continues with phase 2B equipment staging. And we are currently in design for the new probation headquarters. And we are preparing to award a design contract for the Be Well Tecolote House. We are addressing a number of renovations and improvements for the 3 healthcare centers. And we continue to expand our electric vehicle charging station network, plus addressing ADA concerns, energy savings, roof replacements, and security upgrades. Under sources of funds, so 75% of our funding comes from charging for services and other financing sources and transfers, plus a sizable amount from the general fund. The majority of our operating funds goes towards facilities maintenance and real property, followed by fleet operations, then capital improvements, capital projects. Under our staffing summary, we opted to break down the GS staff and IT staff for the past 5 years in order to show how the split will be affecting staffing levels going forward. For operating revenue and general fund contribution, again, just want to note the drop reflects the split off of IT to their own standalone department. For anticipated accomplishments for the 22-23 fiscal year, we are on track to successfully transition IT to a standalone department, and the partnership between GS and ITD is ongoing, and we will continue to collaborate with, support, and work closely together. As part of Renew 22 and the implementation of the Enterprise Resource Planning implementation, our GS leads in procurement and projects are fully prepared for the August 1st go live of Workday. We've commenced the environmental impact review for the Cala Real master plan, and we utilize design build as a construction delivery method for the first time on the new Cayama Fire Station 27 project, where we are planning a ribbon cutting for early June. We've continued to push the transition to an electric vehicle fleet. We've streamlined the master service agreement process, and we've hosted a vendor connection event for departments. Our goals for the next fiscal year include a seamless transition of general services directors and continuing the great work of Jeanette Pell, continue the transition of electric vehicles and associated charging infrastructure, and continue to improve the procurement process. We will continue to consolidate county office locations and focus on efficient campus approaches to workspaces. And we will work to reduce our significant backlog of deferred maintenance in order to provide safe, healthy workplaces for the county. For performance measures, and I realize it's a wordy slide, but a couple of the big takeaways. We met our goal in greenhouse gas reductions. We've exceeded our goal of dollars spent locally, and we've exceeded our goal of capital projects being completed on time. We continue to embrace the KPMG recommendations and work towards implementing improvements within the department. We have 0 service level reductions. And in summary, we are proud to continue our support for the stand-up of the Information Technology Department. We are fully invested in the ERP implementation, and we will continue to refine processes and procedures to be more efficient and responsive to our customers. We will continue to support county logistics requirements and during emergency operations. We will continue to focus on energy programs in both our facilities and vehicles, and we will continue to implement the KPMG recommendations in order to continue the positive trajectory of general services. And for our quote, there are no traffic jams along the extra mile. Roger Staubach, Heisman Trophy winner, naval officer, and NFL quarterback for what some say is America's team, but I say is not the Patriots. So I thank you for your time and standing by for questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Lavinier.
Thank you. And I want to lead off with, and I think this also goes right into the next presentation as well. We have 2 new department heads in general services and IT. And as I've gone around the county, those 2 interact a lot with other department heads. So I've kind of just, while I'm cruising around, like, hey, what do you think of the 2 new ones? And to a person, whether it's an employee, a department head, whatever, they're both like, hold on to these 2 for as long as you can. You cannot, you got to be part of that 80%. Welcome. You've landed right in the middle of course, as you know, you got a million things going on right now. So we're going to need all of your experience to get us through this. question about, and I don't know who this might be for, but on the percentage of county power from renewables, I know we're, hovering around 50, 55%. What would the new Betaravia, when that comes online, how much is that going to generate, and how much, I don't know, county-wide, how much that's going to really affect, but not that much. But what's it going to do for Betaravia itself?
For Betaravia, it's going to make it, and we got our energy manager back there, but pretty much self-sufficient, is at least all day,
Okay.
and then the batteries at part during the night. And that 55%, Supervisor Lavanino, is the makeup of the electricity that we get from 3CE based on their renewable profile, SCE and PG&E, basically looking at their renewables that they're giving us. But that Betaravia does factor into that. We've actually included that, anticipating that it's going to be coming
So we're just
online
buying
soon.
cleaner energy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. And then I just wanted to give a big shout out to Eric in Fleet. He's helping me manage my personal switch to renewable energy, so you'll be happy with that. I can't be the only person driving a gas-powered vehicle at the county, so.
Now continue for me.
If we've converted you, we're going to make progress in the rest of the county too. Other questions from the board? Just on charging, I love our ambitious charging and EV goals. Just wondering, how much we're looking at. I'm trying to get the number 170 is in my head for additional ones, but how many are we looking at for DC fast chargers?
Chair Williams, great question. They're really expensive, but there are some grants out there. For the most part, the county fleet vehicles don't use it. But we are looking at several locations where we've got some rebates that we can apply for, or have applied for, that we may put a few in, but probably in the upcoming contract that I'll be bringing to the board in the next few weeks or months, for the new equipment, we've basically, we've got 187, I believe, chargers in that contract, up to over the next 5 years. 7 of those are DC fast chargers, just to give you an idea.
That's still very impressive. I mean, 170 total and 5 DC fast chargers. Intrigued by this new technology. I think there's 2 vendors out there, FreeWire and another one, where they build in a battery in the high-speed charger, so you don't have to have a panel upgrade. You don't need to draw as much from the grid at non-peak hours. Pretty interesting stuff. Wanted to bring it to your attention because we at the APCD just funded one that was built in Carpinteria, so you can see a local example, and I think it saved a lot of money just from the more the back end savings. So
good to know.
Great. Any other questions before we proceed? Well, thank you. We'll have information technology up next.
Thank you.
No, we do public comment at the end of each functional group.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. I'm here to present the IT Department's budget's request for fiscal year 23-24. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce and sincerely thank ITD's leadership team. Andre Montessori, our Deputy CIO, is here. We've got Jessica Greenberg, our HR Manager, and Onelia Rodriguez, our Finance Manager, joining me today. I also want to thank Jen Butterfield, Amy Miller, Mark Garcia, Rod Bolden, and Matt Murray, who are also part of ITD's leadership team, and I want to thank them for their strong leadership. I also want to specifically thank Onelia for putting together our presentation today and all our hard work that went into that. I'd be remiss if I also didn't thank General Services and the CEO's office for all of their assistance with helping us become a standalone department. ITD is well on our way to transitioning from a division of General Services to our own department. The official transition will take place on July 1st. Since I joined the county 7 months ago, my focus has been on building relationships with each department in order to better understand their needs. It is essential that ITD establish a proactive and trusted partnership with all departments. Our key challenges and emerging issues include completing the implementation of ITD as a standalone department and expanding our service offering to better address the current and future needs of the county. Cybersecurity remains a continual focal point for us in order to minimize risk to the county's data, operations, and reputation. ITD is actively involved in the Workday project and will be taking on additional responsibilities in the near future. We also intend to provide a detailed Workday update to the board sometime in June. The county's existing classification and compensation model is outdated and negatively impacts recruiting and retention. There's a growing need for improved data sharing, real-time reporting, and enhanced GIS services. Lastly, the upgrade of the public safety radio network will benefit our entire county through improved radio coverage for our emergency responders. ITD's operating budget for fiscal year 23-24 will be $27.8 million. Our capital budget is $11 million. The bulk of the capital budget is for the previously mentioned public safety radio network, which is projected to be $6.5 million for phase 2B of this multi-phase project. ITD's source of funds come from primarily charges for services at $26.7 million. ITD's use of operating funds by budget program is IT shared services at $22.5 million, communications at close to $15 million, and admin at just over $2 million. As you can see from this staffing summary slide, we are projecting 58 positions in fiscal year 23-24. This includes a budget request for 4 new positions in fiscal year 23-24. The other positions that make up the difference between this current budget year and next budget year were transferred from other departments or were previously added mid-year. These new positions are intentionally selected to help ITD be more strategic and focus on multi-departmental initiatives such as data, GIS, and a shift to using modern, secure, and cloud-based solutions. We are projecting our operating revenue to be just over $27 million in fiscal year 23-24, with about $958,000 in general fund contribution. ITD has accomplished many initiatives this current year, including hiring a new chief information officer and preparing to become a standalone department. We have improved countywide communication by redesigning and launching the county's new internal website. We are continuously working on reducing risk through numerous cybersecurity enhancements. We are working closely with Fire and General Services on the Public Safety Radio Network design, Phase 1. We have also revised the EITC charter to improve governance and visibility into countywide IT initiatives. These are just a handful of several dozen important IT initiatives that we have recently completed. Our goals and objectives for this next year are to complete a successful launch of ITD as a standalone department in order to leverage technology solutions more strategically across all departments. Complete the compensation and classification study to modernize IT positions and provide clear career paths. This will help with recruiting and retention. Continue to reduce risk and enhance our cybersecurity protection by deploying a new countywide firewall solution. And completing the next phase of the Public Safety Radio Network project. ITD was successful with our performance measures this year, and we look to add some additional measures in this upcoming year to continue to elevate and measure our performance. ITD has largely completed the KPMG recommendations, including creating a standalone department, improving governance, and expanding the capacity and visibility of all IT projects. We have no service level reductions. I want to thank the board and the CEO's office for having the vision to elevate IT in order to foster greater innovation, improve departmental collaboration, and increase countywide operational effectiveness. The ongoing investment into the right technology vision, leadership, and solutions will have a significant and positive return for the county. ITD is already playing a bigger role in projects such as Workday, Enterprise GIS, data sharing, Public Safety Radio Network, and dozens of other multi-departmental initiatives. We are grateful for our long-standing and strong relationship with General Services, and this will continue into the future. We have a talented and committed team today, and by implementing a modern comp and class system, we will become an even more desirable place to work. I want to end with this. ITD is committed to living out our department's new core values. These core values are collaborative relationships, open-mindedness, pursuit of excellence, innovative solutions, and empowerment. We are excited about our future and look forward to working closely with all departments to help our community thrive. Creating a culture that aligns with these core values is something we are actively building within ITD. I'm proud of our team and the innovative and empowered culture we are creating. My quote to leave with you today is this: culture is not an initiative, culture is the enabler of all initiatives. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Williams. First of all, great. Congratulations, first presentation here. And CEO Miyasato's opening, she talked about that this is a board that swings for the fences. It was a quote that I had. You know, this is a big deal. This is the first new department in our county in over a decade. And it's really important that the work that you're doing, and we're really excited about it. And so I want to echo Supervisor Lavadino's report back on the work that you're doing out there in the community and with other departments, especially as we centralize IT. And that kind of leads into my question. You know, we saw the amount of IT employees that are in ITD, but there's still a lot of IT employees in other departments. Help me understand, do we know how many other additional IT employees are out throughout the county that aren't in your department?
Yeah, so today there's about a third of all IT employees within, I'll call it central IT. The other 2/3 are spread out amongst the other 20 or so departments. In regards to, you know, looking at the future, you know, it's something that we're assessing still. My focus so far has been on really systems, processes, and relationships. But as we go into next year, you know, I'm going to continue to assess talent, roles, and, you know, we'll be reporting back in regards to what our, you know, future plans are going to be.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think the vision is that as the work that you guys all continue to do, that departments are going to be calling you and asking you to plug in and get additional services. It's not that you want to take away, it's adding the value that ITD brings to the entire organization. And I think that that's going to catch on quickly, and I'm really excited about that, and looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Could you talk a little more about the enhancement of GIS and what you're doing there?
Certainly, yes. So historically, GIS at the county has been very siloed. Departments are typically doing their own thing. They had their own GIS licenses. And so we have recently added a new GIS supervisor to our team. She comes in with a couple decades of GIS experience and with a lot of experience in enterprise GIS, so working with Esri, which is the primary system that we use. And so she's helping us right now stand up the enterprise version of Esri, and she's already met with other departments, finding out more about what their needs are, what they're doing, and we're starting already to work on more of a, you know, a strategic plan to share layers, share data, share maps, things like that, and start working more closely together and ultimately get everyone on the same license, the same tools, all of that. So it's a work in progress. Jenna has only been on board just a little over a month, but already making significant strides.
Great. Well, that's an area that really does need more coordination, collaboration. I just wanted to say that I always thought of IT as kind of a technical thing, but really it's a human relations thing every bit as much. And you can have the greatest technology, but if you can't get people to actually use it or provide what they need, and I think that's your gift.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's as more people become familiar with your team and feel like you're not trying to, build your own department, as you know, they're going to be more interested in joining. So that kind of brings me to my question: is who makes that call that if you've got a third in IT and 2/3 in the departments, who is it? I guess a question for Mona. And yeah, so how do we get them to transition?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, if I had it my way, I would probably go closer to faster and more. But Chris, the reason we hired him is because he is a voice of reason and experience. And it really has to be looking at what really should stay in the department. There's things that should not be in central IT because it has to be closer to the user and the department and their business. And there's some things that could be in central IT. And so remember, he hasn't been here that long. He's working very hard on getting the department together. So I think we're giving time. Chris has to do that evaluation. And again, I think someone said it's really about it's about effectiveness, the end user and effectiveness. So what is the most effective solution and also the most efficient solution? And I appreciate Supervisor Nelson because he's been a big supporter of a singular IT department, but also ensuring that we're being as efficient as possible with the taxpayers' dollars. So it will end up being some kind of hybrid. Maybe it's not going to be the 30-60, 33-66% balance we see now, but we know that we want to figure out what's the most effective solution for the county, and some positions will need to stay in departments, and some we will hope will transition over.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I imagine one of those that should be centralized is cybersecurity, a big concern, growing concern that's ever changing. Can you just, you referenced it as anticipated accomplishments, but can you just elaborate a bit more as to what that actually means and what you're doing?
Certainly. So cybersecurity is a never-ending battle because it's constantly the bad guys are coming up with new ways to break into systems, and so we have to stay very vigilant and constantly be looking at how we are protecting the county. And so we have our Chief Information Security Officer. We are going to be adding a cybersecurity manager to our team shortly as well, and creating a dedicated team focused on just that, just working on how do we continue to protect the county, its assets, its data, all of that. And so there are things we've already done just in the short time I've been here. And this next year, as I mentioned, we're going to be replacing our firewall systems to a more modern system that integrates with a lot of other tools that we have. And that will help us just elevate our protection. But we'll continue to look at that.
Thank you. Now, has that been centralized already, or is that
Yes.
in process?
Yeah, largely centralized already.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is there any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, we have 2 requests to speak from the public on this functional group. We are going to begin with ePlanet Thunderstriker, to be followed by Alvin Salgi. ePlanet?
So I was like, oops.
Hold on just a sec. I want to make sure the podium's on. Go ahead, and I will close public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Thunderstriker.
Okay. Human Resources, General Services, and Information Technology I want to address. So I already talked about an issue at the library where the IT person saw that I had a red question mark on my location and other employees saw. I already discussed that. General Services, I've had the person who does the security here was in Isla Vista when I had an appointment with the general manager there. and I was there early. UCPD showed up, a couple people from Good Samaritan showed up, but he's assured me that he was only there coincidentally once a month, and the police weren't there for my situation. Human Resources related to Ms. Cap's aides, who were working for Mr. Hart at the time when I submitted several papers for him. Those papers I was unable to give to the individual at City Hall, who the receptionist for council, and she also didn't advise me that I could go and submit those comments to the clerk. So that's just, I put that out for context of the kind of corruption I'm dealing with related to what happened in November when this individual saw me. I handed these papers to Mr. Hart's aides without any issues, and then a few months later, she's hiding behind the door. And so I did go through, and I didn't really see the other items back here, but there was actually a couple more departments that I have causes of action for. So I'll be making comments about all these other things later on. Sorry, again, I saw that the slide said district attorney, and I was like, oh, and after what happened in City Hall, you know, what's going on with the mayor interrupting me and the lawsuit I'll have against them, it's like, clearly this is going on. I'm on camera, and like nobody here or in town is like doing anything. So I was like, oh, it's just get public comments on purpose.
We will now go to Alvin Salgi, who is our final speaker on this functional group. Alvin?
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Alvin Salgi, the chair of the Santa Barbara County Veterans Advisory Commission. I'm also the president of the Santa Barbara County Veterans Collaborative and the commander of Solvang VFW Post. Thank you for approving Harry Hagen's FY 22-23 budget plan to fund 2 additional county veteran service representatives and the potential of additional another in FY 23-24. The original request to Harry was from our commission, and he jumped on it right away and got things done last fiscal year to add the 2 new veteran service representatives. They are Amanda Rice and Frank Barcella, who are hired quickly and are completing their final training and will be able to enhance the support of the over 20,000 county veterans to receive their VA and California Department of Veteran Affairs care and benefits. Now, to complete the trifecta, we should add the veteran service supervisors to completely ensure complete services and support to county veterans without delays to help them with their health issues. This is especially important since the passage of the National Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics, or PACT Act, as Harry pointed out, to ensure their VA treatment for more than 20 presumptive conditions from burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic exposures from the Iraq, Afghanistan, and Vietnam wars. Adding the Veterans Services Supervisor position will help ensure the county veterans who are suffering from medical issues from these wars get registered and VA treatment. And of course, anything with the VA is a big process. So we need all of the county veteran service officers to make sure that they can be guided through the VA process. Rhonda Murphy, the current veteran service officer, has done an outstanding job for over 25 years and was elected president of the California Veteran Service Officers Association last year. Joe Fletcher and Carrie Garrison, the current fully qualified veteran service representatives, have also done exceptional work. Adding this supervisor position will ensure complete service to the county veterans with the additional workload from the PACT Act, qualifying additional treatment for the veterans who served in these wars. We request that you, the Board of Supervisors, approve Harry Hagen's treasurer, tax collector, public administrator budget item to add a veteran services supervisor position for FY 23 and 24. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Appreciate your advocacy. Just want to make one addition or correction is that, yes, Mr. Hagan asked for it, but it was Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Hartman who made sure we got it in that budget last year and made it happen. So we'll endeavor to do what we can further. Any other comment before we move on to maintenance and capital projects? Mr. Frapwell. Rest of y'all can go, though I was going to say something through HR. When I got here, I got a lot of complaints on how long it took to get job descriptions. Now I get positive feedback from departments on how quickly we're getting jobs out there. So thank you for your work.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. We're presenting the first of our workshop special issues on maintenance and capital projects. So just a quick roadmap of this special issue. So I'm Ted Tyberman, a fiscal and policy analyst in the Budget and Research Division. I'll discuss the maintenance funding on the next few slides. Jill Van Wee for Parks, Patrick Jarosky for General Services, and Julie Hagan for Public Works will present recently funded and completed projects for their respective departments, as well as projects scheduled for funding next year. Mr. Frapwell will then present the list of projects recommended for funding next year. And just a reminder that these projects are not all of the maintenance and capital projects to be funded. Departments have other sources of funding like SB1 and grants as detailed in the next few slides, and that the full fiscal year 2023 to 2028 capital improvement program will be presented to the board in June. Finally, Jeff will finish with an update on the certificate of participation issuance and projects to be financed. So this slide you should mostly be familiar with. It compares projections made in 2014 for how much funding the 18% policy would set aside over time in the dark gray bars on the left. On the big screen, I guess the colors show up a little bit better, with the actual amount accumulated since adoption in the dark blue bars on the right. So the 18% policy takes 18% of unallocated discretionary growth every year. So you take total revenue growth over prior year adopted budget, back out policy-driven allocations like GFC growth to departments for salaries and benefits, strategic reserve, Northern Branch Jail, and other unavoidable cost increases to avoid service level reductions. And what's left is what we take the 18% of. So on top of those blue bars, or the 18% bars, we have stacked one-time funds for each year that was allocated towards maintenance projects, as well as additional funding sources for maintenance that didn't exist at the time that the 18% policy was adopted in 2014. For most years, this includes SB1 funding for public works, and this year also includes ARPA, state and local fiscal recovery funds that your board allocated to public works. You'll see that in the 2022 to 23 bar. The red line across the top represents the target set in 2014 to make a dent in the capital maintenance backlog. And as you can see, the 18% funding hasn't quite been growing as quickly as projected in 2014, but due to those additional one-time revenues stacked on top of the dark blue bar, we have been over the red line, or the 2014 target, 4 of the last 5 years. And one note of clarification is that on a later slide, Public Works will be talking about funds they have put into pavement, and that includes all of their 18% funds and a majority of their 9.6 million SB1 or RMRA funds in the 23-24 column. The amount not going to pavement is going towards other transportation maintenance like projects like trees, bridges, culverts, and traffic schedules, and hence is not shown here. Or there, I guess, rather, excuse me. So this table further breaks down the 23-24 preliminary numbers on the prior chart by department and funding source. So we have the 9.6 million of SB1 for public works, as well as $119,000 highway safety improvement program for guardrails on Gibraltar Road, and $2.1 million of grants for 7 parks projects, including Goleta Beach, Kachuma, and Halama. So the deferred maintenance backlog is updated annually by departments. We see similar numbers to prior years, showing a flattening of the backlog with additional funding towards maintenance, and we'll continue to track these numbers annually. And now I'll hand it off to Jill Van Wee from Parks to run through CSC's projects.
Good morning, Supervisor Williams, or Chair Williams, and all the fellow supervisors. Nice to see you, as always. Ted, good luck keeping up with me because I'm going to kind of go all over. Not really a slide follower, but the main point I want to make to everybody here is that 40% of Parks grants are for capital maintenance, and it's actually 2.83 million, not 2.1. Due to some local grants that we were not, for projects we were not able to complete this year, and those are the Halama restrooms because the Halama Road is closed from the storms. So the main point of that is that it shows the strength of being able to leverage our funds that are provided for maintenance for grants, and also shows that we're able to leverage Parks staff for in-kind funds towards grants, Parks management staff. That's an important caveat. So this overall alleviates the reliance on general fund for maintenance projects. So that's the major thing to take away. If you're looking at the slide 7 and 8, the baseline, the 500,000 baseline maintenance and the 1.74 18% allocation for this year, we always try to put equitable amounts throughout all the supervisorial districts, but grant matches and emergencies skew that every year, seemingly. So we have about a third of the money that are going to the 2023 storms, and we have about half of the funds going towards grant matches. If we look at slides, if we talk, okay, here's a good example of what we, the design that we anticipate being able to complete this fiscal year. Here's the Kachuma Amphitheater and the before, and then we have the design afterwards. So it does look like a mini Santa Barbara Bowl, but we are trying to make some improvements so that we can actually rent this space out for weddings and increase revenue for the county to additionally reduce the reliance on general fund. Thanks, Ted. This is just an example of the 2023 storm damage throughout the parks. I think Guadalupe Dunes is obviously the one of the biggest impacts there. And so this is all in North County. We have Nahui, the road in front of Nahui Falls Park, and then we have a trail in Lompoc, Bodger Trail, and that's a San Ynez Park play structure that has a bunch of mud in it. And then the other one is the Goleta Beach Restaurant. So thanks, Ted. Over this next fiscal year, we have about half of the funds going to front the storm repairs and about a third going towards grant matches. And that's about it. I just want to thank you so much for continuing to allocate funds to parks. Doing the best. Okay.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. This past year has been a really exciting year for general services, capital, facility maintenance, and energy. A lot of projects, a lot of things happening, and one of those is our emergency program that is operated through our facility maintenance group. The funding that we typically get for this category is pretty much used up throughout the year based on a variety of repairs that we've had to make, multiple sewer line failures, multiple water main breaks, storm damage from our January storms. We've had some issues with power delivery at several locations. Significant downed trees across the county that we've been required to respond to. Our HVAC systems, as you've heard here often, are aging and not aging well. I think our program has been quite robust and we're making significant improvements. However, we still suffer with HVAC issues across our entire inventory. Roof failures, generator failures, and then certainly we had a road yard sewer program that we had, or a project that we had to do up at our corp yard in Kyriel. So our completed projects for this year, again, are extensive. We, on the facility maintenance side, have pretty well allocated out our entire maintenance, deferred maintenance budget. Our emergency maintenance budget has also been completed for the most part. We have a structures and grounds line item that is also going to be completed by the end of the fiscal year. And then our countywide energy efficiency projects, the Better Radius Solar and our HVAC projects, will be completely expended by the end of the fiscal year. We've completed several security projects, including the security upgrades in our admin building lobbies, as well as a project that we've completed for planning and development, or we're in the process of completing. We have a contingency fund, a small contingency fund for emergency repairs. Much of that is also going to be expended by the end of the year for across a wide variety of projects. This has probably been our most successful year in just doing the meat and potatoes of just painting and flooring and ceilings. We've done a lot of work in the engineering building, a lot of work here in the admin, and we're turning our attention to many facilities up in the Santa Maria area and Lompoc in the coming years. We replaced the roof on the engineering building. The VIA elections roof started on Monday, and then we completed 3 restroom upgrades, ADA restroom upgrades, and we're almost complete with our new communication shop in Santa Maria. To kind of give you a sense, we have approximately 115 projects under development. Currently, about 17 of those are in construction across the county. Another probably 40 or 50 are in various stages of early design or scope clarification. It's an ongoing process. It doesn't stop for fiscal years. It just kind of moves through that entire development continuum. And we've got our hands full with a wide variety of projects. It's actually quite a fun year for us. As we move forward, we're going to continue to fund, or we're asking for continuing funding in our programmatic approach. We typically ask for funds for a wide variety of categories. Many of those are ones that you've seen repeatedly over the last 4 or 5 years. Security repairs, roofing, energy efficiency, countywide painting, electrical upgrades, and then our courthouse annual maintenance fund, which is also very important.
Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. Nice to see you again today. I'm here with Mustafa Astaji, our Transportation Engineering Manager. And on this first slide, wait, can you go back to that? Okay, yep. Okay, on this first slide, you'll see 5 asset categories, and this is the categories that we manage our deferred backlog in. You hear us discuss pavement the most since this is our biggest maintenance backlog, and it's a very high priority for us. We also manage hardscape and trees, which is work such as sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. We have an urban forest of 9,000 trees that need maintenance, in addition to a lot of reactive work when we have storms and droughts. The deferred maintenance backlog in the bridges category is $57 million. The funding for major bridge rehab or construction usually has to come from federal and state sources, normally with a local match. Your board has seen this with our current high-cost bridge projects, 2 of which are the Foothill Bridge in Nukuyama and the Floridale Bridge in Lompoc. We have thousands of drainage systems across the county. Most of these were constructed more than 50 years ago and are past their recommended useful life. Finally, we have our traffic category. That includes our work on traffic signals, guardrails, accident and safety studies, and safety-related improvements. So I realize this may be a little too small to read, but it represents the rehab work, which is major pavement improvements and repairs on the roads across the county from the fiscal 22-23 roadmap that we had planned to complete by the end of this fiscal year. With the severe storms in January of this year, we had to redeploy some of our resources, but we will be completing as much of this work as possible. Here are all the roads that have been programmed for work for fiscal year 22-23 to apply preventative maintenance measures, and this extends the useful life of the roadway by 3 to 6 years. So we have a couple slides of photos. These are photos from the various types of work we do on an annual basis, such as road construction, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. And here's more of the work completed in 22-23. And it's examples of the pavement preservation work that I mentioned earlier that extends the life of the road.
The total funding for our deferred maintenance categories is $17 million. This is a combination of 18% in SB1, which we also refer to as RMRA. This funding is used on all types of countywide deferred maintenance needs that we manage, such as bridge repairs, drainage repairs, safety improvements, so it's not just used on pavement, although pavement is the biggest piece of it. You can see here how the funding is allocated between the types of work we do. That's broken down by category at the top. And finally, on this last slide, I want to again emphasize our need for deferred maintenance funding for pavement. Our pavement deferred maintenance backlog is $144 million across the county. In order to maintain the county's PCI of 57, we need to put $14.5 million into the countywide roads on an annual basis. We have SB1 funding and 18% funding, and we're very close to closing the funding gap for 23-24. $726,000 is our second expansion request that you heard about yesterday, and that's what we need to close the gap for pavement. Thank you to your board for all your support in the past, and myself and Mustafa are available for any questions.
Supervisor Lavanina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know who this question is for, but so let's go to slide 3, the 18% maintenance policy funding. So this is the question I have. I honestly believe that the red line either is misleading or needs to be readjusted, because if we've met, so 3 years ago was the first time we met the red line. Next 2 years, we've actually exceeded the red line, but yet our maintenance backlog just continues to grow. So when this was originally, I think, sold to us or projected to us or offered to us, presented to us, it was, hey, if we meet the red line, the backlog's gonna begin to shrink. But that's not the case. I think in 2014, we had 85 million in backlog in parks and facilities, and that number's continued to get worse. Maintenance was pavement was, in 2016, was 107 million, now it's almost 145 million. So, it's great that we're meeting the goal of the PCI goal, but what would we need to put in to actually begin to put a dent in the backlog, or at least keep it from continuing to grow?
Supervisor Lavanina, through the chair. It's a good question. In 2014, there were a lot of factors that are different than today, and certainly the cost of construction has escalated exponentially over the last few years during the pandemic. I think that's part of the driver of why you're seeing the total deferred maintenance on those 3 areas exceed what we were projecting in 2014. So the county has not done an evaluation with respect to your question, which is, what is the funding needed to stop the hemorrhaging? What's the funding needed in order to start addressing and bringing down the backlog? If your board wants, we could do that. It is an effort we'd have to undertake. This is the last year of the projection that was done in 2014, so it's probably timely that we look at it. I think that, given, if you're looking back over the last 7 or 8 years, the number was probably pretty good based on the factors we knew at the time. But I think what you're seeing is the costs as well as the rate of deterioration on those infrastructure has exceeded what they assumed in the initial study. So should your board want to do that, or something we can undertake, figure out how to update that?
Yeah, I'm not, I guess I don't want to go back and relitigate 2014. And I understand what the chart shows now, but I think we should have something that shows us, that's a really good picture to put up if the backlog was coming down. So I think we have to have something that's realistic that says, here's what the number is, regardless of what it is. So we need to know what, you know, what that nut is and then how far short we're falling. And, you know, I think 4th District figured it out. I mean, I went back and I was looking at a article from either 2014 or 2016, and it said that staff at 4th District, which I think was Supervisor Nelson at the time, and I haven't talked to him about this, so I'm kind of putting him on the spot, but said, had it already pegged it was going to increase by $80 million, which even if we followed the plan, which we followed the plan and we're about $80 million, so you did a pretty doggone good job there. But so, I mean, I appreciate, and that was before we had SB1. So now we're actually putting in way more than we even anticipated, and that number continues to grow. So for me, it's just something that we need to be honest, and we need to get that number.
Supervisor to the chair, and I realized looking at the staff and the board, there are very few of us who were here in 2014. Supervisor Nelson, Supervisor Lavanino, I was here, was one of my first years as CEO. As you recall, you're right, that line was really talking about what was developed back in 2014 based on a report called the Jorgensen Report that talked about what an adequate funding level would be. And the board, through negotiation, as you recall, with that board at that time, came up with the 18% policy. So there was no guarantee, it was never sold to the board, or there was never a guarantee that that policy was going to make enough to address all our deferred maintenance, but it was what the board at the time decided to start with. And that's why your departments come every year about what the deferred maintenance backlog is. So this year on slide 5, it's $527 million. And so the issue is, how do you address this without sliding further? If we had all the money in the world, I would say let's address this now and start clean, and then we would have more manageable maintenance, but we're not able to do that in our financial situation. But we can definitely come up with another number, and it's really then a question for the board. If we come up with the right number, are we able to then annually put that revenue in and still address the other board's needs? But we were more than welcome. We were more than happy to look at it, and I think you're bringing up a great question about where are we in our deferred maintenance.
Okay, so I think I need to go back then, because I don't want to, and maybe I did, indicate that what I'm trying to say is that staff did have a number, and those people aren't here anymore. I get that. But that was based on a number that was with the information that we had at the time, best available information. I get that. And I'm trying to say that we followed that plan, and we still are not reaching what we thought we would when we are actually hitting the number. So, yeah, I would, for one, like to ask for, you know, and I don't know if anybody's even interested in continuing the 18%. But what I'm saying is, yeah, or there has to be a different way to do it, because what we're doing isn't working. You know, I mean, it's working on paper, it's not working in real life, so.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And let's stay on slide 3 here for a minute. I think really what Supervisor Lavanino is asking for is BIF number 1 in this next year's budget. Board of Requirement Reform number 1 is, can we see what the new line is? And I think that what that's important for is that educates our decisions. So we know, if we look at this, we kind of lie to ourselves a little bit. And that's not that we're doing it intentionally. We're just looking at a historical data. There is a new line, and we know we still are falling behind. And so it's important for us as decision makers, as we evaluate expansion of programs, you know, other maintenance projects, other, you know, anything else that we might fund, knowing that real number helps educate us and those decision-making processes. And I don't think we actually have a good handle on that. And, you know, it's gonna probably be a big number, right? And it's gonna be something that we're gonna go, okay, we can't do that right away, but it should educate this board moving forward of what our goals are, is eventually getting to that and eventually arresting that number, starting to bring it down. I do want to compliment county leadership, budget staff, you, Mr. Frapwell. Over the last, you know, half dozen years, you guys have really made significant investments in infrastructure and deferred maintenance. And so I don't want perfection to be the enemy of really greatness that's happened in this county over the last few years. We have put many, many dollars towards there. We're looking at these one-time dollars, reinvesting those again into additional infrastructure in our county. So, I think it took a long time. I think actually this is what you said, Supervisor Lavanino, back in 2014. It took us 30 years to get here. It's going to take us 30 years to get out of this. And so I think that's where this commitment needs to stay on the board, not only to 18%, but finding other ways to continue to address this moving forward and being diligent as a board. But the first part of being diligent is actually communicating to the public and ourselves what the problem is. And so I think we need to know that problem. If you identify it, then you can begin to address it. I still don't think we have our full arms wrapped around that. It should be an ongoing number that we're looking at. And so I would support a checkbox next to Lavanino and Nelson on the board inquiry forms for a new number as part of our BIFs for moving back to budget hearings in June.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't here in 2014, but I do think it was really important because deferred maintenance is kind of a hidden way of deficit spending, and we all need to try to prepare the way for future boards so that we don't get in a bigger hole. Is one reason why I'm so supportive of the capital projects, using our one-time money and trying to invest in those this year. So I think that's a good sign, but I do think, as daunting as it is, it would be good to know, what would it really take to turn the line the other way?
And for my part, I want to indicate that at least what I've heard from other former supervisors is that this wasn't exclusively a technical number, but a political compromise. And I think there's a reason why there was a political compromise, and I don't think that all of the reasons that political compromise was made are gone, particularly this year, which is the limits of our fiscal abilities. And so, I think that understanding more those other numbers is good. I don't know that I would be interested in revising what the 18% is unless the county's fiscal ability at a sustainable level was changing, i.e., if a revenue source turns around, or if a sales tax measure was approved, or some other thing that would significantly change, not just in sort of like a 1 or 2 year basis, but at a larger level. Any other questions, comments? Back to you, Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, I just want to say that the political compromise was actually the 18%. The number that we were trying to get to is a number generated. And maybe it is that our backlog, even at 18%, was still projected to grow for a number of years until we continued to address it. I don't remember that from 2014, honestly. So I think I came across pointing fingers. I'm just trying to say that we need a legitimate number that's a goal for us. And I'm not saying we're going to change what we're putting in, because we're putting in more now than we ever have. And it is a priority for everybody. And we understand that parks and, roads to parks and access to the outdoors is extremely important to our citizens. So I'm just saying I just want to see what the number is so that we have a legitimate conversation.
Great. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, and I wanted to point out that we have come a long way. I got to speak to Econ Alliance in North County a few weeks back, and I looked back at what our capital spending was back in 2012, 2013. It was about $56 million throughout the entire organization. We'd have over doubled that, as well as had about another $200 million of carryover. So we're visiting about $300 million in capital, where we were at $50 million 10 to 12 years ago. So again, that's where I want to tell the story. The rest of the story is it's not only just attacking deferred maintenance, but it's also attacking new capital and investing in parts of our county that we have been underinvested in the past, like in the North County and in some of the unincorporated areas, and that's going to continue to be one of our challenges. And so we have to deal with these old debts. We got to look at new things, and then also control spending expectations, because we do get new general fund revenues, and there's a temptation to add new programs and services. You know, we have expansion requests that we don't have, that right now are unfunded, and not have the capacity to do that ongoing. So it's going to be tempting for us to want to add things. I want to add things, and I'm going to probably be advocating for adding things, but we have to do that in a balanced way, knowing what our debts are and what our future investments need to be moving forward.
Supervisor Hartman.
I think this is a question for Mr. Frapwell, but I only have a vague understanding of this, but that as we do take on major projects now, we are setting up reserves, so we're being more responsible about how we will repair and maintain some of these bigger systems over time. Is that correct?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. Generally, we're doing that on large systems. So, for instance, as we are making investment to replace the county's aging and aged out public safety radio network, in the mechanisms going forward from a budgetary standpoint is to start putting reserves together so that we aren't faced with another $35+ million hit at the end of the useful life of that system. So for big systems where we can make projections on anticipated useful life and anticipated cost of replacing, we're trying to be diligent about setting aside funds so that we're not caught flat-footed or empty-pursed in order to replace those key systems. That isn't the same case necessarily with all of our facilities. So facilities, we're in a deficit position now, right? We're in deferred maintenance situation now. Our first objective is to dig out of that. Actually, our first objective is to stop getting deeper. And so that means investing the right amount of money so that we are managing that number so it's not growing, and deferred maintenance number growing. And then to the extent that we can get there, then it's how do we invest additional dollars to start shrinking that number. It's a little bit vapor-like. It's very difficult to actually grab and achieve, but we are making progress toward that. I think that your board and previous boards really are to be commended for making the investment in maintenance. I shudder to think what these numbers would be on table 5, on chart 5, had you not done that. And it's a difficult decision. It's not easy, because from a public perception standpoint, there's just this assumption that the county facilities are up and running and work, and that we don't have elevators that fail. You know, it's all that assumption, right? And the reality is that only happens if we make that right investment, and that investment is always balanced against all the other priority needs. So, I mean, I think as I reflect on the 18th, and I wasn't here when the program was put in place, but I do think it was a very strategic move on the board at the time to address a real need. And so I think hats off to Supervisor Neva and his colleagues at the time when that was put in place. I think the comment about we need to update that. We need to test every one of those assumptions and look at what is that right number. I think it's a good suggestion. I think we need to do that. I think it's probably time to do that.
Well, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have...
Chair.
We're not finished with this presentation.
Okay.
We stopped midpoint of our presentation, but we're
Go ahead.
happy to, let me carry on then to the next part of our presentation is a special issue and talk about the projects that we're currently contemplating, including the recommended budget. And so you will recall, I want to bring you back for setting context, as part of the budget development policies that your board considered in December, we set forth, as we had in the year prior to that as well, taken from GFOA, kind of the criteria of how do we look at the competing needs for projects and requests for projects and make funding recommendations to your board. And so as we lined out in the December budget policies, we really look at this priority 1, 2, 3 as the imperative, essential, and important. And so you can see here, and I won't go bother reading this for you, it was part of your December presentation as well, but it's really, what must we do? What is imperative that we do in order to correct either dangerous action situations, to prevent structural damage to our facilities, to alleviate emergency service disruption, satisfy legal obligations, et cetera. And then priority 2 being the essential, what should we really do? From a pure owner of millions plus square feet of facilities, what really must we do? And then what is important to do? And I would not, and you'll get in June the larger CIP list. And I will tell you, I don't think there's anything on that list that's unimportant. It's just where do you draw that line? So let me go to the projects that we're recommending or currently planning to incorporate in the recommended budget, and walk through the imperative, essential, and important projects for you. So the SB Courthouse roof, this is a multi-phase project, a 4-phase project. The facility obviously is a historical facility which is not only aged, but comes with a particular care with respect to its maintenance. We've completed phase 1 in the current fiscal year. This is requesting phase 2 funding, $3.5 million. There is further abatement of asbestos here in the admin building, phase 2, and there is a security issue that we have within the DA's facility across from the courthouse, and the Better Area building glazing windows and seams. And while that doesn't seem like that's intuitive imperative, I will tell you that from a water intrusion issue as well as an energy usage issue, it's a large problem. It is a second year of funding for that campus. We had some funds in the current fiscal year to address one of the buildings. This is moving to building D. In the essential category, we have the behavioral wellness headquarters facility design. You'll recall, as we talked to your board on the adoption of the master plan or consideration of the master plan, we identified the behavioral wellness building as one of the first domino that needs to be addressed in order to facilitate the further development of the campus, redevelopment of the campus. And so that has a first-year kind of design cost of $2 million. We also, and this slide is modified from the original presentation and information published, but we have here the holding for a grant match of $550,000 for the Orcutt Library. We have additional energy efficiency projects, and I'll talk about that in the next slide, but they accumulate up to $2.2 million. We have the next phase of the Modoc Road multimodal path, that's $1.1 million, and we have recommending the holding for grant match for the Cachuma Lake RV area photovoltaic solar array. And each of these projects, by the way, has a brief narrative description of them as part of your board materials and posted online. But that project, as well as the next project, are really grant matches. The department is actively seeking other funding for both these projects, and what we need to do at this point is make sure that we have the local match should the department be successful in achieving those grants. And then finally, we have the Lompoc Vets Hall parking lot expansion. This has been a long-needed project, and so we thought it was important to incorporate it in our recommended list of projects for your board's consideration. Let me go and just to kind of break down, and this obviously materials in your slides as well as posted online, but this is the breakdown of the 6 energy efficiency projects being recommended that accumulated up to the $2.2 million that you saw on the previous slide. You have there also the estimated payback period as well. So, let me, we can stop there. I can go through, let me go through the COP project update, and then we can, unless.
Chair Williams, can I ask a question on that, on the HVAC piece? This has always been one of my things I've been trying to get my brain wrapped around is, so there's going to be a payback, right? So there's going to be savings, electricity savings, right? Energy savings. So all we're doing is saving the IST money. right? The internal service, or ISF, the internal service fund. So it's actually not paying back the general fund. It's saving future costs. And so this has always been a challenge for me is we do these things that have paybacks, we're reducing energy costs, we're saving general fund departments that would pay into the ISF, but we're also saving federal and state programs money as well. And is there a way for us to capitalize the payback back to the general fund by us maybe loaning the ISF these funds and them be the project sponsor in some ways, so that we can recapture this payback? Because if we're going to call it an investment, then we need to have that return on the investment. Right now, it's it's amorphous. It goes up into space, and yeah, there's some savings somewhere, but we don't really actually receive it in the general fund. That $2.2 million investment in the general fund does not come back as a over even the 14-year payback back into the general fund. I would love for there to be a process for that to take place. Just like we had the same conversation when we loaned the Betaravia solar project, the additional $1 million. It was like, well, yeah, we're going to save in electrical costs, but we're not actually getting that back to the general fund. So is there a way to do that? Maybe that's a question for the auditor, a question for staff. I would really like to see that set up, because then it's really easy to make these decisions. So that's where I'm wrestling with.
Supervisor Nelson, the chair. So good question. I like it especially because I have grappled with this for a long time, for a long career. There is not a technical way to loan for the general fund to loan the ISF money to make capital improvements. The way that indirectly happens is that the investment in these facilities, or outside these facilities, or attendant to these facilities, is made, it's booked, and it's depreciated and captured part of the cap. So it is a backwards way kind of getting at what you're trying to achieve. So the mechanisms, without getting too deep into CFR 200, the mechanism is that there is a front for the project. It creates an investment in the value of the building those federally funded or state-subvented programs are in. That then creates a depreciation of that asset over its useful life. And that is captured back to the general fund.
Okay.
So in a roundabout way, we are trying to achieve that within the confines of our federal requirements.
Okay, so does estimate payback, is that just based on energy savings?
That's just the payback of the capital investment. Okay.
Based on energy savings? Does it include the depreciation?
So this does not include the depreciation.
Okay.
So there's additional capture of the initial investment.
Okay.
That happens through the cost allocation plan process. Sorry, that's a little convoluted.
No, I'm starting to follow. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's a complex question, and one that I wish there was a cleaner. And trust me, I have sat across the table with the state controller on this issue on a couple occasions.
Yeah, thank you.
So let me give you a quick update. You know, we've talked a lot over the number of years on the potential COP, and I actually think it's going to come to fruition in the upcoming fiscal year, so I'm excited about that. It's been long delayed and for a number of reasons, but we are in a position, I think, with these projects that have solidified enough to be able to have a solid basis to issue certificates of participation. So let me give you a quick update on these 6 projects. The list is all familiar to you. There's nothing new, no projects that are new on the list, but let me give you a quick update on the projects. The Public Safety Radio Network project has a total cost of, let me pull that. I can't see 2 slides at one time, so let me, total project cost is over $46 million. You can go to the next. And so the phase 1, which is really the design, is the acquisition of the equipment, is the acquisition of the materials for that, is well underway. You heard an update from both General Services and IT earlier today. And we're in the process now of doing all the site development work. And so in context of the COP was designed to, or planned to fund the improvements of the sites. So there's 8 or 9 sites, communication radio tower sites, that need to be upgraded as part of the system. That is the purpose of the COP, and because those improvements are really financeable, right? From a financing standpoint, they lend themselves to financing. So those are in works now and in various stages of getting designed and implemented. In the Cachuma Lake RV Park renovations, that design is complete. We have an updated cost estimate, and we have a target anticipation of starting that. And so that project now has a known cost and a known time frame. Those are two things that are important in considering the COP financing. The third project is the probation headquarters. We're well into the design of that. We've seen first schematic design phase. We're in design, what they refer to as design development, which means that the close of that will have a good cost. That project's solidifying as well. The Regional Fire Communication Center, as you heard mentioned earlier today, as well as yesterday, we have a planned kickoff of that construction starting, I think, next week. And so those bids are in, your board's approved the construction contract, so we have a good solid cost in which we can base our COP. Fire Station 27 is nearly complete. You do plan on ribbon cutting here the next month or so. And the main jail rehabilitation, we'll be bringing a report back to your board for decision here the next month. And so when we have a completion or we have those aligned, we'll be in a good position to have the right data in order to issue the COP. So, so we anticipate that being the third quarter or the winter of next year. So with that, let me go back. Our summary for the presentation this morning is really that your board affirm or make adjustments to the capital projects recommended in the slides earlier. And certainly having discussion and questions from your board, happy to discuss and seek your priority and how to move forward.
Is there any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this special issue.
Then it's to the board. I'll just say for my part, I think that the staff thought long and hard about the ones that were urgent and the ones that have good payback period. The payback period, you know, whether it's avoided costs or whether it's payback period, it makes a big difference, and it's usually heartbreaking how much great payback period projects we pass up because of the urgent projects. So I think there's a balance that they've tried to achieve between those two, and I'm happy to see a couple projects that have been on our second tier list some of the last years finally get on the first tier, and I'm pretty comfortable with this list. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And yeah, I wasn't being critical of the list. I actually am very supportive of these investments. I'm just trying to figure a way to keep more money in the general fund so we can spend on other capital projects. So I'm just trying to stretch our dollars. I guess my question is for staff. You know, we have these recommended projects. Are we going to include this part of deliberations on Friday? Is that where are you looking for direction now, or?
Supervisors, you could deliberate on Friday and give us direction, but at the close of the workshops, we would like direction so that we can know what is included in the CIP and the recommended budget.
Yeah, I'm hoping to have this more part of Friday's conversation. You know, I think there's some things in here we might be able to move around or adjust or find some other funding sources, and I'm looking forward to having that conversation on Friday as we tackle these things personally.
Great. Any other parting shots? Okay, no Parthian or parting shots today. Thank you. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for the public safety group. Convening this meeting of the Board of Supervisors and budget hearings. And we will proceed with the Public Safety Functional Group. Mr. Yee.
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. As noted, the Public Safety Functional Group consists of Court Special Services, District Attorney. I beg your pardon, I'm going to move the mic a little closer. As noted, the Public Safety Functional Group consists of Court Special Services, District Attorney, Fire, who presented yesterday, Probation, Public Defender, and Sheriff. This functional group receives almost half of the county's general fund contribution at $162 million, while making up 31% of operating expenditures and 36% of the county's overall FTE at 1,660. The following diagram depicts the flow of operating revenue and GFC to the departments that comprise this functional group. Of the $162 million of GFC allocated, the sheriff receives the largest share at just over $90 million, or 56%. In addition to GFC, public safety also generates $255 million in operating revenue, consisting mainly of state funding, taxes, and charges for services. 5-year operating revenue and GFC trends in DA, probation, and public defender have all been trending up at a fairly regular pace. Courts operating revenue has remained relatively flat through the 5 years, as did GFC in years 1920 through 22-23. However, their GFC is decreasing by $2.4 million in fiscal year 23-24 due to the transition of the indigent conflict defense contract to general county programs. Fire had not previously been allocated GFC, but is being allocated $1.8 million starting in fiscal year 23-24 due to the transfer of OEM from CEO. Additionally, Fire's operating revenue is increasing by $20.4 million in 23-24 due to the scheduled opening of the Regional Fire Communication Center in April 2024, as well as increased funding for fire crews in contracted state responsibility areas. And Sheriff operating revenues are also increasing by about $7 million. This is mainly driven by higher charges for services and state revenues. Here, you'll notice operating expenditure trends closely match the operating revenue and GFC trends. In fiscal year 23-24, courts reflects a decrease in operating expenditures relating to the transition of the indigent conflict defense contract that was mentioned previously, while expenditures in fire are increasing due to the opening of the Regional Fire Communication Center and an increase in FTE associated with contracted state responsibility areas that we'll see on the next slide. Sheriff expenditures include rate increases of $4.6 million, primarily in workers' compensation and liability insurance, as well as increases in custody's medical and food services contracts. And DA, probation, and public defender are all showing a gradual increase over the 5-year period. Pivoting to FTE, Fire had remained relatively flat, but is increasing by 46 FTE in 23-24. This is primarily due to the opening of the new dispatch center, as well as the expansion of their fire crews' span of control and the OEM transition. DA is remaining flat, while other departmental FTE are increasing marginally, with some of the changes including a new co-response deputy and the mid-year addition of 6 sheriff service technicians and the Orchid Community Resource Deputy in the Sheriff's Office, 2 pretrial services specialists in probation, and a few positions to support the expansion of holistic defense in the Public Defender's Office. And that concludes the Public Safety Functional Group overview.
Any questions on the overview before we go to the district attorney? Savernak?
All right, you're gonna have to be quick on the switch, Nicole, so I gotta wait for you to sit down. Chair Williams, members of the board, I'd like to acknowledge the staff that is with me today. Chief Financial and Operating Officer Michael Soderman, Business Manager Nicole Myung, and the head of the DA's Office Victim Witness Assistance Program, Megan Reinschild. It's been another incredible year for the DA's office. We were able to secure vendors
and implement and begin program design to increase opportunities for alternative justice. We also secured a vendor to increase our transparency and to produce accurate data for community consumption and internal decision-making. The DA's Consumer and Environmental Protection Team continues to expand their efforts to protect the people of Santa Barbara County from those that would violate consumer and environmental laws and regulations, including securing large verdicts against AT&T for unregistered storage of hazardous materials at cell phone towers, and for U-Haul for doing unpermitted removal of asbestos, thus putting workers in the community of Santa Maria in general at danger. And that is just an example of what that unit does on a daily basis. In our role as public prosecutor, we had another significant year as well. We were able to complete the monumental task of trying the Matador MS-13 case. That case involves 8 defendants who went to trial, 10 murders, 14 attempted murders, and countless lives saved due to the actions of police officers, sheriff's deputies, and prosecutors. They were able to stop the MS-13 reign of terror in Santa Maria. The case was tried in 2 separate courtrooms and involved hundreds of witnesses. It is a testament to all those involved that a DA's office of this size was able, with the assistance of the Board of Supervisors providing support, to handle this case to a successful conclusion. Each victim of murder and attempted murder was accounted for by a guilty verdict, and each defendant who went to trial received multiple life without the possibility of parole sentences. And this year, we also secured a conviction on John Roderick Dungan for 3 counts of murder after he weaponized his motor vehicle and killed a loving mother and her 2 children. Unfortunately, cases that sadden, shock, and even horrify veteran prosecutors and the public in general continue to occur. Every year, the DA's office has to list amongst its greatest accomplishments is that we are the voice of the victim in court, helping those who enter the criminal justice arena through no fault of their own will always be a primary reason for why we do what we do. In just the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year, our incredibly caring victim witness advocates worked with 2,370 new victims of crime and provided almost 69,000 units of service to all victims of crime. Next slide. Key challenging and issues, recruitment and retention, that is a countywide issue. We are also faced with the proliferation of digital evidence and what we refer to as the tsunami of digital evidence brought on by body-worn cameras being instituted countywide. We need to develop systems to more accurately record and transfer that so the DA's office can satisfy its constitutional duty to provide discovery to defendants who are accused of crimes. There is still a significant backlog of cases associated with the pandemic. At one point, that backlog was 60% over pre-pandemic levels. Currently, it is at 40% over pre-pandemic levels. The fact that it's coming down, I believe, is a testament to the benefit of the ARPA attorneys that were awarded to the district attorney and the public defender's office. There's been a significant increase also in domestic violence in North County. Since 2018, there are 31% increase of domestic violence in North County. This puts great stress on our victim witness advocates. Domestic violence cases are very labor intensive. There's a lot of care. There are children involved. There are services to be provided. There are multiple contacts. It is, again, a why we do what we do. We also have an understaffed Bureau of Investigations in comparison to peer counties, according to the KPMG report, and in comparing us to our neighboring counties. Slide 3. This is very general. These are all covered in subsequent slides. Slide 4. As previously noted, the majority of our funds do come from general fund contribution, but we do also bring in a significant amount of intergovernmental revenue. Next slide. As would be expected, criminal prosecution makes up the vast majority of our use of operating funds at 91%. 87% of our budget is personnel costs. We are a people, we are a people organization. People are how we do what we do, and that's where recruiting and retention is so important to us. Next slide. What's interesting to note on this summary, while our FTEs have gone up by 9 since 1920, only one of those FTEs is paid for by general fund. The other 8 are from sources other than general fund contributions. Next slide. In terms of operating revenue, we are seeking other grants. Just this week, we've looked at some. We are always looking for opportunities to bolster our ability to provide public safety services without further burdening the county general fund. Next slide. At this point, I want to especially thank the Public Health Department and Cottage Hospital for partnering with the DA's office in relocating the Santa Barbara Sexual Assault Response Team site. This new site allows for multidisciplinary response to child and adult victims of sexual assault. Slide 9. Anticipated accomplishments continued. eSCARS, we are now in the implementation, and it is implemented in Santa Maria. That is a system that will allow for greater communication between law enforcement, social services, and the DA's office in cases of suspected child abuse. Our Bureau of Investigation Cybercrimes Unit continues to provide the evidence that is necessary in modern criminal justice and also assisting law enforcement agencies countywide. Slide 10. We continue to explore new opportunities for diversion. The Center for Justice Innovation has prepared a program outline that we are working with them and refining to establish a felony diversion program. We are looking to implement an expansion of our neighborhood restorative justice program into Santa Maria, Lompoc, with our sites on Santa Barbara. And we are also working with UCSB to collect new data points to show program effectiveness, program efficiency, and also to track the demographic and other factors of the participants to make sure that all people in the county have equal access and that the program is fair. 11, the performance measures are consistent with the actual for this year. Slide 12. All of our KPMG recommendations are in progress. Service, next slide. No service level reductions. Thank you, CEO Miyasato and your team for helping us bring a balanced budget here to the board. And our expansion requests, we're looking for 1 deputy district attorney, one-time money to assist in the implementation of our case management system. Our case management system is our lifeline. It is how we function. It is the operating system by which we do everything, including preparing complaints, communicating with the courts, and communicating with our member agencies. This deputy district attorney would make sure that the system that we are implementing and designing meets the needs of the office and our criminal justice partners. We are requesting one victim witness advocate to assist with the increase in domestic violence cases and the increase in lethality factors of those domestic violence cases in North County. We are also requesting one-time funding for an FTE Deputy District Attorney to assist with parole board hearings involving prisoners sentenced to life sentences. These are the most serious cases, oftentimes the most notorious cases. They involve violence, they involve serious sexual assaults, they involve victims who might have thought they were out of the criminal justice system and now are being brought back in. Family members who care deeply, sometimes decades later, and the safety of the people of Santa Barbara County. And our last expansion request is for a district attorney investigator. Given the historic staffing shortages and inability to hire of local law enforcement, the investigators of our Bureau of Investigations are doing significantly more work, either as functioning as primary investigators on case or making sure cases are set for trial and doing tasks that used to be performed by primary law enforcement. Slide 15, we can skip the summary and go to the quote. The quote is by President Barack Obama. "We won't be able to stop every violent act, but if there is even one thing that we can do to prevent any of these events, we have a deep obligation, all of us, to try." And I only wish I could say it in his voice. So, any questions?
Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. DA Sauernaut, the backlog of cases, you've gone down from 60% above pre-COVID levels now to 40% moving forward. And then you have some other commitments that you're going to have to do with the case management system. If those were funded, is that going to help assist in bringing those down? Can you kind of talk about the backlog? And if I understand correctly, the backlog that existed even pre-COVID was probably too much, and we need to be moving cases through. So
yeah, even pre-COVID, I would say in the criminal justice system, in terms of the attorneys involved, we were not staffed to the point where we could engage in settlement negotiations to the extent that we would like, I would say, in all criminal justice partners. What we will have to do is decide. I can actually, if the one request I make for the case management system, that is actually a necessary position for me. I have to have that because if my case management system is not effective, my office ceases to operate or at least operate effectively. And absent that one-time position, I will have to take assets from somewhere else in the office and put it on that.
And you currently have assets available coming off of the MS-13?
Well, the MS-13 is, yes, there are, we did have attorneys that, the MS-13 was an interesting situation is that we received multiple instances of one-time funding for the board, but a number of the employees on the MS-13 case, the prosecutors and other staff involved, were regular full-time employees, and they are already back. One of the employees is, in fact, one of my chief deputies who was on that case and is now back in an administrative position.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So let's talk about the backfill, because it's kind of listed as one time. Just explain, can you flesh that out a little bit of how we're able to do that one time with one-time money?
Well, the implementation of our case management system, we have the contract and we are beginning. I mean, we are converting the data we are doing. It is anticipated that the conversion will occur by April of next year, and that would then give us 2 additional months of go live to make sure that that individual could be there for quality control, to make sure that all the systems were functioning. So it is in that the implementation of this CMS is a limited duration project.
Okay, thank you. And then on the victim witness advocate, first off, I just want to say that I had a mom of a murdered son in my office the other day, and Megan, she just couldn't stop talking about how impactful you were and how awesome you are. And so I told her I already knew that, but it's good to hear again. But so how do we, and I'm going to be supportive of this, but I guess my question is what else can we do as a county? And it's probably not in your office, but what else are we doing if DV is up 30% in North County? That's a symptom, right? That's something that we've got to look at more as a county of what's driving that, what's causing that. But I think in our initial conversations too, you might want to talk about the level of those cases actually.
Yeah, what we're finding on top of just 31% more domestic violence, we're actually finding more of what we call the lethality factors. And that are things such as strangulation, attempted strangulation, threats to kill, suicidal threats, the possession of firearms. So we're finding more of those factors. So the cases and the phrase lethality factors came about because domestic violence is one of the historic precursors to homicide. And they're finding that in a significant number of domestic violence homicides, these factors existed prior to the actual homicide. So we're finding they are actually more serious. Your other question is more societal. It is broader. It does have a more of a social service, more of an education, more of providing services. But I think a large part of it in North County, particularly with our indigenous Mexican population, is just letting them know that we care, letting them know that the government, and not only the DA's office and the Sheriff's Department and the Santa Maria Police Department, the Guadalupe Police Department, but social services, Department of Be Well, that we are all there to help. And that requires, and we do have an underserved populations victim witness advocate in North County, but we definitely need to do more reaching out. So maybe we can intersect with individuals before we get to a case that involves lethality factors.
I agree.
I'm a career prosecutor, but anything we can do to stop crime from occurring in the first place is the best.
And then the last question for me is I'm just trying to understand the parole hearings. So these are folks that are in state or federal prison that are then now up for parole that have been there 15, 20, 25 years?
It's state prison, and they
State
may
prison.
have been, it may have been that long, or unfortunately may not be that long. In the quote, old days, if somebody received a 15 to life sentence, that meant they did 15 years and then they would be eligible. But now there is youthful offender parole. There is elder parole, which now goes down to 50. There are additional time credits coming off. So, and a denial of somebody for parole used to result in the possibility of a 5-year denial. That's now the maximum denial is 3 years, and more often than that, that's 1 year. And what we're finding is even when it's a 3-year denial, we're being noticed of a subsequent hearing in 1 year. And because of the nature of the underlying offenses and the tremendous amount of information that is acquired during the individual stay in the Department of Corrections, they're very incredibly time-consuming cases, but they're also very significant cases and require thought. It's a unique field of law, and one thing that an experienced somebody that does this regularly can do is also go through these reams and reams of information and say there is no legal basis to oppose this. So it actually saves us time and allows us to intersect with the victims and prepare them for what is going to happen at an earlier stage.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you to the DA and his team. Supervisor Lavanino just asked my questions about domestic violence and the increase, so thank you for answering those. My second question related to the investigative unit and just how that interaction is with the municipalities. I understand that they need to work very closely together, and I think there was some issue of resources there, so I just want to understand that a bit more.
Yes, we actually have a great relationship with all the law enforcement, with all the primary law enforcement agencies. But I think countywide, not only in the sheriff's department, but also all the municipal police departments are facing staffing shortages and difficulty in recruitment. That each one of those agencies has to shift personnel to their primary function being keeping people safe, oftentimes referred to as parole. That reduces the amount of detective work they can do. So whereas we may have gotten a case with certain types of investigation already done, it's very difficult to ask of an agency that is already having to work overtime just to keep the proper number of deputies or officers on the street. So our Bureau of Investigations is, one, doing more of the work that's just necessary to make sure that a case can be proven, and doing a lot more of the work to either verify or maybe question a defense, because oftentimes in the past, if an agency could do some investigation, they may have found there was a defense that was valid. Now we have to do more of that work. And there are certain financial crimes, such as financial elder abuse and other crimes, that quite frankly, the local agencies don't have the time or the bandwidth to engage in. And our option is either to leave those victims without recourse or to do a significant amount of cases as the primary agency, which is not our traditional role.
So if I understand it, there's something happens within one of the cities, and then the investigative unit kind of comes in as tandem, and they're still the lead, or?
Yeah, generally, in most cases, again, the district attorney is one of the many services that the county provides the municipalities. Much like Be Well, Public Health.
I see.
We are a service that the county provides to all the municipalities. So we do work hand in hand, but as everybody becomes shorter in terms of their police, there's less they can do to a case. My standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. So whether there are the investigative resources available at a primary investigating agency, my standard for filing and proceeding with the case hasn't changed. I still need those things done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sabernack.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll proceed now to the probation presentation. Because I see a number of people in the public, just want to remind folks that we will do public comment. We just do it for the whole functional group. So we'll do probation, public defender, and the sheriff, and then public comment.
Chair Williams and supervisors, I'm Holly Benton, Chief Probation Officer. With me today is my executive team, Administrative Deputy Director Damon Fletcher, Deputy Chiefs Melinda Barrera and Sam Leach, and Acting Deputy Chief Spencer Cross. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you and share our proposed budget with you and to provide an overview of our work, accomplishments, and some challenges. I'll begin with the tremendous turnover of department leadership in the last year. As of today, one deputy chief position is vacant, and 3 of the 4 appointed executive team members have been in their position for less than a year. This brings some challenges for the continuity of departmental knowledge, history, and process, but also provides a chance to review operations with fresh perspectives. With the 15% vacancy rate in our department and approximately 32% of our workforce on the job under 5 years, we feel those workload impacts at all levels. We continue to work closely with the county HR to establish lists, and as a result, the department has had success in reducing our vacancies over the last year. Due to the closure of the State Division of Juvenile Justice, our staff who work with youth are adjusting to addressing the complex needs of an older and more challenging population who are remaining in custody longer. This requires physical modifications to our facilities, as well as adapting our programming and training staff to meet the needs of these youth, while we are dealing with a realignment timeline which has moved more quickly than the department's ability to make those changes. This is a statewide issue from which we are not immune. Probation is proud to serve as a key partner in multiple criminal justice initiatives with county agencies, the courts, and community partners. We also recognize the resource challenges this presents for us, with several new programs and initiatives now on the horizon. Your probation department will continue to be nimble and flexible in the use of resources to serve the needs of our community. The probation department's proposed operating budget is $70.2 million and includes $32.6 million of general fund. There are no ongoing operations supported with one-time funds. Our capital budget is $50,000 and is related to the replacement of live scan machines. We also have several significant capital projects underway, such as the replacement of our downtown Santa Barbara office building and several projects at the Juvenile Justice Center, known as the JJC, which are managed by General Services and were included in their proposed budget. We have 320 FTEs representing not just positions, but individuals in a diverse department, and approximately 65% of them are sworn peace officers. The proposed budget is balanced with no service level reductions, restoration requests, or expansion requests. As mentioned, we're replacing 2 of our 3 live scan machines, which we use to conduct background checks and verify identity. While the probation department does rely on general fund, state and federal revenue accounts account for the majority of the department's funding. Adult Services continues to be the largest budget program in the department. This includes pretrial and alternative sentencing supervision, 2 programs which play an important part in the reduction of the number of individuals in custody. Expenditures in the juvenile facilities budget program will likely see increases in coming years, in part because of the closure of DJJ and the realignment of those responsibilities to the counties. The fiscal year 23-24 staffing level reflects a net increase of 3.5 FTE. In the current year, a senior deputy probation officer was added to the JJC, and 2 senior pretrial support specialists have been added to meet the growing pretrial workload. Finally, we added 2 three-quarter-time food services workers, resulting in a net increase of 0.5 FTE. The recommended budget includes an increase of $1 million of general fund contribution and $2.5 million of operating revenue, primarily related to increases in state funding for AB 109 and backfill for lost fee revenue. 58% of the department's funding comes from operating revenues. I'm pleased to report the department has achieved numerous accomplishments this year, and I'd like to highlight just a few for your board. We recently contracted for no-cost delivery of mandated batterers intervention programs to indigent clients at the Probation Report and Resource Centers. These services remove the financial barriers to participation for clients and ultimately lead to better outcomes for clients and survivors of domestic violence. The department also began a multidisciplinary team approach to engaging secure track youth at our JJC and the development of individual goals, objectives, and services each youth will work toward. This allows family and supportive adults to participate more fully in each youth's treatment plan. The department recently completed its final year of the Youth Reinvestment Grant, which funds diversion services to guide youth away from the criminal justice system into a community-based program. In the current year, 214 youth were referred, and 86% successfully completed their individualized plan. Although this grant has ended, the department has allocated JJCPA funds to continue the program through 2024. We also were able to redirect one-time funding to expand the pretrial service navigators from 2 to 4 in the current fiscal year. Navigators are a crucial resource for pretrial success, and with patience and persistence, they are able to connect defendants to a variety of supports, including transportation, mental health treatment, and housing. The Community Corrections Partnership has approved ongoing funding for these 2 positions. The department has 4 main goals, and broadly stated they are to optimize outcomes, to innovate, to build leaders, and to strengthen partnerships. As an example of optimizing outcomes, the department is working with our criminal justice partners to design and implement what we call a Familiar Faces Outreach Program. This team will work with individuals who are high utilizers of our services and who cycle in and out of our jails for low-level offenses, are often unhoused, and also have mental health challenges. This program will provide linkages to services and direct case management to improve outcomes for these clients. The department will also implement the Commercial Sexual Exploitation Identification Tool to improve early identification of youth who are experiencing exploitation and human trafficking. To innovate services, the department will fully implement an electronic safety check system at the JJC, which will monitor and document staff attendance to the safety of youth in our custody. We recognize the importance of investing in our staff through training and the liability associated with officers carrying firearms. The department has centralized field training officers and the range master into a single unit to promote greater cohesiveness and consistency in training and field tactics. During the next year, the department will prioritize staff engagement and communication with staff at all levels of our organization. This includes implementation of the department roundtable, whose members bring ideas and suggestions to the table and participate in problem solving with the executive team. Our fourth goal is strengthening partnerships, including those with community members, families, and youth. As an example, in the coming year, we will implement the youth leadership team to incorporate youth voice into our procedures and operations. The department has over 35 performance measures, which are used to make strategic operational decisions and to deploy our resources. One measure I'd like to highlight in the bottom row of the slide is the significant growth in the workload related to probation's pretrial program. Assessments in the current year are up 25%, more than anticipated in last year's budget cycle. It's anticipated that the workload will increase next fiscal year, although not as steeply as in the current fiscal year. Data-driven decision-making is one of the hallmarks of your probation department, and the department was commended for the work that was already ongoing when reviewed by KPMG. We continue to use data to drive resource and staffing allocations and the implementation of evidence-based practices. The probation department has no service level reductions in the current year. We also have no expansion requests. I began by discussing the key challenges and emerging issues facing the department, but each of these challenges presents opportunities to examine the status quo and to try new approaches. New leadership throughout the ranks allows us to bring fresh voices and perspectives to the table, as well as building a next generation of leaders. The department remains adaptable to meet the challenges of juvenile justice realignment. We continue to foster a diverse workforce that will be well-trained, prepared, and eager to meet the individual needs of our youth and adult clients. We are also committed to the collective impact we make when we work together for better outcomes. Together with our partner agencies and through initiatives like our YES program, innovative joint agency approaches like alternative sentencing, and embracing multidisciplinary approaches across our departments, we continue to transform our criminal justice system through culturally inclusive and community-responsive partnerships. Thomas S. Monson said, "We cannot direct the wind, but we can adjust the sails." Change is inevitable, and because it will come whether we want it or not, our best approach and best chance of success is to lean all the way into it and to course correct as we go. The criminal justice system has seen an unprecedented amount of change over the last decade, and this pace will only accelerate in the future. Your probation department will be proactive and forward-facing, and as your new chief probation officer, I will continue to ensure that probation is a leader in the ongoing effort to innovate and implement necessary change in our system. I'm honored to be entrusted with the future of the department, and I look forward to what's ahead. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Benton. I just want to say that we are thrilled to have you. It was a mixture of great relief and great joy to have you named. And so welcome to your first, not really your first, budget year.
Thank you.
Questions from the board. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Hi, Holly. So can you talk about a little bit about the Batterers Intervention Program in Santa Maria?
Certainly. This is a required program that we must give to all of those who have actually been to court and have been, through the process. They are required to take a 26 or 52-week betters intervention program. It's a program that offers them skills to help them deal with their anger, help them deal with some of the issues that they may have encountered that led them down that road. Teaches them about the cycle of violence, among other things, and it helps to reframe their thinking about their anger and about things that may lead them to commit those types of offenses.
So are you seeing, so somebody gets into this program as they're referred to it by a judge, or?
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
it's required by law that they take this program.
So this isn't some initial outreach that gets to somebody before there is a problem?
No.
Okay, thank you.
In other contexts, just as a follow-up, in other contexts, my understanding is members of the public could participate in programs like that.
They could. There are many of those programs.
But generally, most people are court referred.
Correct. Yeah. There are some programs out there that are fee-for-service, and members of the public could take them. Yes.
Supervisor Capps.
Just a comment. Thank you for the presentation. I thought your quote was very reflective of what I've heard about the department and what I've experienced in a short time of just your ability, your nimbleness and ability to decrease when issues change, and not sort of hold on to old structures. And also just want to comment and give a gold star for the way you have seemed to work with other departments. I've just, again, heard that time and time again of this department in particular. So keep it going, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
So do you keep track of recidivism for the battered training?
I'm gonna look for Karen. Do we keep a specific measure for that population in particular?
And is the
consulting
training,
staff.
you said that it's required, is the training canned? Does that come from the state, or do we develop it internally at all?
There's a specified curriculum. There is some effort to standardize a statewide curriculum for that, and there's been a great deal of discussion around that, but there is what is considered a standard curriculum for it. I will ask our Research and Special Projects Manager, Carrie Mulligan, to address your statistical question.
So Santa Barbara County participates in the AB 372 grant. So we are part of a pilot program looking at different curriculums that can be shown to impact recidivism of domestic violence. That cohort, that pilot group, is being evaluated by a state evaluator, and so we're on our third year, and that should be published shortly. We don't have, I was just asking Deputy Chief Cross, we don't yet have a date for the publication, but that is being evaluated amongst all pilot counties to determine which curriculum is showing the best outcomes.
So you are looking at different curricula and then comparing to see, and you have enough, your number of
The sample?
individuals you're looking at is large enough to give you statistically significant data, or because they're doing it statewide, you can?
So statewide, yes, and we also have some counties that are also running similar programs. And the pilot itself has been extended for just that reason, that the sample size was not large enough. But we are looking statewide at a variety of programs, in person, online, different length of programs, those that incorporate not just the ODARA, which is our risk for domestic violence, but also their criminogenic risk, and looking at how those combine, different programs in relation to just domestic violence programs. Do we see change with perhaps incorporating substance abuse or mental health treatment in addition to looking just at domestic violence? So we're looking at all angles, yes.
And you expect that at the end of the year? I guess, I think I'm driving at maybe what Supervisor Lavanino was. Is there any opportunity, once we have a sense of how effective this is, at intervening earlier in the process? And you do coordinate a lot with other departments, so maybe there is that opportunity.
We're definitely hoping to see positive results, at least in one of the pilot counties that we can expand on throughout the state. And as far as the date for the publication, I'm not sure. That is a state-driven legislative report, so it seems to have been delayed, but I don't have the latest date on when it would be published.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further questions? Then we will go to the public defender. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's that one. Yeah. I finally looked up once when I was actually doing it. So every time this one's flickering.
Bless you. May I?
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, members of the board, Madam CEO. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Public Defender's Office to present our budget to you and the community. Joining me today and is here on the leadership team is Lemire Kyle Griffiths, Callie Glatton-Steele, Leah Viegas, who's on Zoom in Santa Maria right now, and Deepak Padwani. Together, we lead an extraordinary, dedicated, and passionate team of lawyers, investigators, social workers, housing advocates, substance abuse specialists, IT, and administrative support professionals, all committed to our mission. Every day, they suit up, they show up, and they leave everything on the floor, defending the poor and the most marginalized in our community. In addition to having the best staff that any leader could hope for, our success is also because of your support, the leadership in the executive office, the community, our partners, both private and public, who have embraced the vision and promise of holistic defense and recognize that a criminal justice system needs a strong public defender to achieve our shared goals to make our community safer and to realize equal protection and due process under the law. The need for supervision is one of our biggest challenges. Supervision is a fundamental to running any business, but especially managing something as complex as a law firm, responsible for the impact on human lives and our community. My leadership team represents the best of the best, but they are stretched too thin, as is my staff. Between the 5 of us, we support and supervise 123 individuals across multiple disciplines, and we have no supervisory support beneath us. Under the California Rules of Professional Conduct and the ABA Model Rules, a supervisor bears an ethical responsibility with liability to ensure that our entire office complies with the rules and standards governing our profession. Just like our staff, members of my leadership team regularly provide coverage in courtrooms, and yes, they handle their own clients and cases while balancing administrative responsibilities, including collaboration focused on board priorities. KPMG recommended that we delegate. KPMG did not factor in the workload of our staff, the restrictive job descriptions, and civil service rules that limit what can and cannot be done or delegated. It's just simply an unrealistic option for us. Our engagement survey revealed our staff wanted more mentorship and more supervision, not less. Building supervisory infrastructure will take time, which is why we proposed a strategic and tiered approach, starting with our budget request today in the amount of $510,000 for 2 legal office professional supervisors and a Racial Justice Act attorney supervisor. Our CFAO supervises 42 professionals in all 4 geographic locations. Our APD and each chief trial deputy have 25 direct reports who collectively defended 12,500 adult and juvenile criminal matters, and protected the most vulnerable clients in our civil division in conservatorship proceedings. Funding gaps and workloads in public defense has reached a fever pitch nationally and in California. The ACLU lawsuit filed against Kern County and the Public Defender's Office was literally a shot across the bow in California. The California legislature recognized the crisis and passed AB 625 to commission a workload study focusing solely on public defense. The Legislative Analyst Office published a report that dramatically highlighted the funding gap in California between prosecutors and indigent defenders. The federal government has joined the chorus and is now postured to enact the Quality Defense Act. Any day now, a watershed moment will occur when the National Workload Study commissioned by the RAND Corporation, the Arnold Foundation, the ABA, and the National Center for State Courts will be released. These gaps and disparities have only worsened with cascading legislation that we've all been talking about over the last few years. Mandates which include the Racial Justice Act, which is now retroactive, and the flood of complex clients with complex needs navigating these complex systems. The volume of clients with complex needs is best captured by the exponential growth in the need for expert services and the heart-wrenching stories you heard yesterday. To put this in perspective, this year, we are projected to spend $125,000, half of our allocated expert budget, on expert evaluations to support diversion petitions and mental health defenses. Inadequate funding and inadequate staffing have devastating and real human consequences in our community, from wrongful convictions to unnecessary and costly incarcerations, the mentally ill languishing in our jail. And it does have an impact on staff morale. It's important, however, to express our gratitude to our board in the executive office and our partners. We have grown over these years since my appointment. As the national and statewide debate roars, we in Santa Barbara are ahead of the curve and are uniquely postured to navigate the changes and challenges demanded collaboratively, strategically, and deeply dependent on data. Two new collaborations that we'd like to highlight is first our early representation project, which was recently grant funded and to be piloted in our Northern Branch Jail. This is a collaborative front door global assessment strategy to safely reduce our jail population and to identify and connect individuals suffering from mental illness with services in partnership with probation, Be Well, and the sheriff, and warmly supported by our district attorney. The other, which you already heard of, is Familiar Faces. We also want to acknowledge the county and our partners' commitment to advancing equity and racial justice through data. But as stated in my support of the DA in a special hearing, data and transparency is only one piece of the puzzle. Building trust with the community and acknowledging their lived experience is still missing. But another piece of the puzzle, and it's also part of our request, and it will help build trust in the community, is to ensure our office has the resources to investigate and litigate the mandates under the Racial Justice Act. These mounting responsibilities are nothing short of a landslide aimed directly at our office. But most importantly, the RJA is an avenue for the community members to redress historical wrongs and inequities in our systems. Slide 4 through 8 covers the details of our budget, but like Mr. Savernak expressed in probation, we're a general fund department. We are not a revenue generating department. Our budget has grown. Our expansions are 510. Can you go to the next slide, Deepak? Keep going, please. Our staffing is 105. When I said 123, that includes independent contractors and others, volunteers that work within our office. We've accomplished a lot, so I'd like to go to the bragging. We pursued strategic partnerships, collaborative opportunities, grant funding, technology solutions, and we continue to prioritize the development of a highly skilled workforce. For example, we are working with Cal State Los Angeles to develop at no cost to the county tools such as speech recognition algorithms to produce transcripts from digital evidence in English and Spanish. This will help alleviate workloads. We continue to be innovative, resourceful, resilient, relying both on our own national in-house experts in areas of leadership and racial justice and IT, as well as the county's expertise through Innovate SBC, in which more than 30% of our staff have already trained. We have enhanced our case management system with state-of-the-art innovations that include automation to reduce workloads and produce data on core programs like holistic defense. We continue to streamline access to justice for our community in areas of post-conviction relief, diversion, and special attention on our IST population. We are also committed to the county's DEIB priorities and recently held an office-wide training moderated by DEIB experts funded with grant dollars focused inward on equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Our goals are simple and they're achievable. We are razor-focused on development of our staff, our people, to fulfill our mission. Our efforts are reflected in our low turnover rate and even lower vacancy rate of 1.9%. We are committed to data and will launch in July a data dashboard to assist in making informed decisions and prepare us for the workload recommendations. We are committed to collaboration to make our community safer and seize every opportunity to work with our partners to improve our systems. Misdemeanors still dominate our caseloads with a 4-to-1 ratio compared to felonies. Our lean but mighty investigative team completed close to 2,800 investigations, helping secure acquittals and producing mitigation evidence to reduce incarceration. Our immigration unit has completed over 600 reviews, sparing individuals from unnecessary separation from the community and their family. Our IT team has responded to approximately 1,800 requests for support as we all navigate the digital tsunami and forensic evidence. Processing discovery is labor intensive and will only dramatically increase once ADEMS is in place. Holistic defense continues to save lives and assist clients to achieve stability and successful reentry. And to conclude, our team works very hard. We wring every bit of excellence from what we have been given. We are poised to do even more to raise the level of safety in our community and spring into the future a supported, strategic, collaborative, and strong public defender who exemplifies this quote from one of my personal heroes, Brian Stevenson: "Always do the right thing, even when the right thing is the hard thing." Thank you.
That quote always sounds good until you actually are doing it.
Yep, that is very true.
Questions from the board? I just have one. I wanted to understand how this workload study, it's a statewide study, how would it impact potentially your office and mandates or standards for the office?
Sure, so I'm going to ask Lemire to help answer this question for two reasons. One, there's a national state study, which is going to be released in 2024. There's a national study that was commissioned by an objective group who I think all members of this group would say, wow, they're really pretty amazing, from RAND and the Arnold Foundation. And one of the things that they did do is they selected 33 renowned experts in the field, who Lemire was one. And Lemire was actually on the national workload. So we have an in-house expert. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lemire just to answer that question for you.
So it'll be a significant moment for the whole nation. It's going to mean that we'll have to talk about workload and staffing, but being razor focused on the data. It's going to be pulling together facts and data. And after this study comes out, honestly, because of this board's commitment to data, and because we have Deepak Budwani with us, we're ahead of the game. We are already looking at our data, our workloads. We've also internally started a committee within our office that is headed by Kelly Steele and Leah Villegas, and we'll work together with the board, with our public safety partners, in order to work collaboratively and strategically over several years to make this, to make our office and what this board has shown commitment to, a strong public defender office.
And I actually would like to add add one thing, and because I'm so proud to be in this group today with Mr. Sabernack, Ms. Benton, Sheriff Brown, and all the teams that are working collaboratively, because one of the things is we're all trying to reduce each other's workloads. It's not just a numbers game. You can throw people at things and people at things, but to have partners who are so committed to serving the community, working together, and to consider the impacts on each other as we are taking on initiatives is humbling, and I cannot thank especially Mr. Sabernack and Ms. Benton in that regard. So I think that's why I said we're ahead of the game on all of this because of who we are.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad we got to this place before I left, so this is awesome. Kumbaya, yeah. So can we go to slide 7 for just a second? I have to understand the staffing summary. So that, just by me looking at this, I'm like, wow, you're up 34 positions in 3 years. Obviously, I know your caseload has exploded also, but so the 5 FTEs that are coming from the CCP, explain to me how that process works. You have to go in, I mean, just kind of run me through that, how that works.
So the whole purpose, and we have experts in the room on this, the whole purpose of the CCP is to better serve the realigned population, people who are in the criminal justice system that are re-entering. We work collaboratively to figure out the best way to do evidence-based practice together to serve that population. I have to say, under former Chief Heitman, holistic defense was embraced. It's been embraced by probation, and so they see us as a very valuable partner in helping serve that population. So, for example, the staff that we got this year was to serve in our collaborative courts, to work as equal partners with Mr. Sabernack, and it was for a North County position because the volume of folks with severe mental illness and addiction, the high-risk DUIs, that's the positions they're funding. So this is a work together, and that's how it works. So we have gotten holistic advocates through there, we've gotten a social worker through there, we've gotten a licensed clinical social worker through there, and we've gotten an attorney position.
Okay. So can you go get 2 supervisors from there?
I would love to. And they have been, I have to say, and again, I just think we are working with such wonderful people that we have gotten administrative support through the CCP. But it's not just a pot for everybody and for everything.
Okay. And no, I see the need. I mean, the numbers you gave for how many people are, that's when mistakes are made, and not on purpose, but just through oversight.
Correct.
Supervisor Hartman.
I have a couple of questions. Did you say a 1.9% vacancy rate?
Yes, and we're very proud of that.
That's like the housing in Santa Barbara. I mean, that's really extraordinary.
Yeah, we're very, I will tell you that the gift of leadership is being able to build a culture. The gift that this board has given me is to be able to attract the team that you sit to the left of me that are nationally recognized leaders, people that have reputations not only in our community now, but elsewhere. And the doors are being banged down every single day with people who want to come here, train with us, work with us, and be part of a culture in our county of collaboration and a commitment to holistic defense and making our community safer, which is new language for public defense. This is new language for public defense.
And so that brings me to your programs. I was familiar with Familiar Faces under another name in Isla Vista and how effective that is. And the early representation, I think, is terrific. The holistic defense, can you bring me up to date? I know there have been national studies on its effectiveness, and what do we know about Santa Barbara County?
Well, we're building the data sets. As one of my bragging points when we were talking is because of Deepak's team and his work, our case management system is starting to spit out the kind of data that I think is important to this group and this board and to our community members. And so what we're seeing is we're getting people housed, we're getting them stable, we are getting folks back employed, but it's hard to track that data because one of the problems, and I challenge everybody on this issue, is that we have multiple data systems that staff have to enter into. HMIS, our own data system, the grants. That is very taxing, and it's hard to collect all that information. I think we can do better, but holistic defense is working. it is making a difference in our clients' lives. We change one life at a time, and it does make a difference. And I wish if it wasn't so hard for clients to come in, I think there'd be a parade of clients coming in and talking to you about how their lives have changed because of what we're doing collaboratively here.
Yeah, well, some testimonials would be great too, I think, in future. The Racial Justice Act, could you explain more about what that is, the philosophy behind it, and what that means for your workload?
And again, I'm so lucky to have experts with me. So Lemire and Kelly both are experts. Kelly Clinton Steele teaches on racial justice issues, and Lemire is our Racial Justice Act point person at this point. So if I can let her answer this question, that would be also great, and I can showcase my great people.
Thank you. The Racial Justice Act is created to look back, to stay in the present, and to look forward, to make sure that what our criminal justice system is doing is equitable, and that it takes into consideration the lived experiences of the people who are being policed, being incarcerated. For us in the office, what it will mean is that an intense, time-consuming, and extensive reviews of cases. It will involve having a specialized attorney, one who understands the system and has a racially sensitive lens to look back sometimes for cases that are more than a decade old as we go through the different legislative changes over the next 3 years. And we'll look, and this can't be a lawyer that is struggling with their current caseload, right? It'll be a lawyer who has that expertise, who can be helping to bring up other attorneys, but also looking at this very specific legislation. They'll be required to look at what the judge's decisions were, what DA statements were, what the activities sometimes of jurors were, in order to see if there were racially inappropriate decisions making place, or racially influenced and biased decisions making place. And these folks may have moved, they may be housed in prisons that are all over our state when we start to go through this for the next 3 years. So it is, as Ms. McCouga said, a landslide that is coming towards our office, requiring somebody with very, very special skills.
So do we have any idea what the universe is?
I don't know if we do know exactly what the universe is, other than with each change in the legislation, it's looking further back. Now that it's retroactive, in the first year, we're looking at anybody who is currently incarcerated. And as we go back further, we are looking, I think in year 2, we'll be looking at people who have been incarcerated or have had convictions since 2015 and beyond. So each iteration of it goes back a little bit further.
So are you looking at people who are currently incarcerated, or you're looking at people who served their sentence and are out, and you want to relook at their record and see if that can be modified?
It'll be all of the above, and it's a mandate through the legislature. It's not a choice on our part. It'll be, like I said, that first group will be those that are incarcerated, and then it will go back. For those people who were convicted in 2015, they may be in our community, they may have gone through their sentence, they may be on probation, and we also still have to focus on our current clients as well with this lens.
Right, and so the rationale for this is that the system may well have been biased over carceration, and it affects people of color to a greater extent, and so trying to right those wrongs where possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I would like to add that the impact, although Mr. Savernick didn't talk about it, it will impact the district attorney's office. This legislation is really pretty wide sweeping, shocking. You know, it was jaw-dropping when I read it. And what it's going to do over the next 3 years, specifically in our community, is going to be really either very uplifting for many people who may get relief from this, but also daunting for both of our departments.
Any way you could work together on it?
Well, you know, that's why I supported the district attorney's call for data in their case management system, because that's a huge start in this, but it also creates additional burdens on all of us and impacts. And so I think it's just something we all need to discuss, but your board right now need to understand there's this fiscal year, it impacts the public defender's office directly, and it does impact the district attorney's office.
But my question is really, would it be possible to have somebody from each office kind of going through these cases and agreeing which ones, or do you have to be adversaries in the process?
You know, and I'm going to say, I don't feel adversarial on this process, and I don't think Mr. Savanak, and I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think we do. I think anywhere we can work together and make agreement for the benefit of the community, make it safer, and reach justice, we do. And I have seen it since he's been in his office. And secondly, I'm sure there are ways that when we identify those cases and those lists come back to us, that Mr. Savanak and a team of his and mine can sit down and we can talk about these things. But there is still going to be litigation, and there's still going to be investigation. So.
Okay.
Supervisor Capps.
Well, Supervisor Hartman asked my questions, so thank you. I just wanted to add, I think your incredible vacancy rate might have something to do with your recruiting skills. So, and we might want to borrow you elsewhere in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure always.
Okay, we're going to have the sheriff up now. And while you're setting up, I want to put out a question just for everybody at the end, because it was brought up yesterday in our budget hearings by members of the public, mental health advocates, wondering about or questioning what the proper level of reserves in the CCP budget, because of the sort of the logic of trying to do preventative work with our justice-involved overlap between justice-involved and mental health client individuals. And I just wanted to, maybe after all the presentations, any of the departments that want to comment on whether, you know, we have enough reserves in this CCP or we don't have enough reserves in the CCP. I wish I had an opinion, but I'm only my first 3 months on the CCP. You know, if anybody wants to answer that at the end of the presentations, that'd be great. Sheriff Brown.
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. Pleasure to be with you. End of the second day. You've been through a variety of these, so we'll try to get you through our budget process as rapidly as possible, but there is some detail that we do want to make sure that you are aware of. I'm joined today by Under Sheriff Craig Bonner, by our Chief Financial Officer, Hope Vasquez, by our Chief Administrative Officer, Mark DiMaggio, and our Chief Custody Deputy, Vincent Wazlewski. And these staff members will be either engaged in the presentation or available to you for any questions that you might have at the end of the presentation. So we'll get to the first slide, key challenges and emerging issues for the Sheriff's Office. We need to continue to recruit and retain sworn deputies. It's been a challenge, not just for us, but it's a nationwide challenge with near universal shortages and with very, very competitive law enforcement market. And it is a challenge. That's a very good word to describe it. In addition to the vacancies that we have that we're working to fill, we have an ongoing staffing shortage in our patrol and our custody operations, and this results in high overtime usage and has been a chronic problem. We are going to be submitting to you here an idea change on how to address that problem, rather than trying to address it either all at once or in big chunks, to try to do it incrementally as we move forward. We also have a challenge in working to achieve a lower jail average daily population while at the same time preserving public safety in our community. We are seeing still a decline in numbers from where we were, but we are working diligently to try to reduce the number as much as possible if we can divert people to different mechanisms that will still hold them accountable and still ensure public safety. We have a proliferation of illicit drugs in our community. This has been the driving force with the fentanyl crisis and related overdose deaths, and I'll be speaking to this towards the end of our presentation today. We're dealing with ongoing legalized cannabis regulation and the need to suppress the illicit market so that those who are legally engaged in cultivating and processing and selling cannabis can do so in such a way that it's profitable for them and it is resulting in the tax revenue that we need here in the county for it. There's been a tremendous glut, as you're aware, on the market. The black market has been a significant factor, continues to be, and there's a great need for enhanced compliance and enforcement. Legislative challenges as a result of either legislative or judicial decisions have caused us to have to deal with a number of unfunded mandates. Primarily, these address reporting requirements in hiring standards, accreditation, training, an expansion of the Public Records Act, and a judicial decision of CCW, carry concealed weapon licensing changes that are the result of the Supreme Court's decision in the Bruin case. These are what we are facing now. These are some of the difficult things that we are engaged in. We'd like to move forward and talk to you about how we want to address these challenges. And I'm going to turn it over to my staff to take different pieces of this. And we're going to start with Hope Vasquez, our Chief Financial Officer, to get into the nuts and bolts of the budget itself. I'll be back when the staff is finished.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to go over these slides pretty quickly. Our budget summary shows that we have a 9% increase of our operating budget from prior year. This consists of a 6% increase in salaries and benefits, a 21% increase in service and supplies, as well as a 15% increase in other charges. Some of the significant changes include the full opening of the North Branch Jail, an additional co-response team which was funded by CCP, increased healthcare and food costs for our inmate population, upgraded tasers, and an increased cost for our air support unit. Capital expenditures consist of ongoing capital replacement and purchases through grants. Some of those items consist of thermal binoculars, a traffic crash database system, and some portable X-ray systems for our bomb team. Source of funds, intergovernmental revenue increased 6% from last year, adopted numbers, and charges for services increased 14%. The North Branch Jail is in other financing sources, and I think I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention because it is general fund. However, it is reflected in this slide under other financing sources due to the way that it's funded until it rolls into the general fund. Use of operating funds reflects the opening of the North Branch Jail, as custody is now a larger percentage of the budget from prior years. The staffing summary reflects changes made mid-fiscal year, such as the addition of 6 Sheriff's Service technicians and an Orcutt Community Resource Deputy, as well as the funding of another co-response team with CCP funds for next year. And also includes the loss of positions due to contracts and grants.
Just a quick interruption with respect to this slide, very similar to what DA Savernock spoke to. This slide can be somewhat deceptive in that it does not reflect the critical staffing challenges the Sheriff's Office has struggled with for many years at this point. In the wake of the 08-09 recession, we lost 75 general fund positions, of which 50 were sworn positions. And although the staffing numbers have grown back, and as this shows, have grown recently, it has done so as a result of the Northern Branch Jail hiring plan and/or through restricted positions, such as contracts, grants, cannabis compliance, and others. The challenge with these restricted positions is that the sheriff cannot realistically deploy those resources where they are most needed on an ongoing basis. And most pointedly, he's not able to redeploy them to afford an appropriate relief factor within our basic patrol and custody services. We absolutely appreciate the opportunity to expand services and provide specialized or enhanced services. But I just wanted to take a quick minute out of her slide just to clarify and lay that foundation for a discussion we're going to have later on about incremental staffing enhancements. Sorry.
This slide reflects the 4% increase in GFC from last year. If you add the North Branch Jail to that, it is the 4.9%. Operating revenue also increased from prior year by 10.9% due to increased grants and charges for services. As a percentage of the the Sheriff's Office is 26.7% of total intra-fund GFC to the county, which is down from 28.9% in the prior year. And I believe Undersheriff will take over the next slide.
Okay, so now we get to move on to the fun part, the anticipated accomplishments. Started off, I'd like to point out that our team has worked with the CEO's office and ultimately with your board to add 6 Sheriff Service Technicians positions that will be incredibly beneficial in mitigating the amount of overtime our custody deputies are having to work in order to maintain that safe 24/7, 365 operation of our jail facilities. We stood up our Sheriff's Data Unit, which included a new unit supervisor funded by your board and repurposing of 2 existing personnel who had significant proficiency in navigating our data systems. Our new data unit is beginning to hit its stride and is regularly increasing the availability of actionable information for our leadership team. Although there are many more examples, I will share one specific example that relates to the KPMG recommendations relating to demand-based staffing. Previously, extracting and analyzing our calls for service and deputy activity levels was a significant ask. It required that our sole crime analyst manually compile, evaluate, and create a report. And because of this, it was only done occasionally. Our data unit has now automated that report and made it immediately available to our leadership team on a regular basis, allowing us to continuously evaluate how to best utilize and deploy our resources through the critical staffing shortages we are experiencing. We have fully implemented the body-worn camera system that was funded by your board, and we are actively working with members of the criminal justice planning team toward a future digital evidence management system that was mentioned earlier. That DEMS will speed up the process of sharing evidence and other discovery with our criminal justice partners, and ultimately, and most importantly, speeding up the process of moving folks through the criminal justice system in a timely fashion. We have resumed in-person inmate programming in the wake of the COVID pandemic, providing inmates with services that will hopefully assist them in avoiding an untimely return to our jail system. As part of that, we implemented Spanish language Sheriff's Treatment Program classes at both the main jail and Northern Branch Jail. We expanded and are providing programs in all female housing units at both facilities. We have ensured that all curriculum provided through the programs unit is available in both Spanish and English. And just a few quick stats for you this past fiscal year. 653 inmates participated in the Sheriff's Treatment Program. 287 inmates participated in Santa Barbara City College and Allen Hancock College classes, and 54 inmates completed the Serve Safe program. Next slide. In conjunction with our medical services provider, WellPath, we started an early access and stabilization services program that is funded by the Department of State Hospitals. This is an innovative program intended to minimize delays for incarcerated patients awaiting competency restoration services. To date, 66 of the inmates in our care have been provided services within this program, and there are currently 21 enrolled. We have worked closely with your board, the CEO's office, the Department of Behavioral Wellness, and the Community Corrections Partnership with our, and as well as our other community partners, not only to continue, but to expand upon the availability of co-response services within our communities. It is our hope that we will be able to staff the 4th co-response team in the very near future. We also continue to participate in the county's overarching DEI efforts, including trainings, work groups, and safe space sessions. Next slide. Moving on to our goals for the next fiscal year. We are hopeful that in conjunction with the other involved county departments and your board, that we will begin the necessary improvements to the South County jail facilities and/or our overall jail, countywide jail system in implementing changes toward compliance with the Murray Settlement. On a positive note, we anticipate the completion of the security system update for the main jail facility during this upcoming fiscal year, which will consolidate control rooms, increasing efficiency, and again, help mitigate the staffing challenges we are currently working through. We are hopeful that in conjunction with working with the CEO's office, County Council, and the 4 contract cities, that we will be able to negotiate a multi-year city contract that includes a new cost model that meets both the needs of the cities as well as ensures full cost recovery as directed by your board. We are continuing to explore opportunities for appropriate civilianization of responsibilities that are currently performed by sworn deputies. And we are looking forward to further expanding the availability of programming within our jail system, which will involve continued collaboration with Allen Hancock College, Santa Barbara City College, and the private sector for inmate educational and vocational training. And we're darn well hoping that it will include a dog and/or cat socialization partnership with the Humane Society that was unfortunately stopped during COVID. Next slide. So, report out on our performance measures. This slide covers a few areas of metrics that should be of interest to your board and our community. I think that it is safe to point out that we all collectively realize the value in having trained co-response teams handle calls for service involving persons in crisis, resulting in better outcomes and fewer people in our jail. We are hopeful that as the 4th co-response team comes online and both the Sheriff's Office and the Department of Behavioral Wellness are able to work through the staffing challenges that have plagued both of our agencies, that we will see a marked improvement in the number and percentage of mental health calls that are handled by co-response. On a related note, we continue to make progress in having our personnel complete advanced crisis intervention training. All of our deputies have received basic CIT training, but we are committed to expanding the number of deputies with advanced CIT training. Our behavioral sciences unit is providing this training at least 2 times per year. To date, 56 of our law enforcement deputies have completed the advanced CIT course, and we have more slated to begin training in a couple weeks. And we are confident that we will make continued progress in the years to come. With respect to response time, although our goal is to arrive at 90% of in-progress calls for service within 8 minutes, long-term staffing challenges have prevented us from achieving this goal. For clarification, response to life safety calls are never delayed, but some non-life safety calls experience significant delays due to staffing availability. We are continuously evaluating our calls for service and exploring how to best utilize our available staffing to respond to these calls in the most timely fashion possible. Next slide. With respect to KPMG recommendations, dealing with the demand scheduling recommendation, although the closest available option for us to select was that this is in progress, we have been aligning our staffing models with community needs and our inmate population for years. That has taken the form of the rolling housing reduction plan in the jail, as well as aligning our regional patrol staffing strengths to coincide with a balanced combination of calls for service, deputy activity levels, geographic availability, and response times. With the work of our data unit, that analysis is now occurring on a regular basis, allowing our leadership team to constantly and continuously evaluate how to best utilize and deploy those resources through the staffing shortages. Moving on to call diversion. We've marked this as completed. More than 30% of initial calls for service that were received by our dispatch center relating to law enforcement calls were handled without requiring the physical response of a deputy. 2,107 reports were completed via the online reporting portal in 2022. That's a 15% increase over the previous year and a 48% increase since 2019. With respect to jail utilization, this is an ongoing project that involves the Sheriff's Office and all of our criminal justice planning group partners. We are committed to continuing the collaborative work of this important group. Data management is ongoing. Although I previously reported out on the progress made by our data unit, we are hopeful that as our new records management system comes online this upcoming fiscal year, and through the work of our Criminal Justice Data Sharing Committee, that we will continue to get better at capturing and sharing data. But more importantly, turning that data into actionable information and putting that information into the hands of our leadership team and the entire county leadership team. Next slide. Service level reductions, we have none. Next slide. With respect to expansion requests, the first one is a narcotics-focused or a fentanyl-focused narcotics team. Sheriff Brown briefly mentioned Project Opioid and the fentanyl crisis occurring within our communities, and I know he's going to go into more detail in a few minutes. But there is a significant need for an enhanced level of supply reduction efforts occurring within our communities. This expansion request would reestablish the second Sheriff's Narcotics Enforcement Team that was lost during the 2008-9 budget cuts. And this enhanced narcotics enforcement capability is a critical component of the comprehensive community and system-wide effort that must occur to move the needle and save lives within our communities with respect to the fentanyl crisis. The Andy DNA machine. So we are seeking ongoing funding necessary to continue our ability to use the Andy Rapid DNA Analyzer for coroner and criminal investigative purposes after the CEO-approved use of Prop 69 funding ends. Because our county's Prop 69 balance is being depleted faster than it is growing, a new source of funding is necessary to continue the availability of this important tool. To date, we have not been able to identify or secure any grants or other non-general fund sources that can continue paying the required annual fee. For reference, over the past few years, the Sheriff's Office has used the Andy DNA Analyzer to test 452 samples and has been able to positively identify 23 coroner decedents and 2 criminal suspects. One of those criminal suspects was related to a homicide and allowed for the quick apprehension of that suspect. With this instrument, we are often able to make identification in less than 24 hours, whereas without the instrument, identification can take months and sometimes up to a year. So the custody bus. I joined the Sheriff's Office in 1993, working in our main jail facility. That same year, the Sheriff's Office put a mid-size Carpenter bus transportation bus into service. And while that bus has served with distinction over the past 30 years, it has been operated well past its useful life. I hope we're not saying the same thing about
Yeah, that's not, given the You got to sell that better, Craig.
I've gotten better with age. The bus has not. So it is breaking down on a regular basis. It's not capable of meeting our transportation needs, including insufficient seating capacity, lack of classification spaces, and ADA accessibility. Unfortunately, this is the only sheriff's transportation bus that has not been transitioned into a capital depreciation funding program in order to ensure its timely replacement. This expansion would accomplish that necessary transition. The next item is the cannabis team expansion. The existing funded cannabis enforcement and compliance resources are insufficient to effectively meet our county's need for ongoing enforcement, compliance, and licensing stemming from the county's legal cannabis program. As a result, legitimate cannabis operators are facing unfair competition from both purely black market competition as well as hybrid operations that are playing both sides of the coin. And they themselves are continuously fighting the temptation to simultaneously operate in both legitimate and black market in order to make a living. Over the past few years, we have seen significant issues within and around our cannabis industry that could be mitigated through additional dedicated compliance and enforcement resources, all of which we believe is resulting in the diversion of funding from the county's overall cannabis program. Legitimate operators have told us that they need our help to mitigate the impacts of the black market on their ability to make a living. Of note, this expansion request was submitted prior to our learning that we were selected to receive state Proposition 64 grant funding for an additional 2 detectives. Although we were not able to meet the publishing deadline to change the expansion request, we would modify that request to reflect 2 less detectives moving forward. Next slide. That brings us to the incremental staffing program. So as previously mentioned, we have lost in the wake of the 08-09 recession 75 general fund positions, 50 of which were sworn positions. The most notable impact of these staffing cuts was the loss of a sufficient relief factor within our sworn law enforcement and custody ranks. This has resulted in an over-reliance on the use of overtime to maintain safe staffing levels in patrol and jail. In years past, we have brought large expansion requests to previous boards, asking to reinstate the lost deputies and custody deputies in one fell swoop. We are pivoting and asking to work with you toward making incremental gains in rebuilding the lost relief factor and mitigating some of the need for extensive overtime in the day-to-day safe operation of our patrol and custody operations. Starting this incremental staffing program would go a long way towards showing our deputies that we recognize the current staffing crisis and that we are working toward improving the situation. Next item are dispatch consoles. So not quite as old as the 30-year-old Carpenter bus, but the Sheriff's Emergency Communications Center went into service in 1997, 25 years ago. The consoles used by our dispatchers have not been replaced since the center opened. They are also falling apart and do not meet the ergonomic needs of our dispatchers as they serve both our community members and our public safety professionals. Additionally, with the future opening of the Fire Dispatch Center, we are concerned about the stark contrast between both the newness of the center and the equipment contained within the center. Our dispatchers will not be afforded an equal work environment, and we believe this will be detrimental to our ability to retain our valuable dispatchers. Once again, unfortunately, we have not been able to identify or secure outside funding to facilitate this much-needed update to our community's public safety infrastructure. Our final item is the addition of an accountant supervising. Our Sheriff's Office team is aggressively pursuing grants and other funding opportunities to enhance and restore the capabilities of the Sheriff's Office in meeting the public safety needs of our communities. While we have been quite successful in pursuing grants, contracts, mutual aid funding, and other funding opportunities, unfortunately, these funding sources come with significant fiscal tracking and reporting responsibilities, and they have overtaxed our fiscal staff. That pun was intended. This expansion request would provide our fiscal team with one additional accountant supervising position to keep pace with the requirements of these outside funding sources. And with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Chief Administrative Officer, Mark DiMaggio, and he's going to give you a short briefing on the efforts of our teams he is leading within our Sheriff's Human Resources and Training Bureaus toward overcoming the staffing crisis.
Good afternoon. I'll give you a brief synopsis of the efforts and ongoing recruitment and retention efforts that we are currently doing. What we've done is we've developed an interactive marketing campaign using social media platforms and Google Analytics. We've enhanced our advertising campaign utilizing video, radio, social media, literature, movie theaters, gas pump advertisements, and we also attend job fairs. We've acquired an internet-based application known as eSoft, and what this does is it's a more efficient system to ensure that our background investigators have that one-on-one communication with the initial candidates, as well as interacting with other law enforcement agencies that are part of this eSoft background system. We've implemented a $20,000 new hire incentive for lateral sheriff and custody deputies. We've also implemented a relocation incentive for out-of-county residents. We've adopted the custody deputy referral bonus program. We've also created a recruit introduction and preparation program. And what that does is it actually familiarizes the applicant with what they're about to go into when it comes into this law enforcement profession. We introduce them to the equipment that they're going to use and the expectations of the actual academy that they're about ready to enter into. We've created a comprehensive well enforcement wellness approach for peer support, counseling services, family resources, and we've also created a wellness application. As part of the statistics for the marketing campaign, I'll just give you a brief overview of what this is. And what this means is simply this. We've had these impressions known as, an impression is in essence somebody that goes onto the website, looks at our actual website, and we're able to track them. And from that point, we then look at how many clicks we've received, whereas somebody goes onto our website for the recruitment aspect of it. And then we're able to ultimately get a hold of these individuals. And throughout this contact, we've actually created 180 different personal contacts with individuals that have gone onto our website. And throughout that, we are currently working 38 background applicants due to this ongoing effort. As of recent, in March, we graduated 3 sheriff deputy trainees from the Ventura Sheriff's Academy. In June, 13 sheriff deputy trainees will be graduating from Allen Hancock Academy. In May, 7 correctional or custody deputies will be graduating from the Allen Hancock Academy. And we just started 4 sheriff deputy trainees at the Ventura Academy. Currently, throughout our background process, we're actually under the backgrounds of 13 sheriff's deputies, 14 custody deputies, 21 support staff, and 10 jail contract employees. We're going to show you just a brief video of one of our recruitment videos, and I know that you all have seen this, but this is more so for the public. But I do want to say and commend all of the staff that work for the Sheriff's Office. They're really working hard, as you can just see from the numbers, as it relates to the backgrounds we're currently working. And thinking outside of the box, using the social media platforms, the different video scenarios that we've created, above and beyond just going to the job fairs in person. So we're really working those efforts hard. But again, I want to create and give thanks to the folks that are actually doing that. So I think Hope has this set up, so we'll go ahead and watch this real quick.
While custody deputies deal with offenders day in and day out, it's important to remember that these people are members of our community, and we should practice empathy so that their families and friends understand the message of the Sheriff's Office. It's our job and our goal to treat these individuals how we would like to be treated. And remember that they will be a part of our community in the future and do the best job we possibly can to assure they're productive in society. As a custody deputy with the Sheriff's Office, you'll become part of a team that's dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for inmates and the people of Santa Barbara County. Every day when you put on your uniform and work with offenders, you'll make the community a safer and more secure place.
And with that, we'll turn it back over to Sheriff Brown.
Well, thank you. I want to thank Chief Financial Officer Vasquez, Under Sheriff Bonner, CAO DiMaggio, and the many other staff members who were involved in preparing today's presentation to you and in the development of our recommended budget, which is never, never an easy process. In summary, as we look at our ongoing challenges, when we move forward, we will need to continue our efforts to attract, recruit, and retain sworn deputies in the midst of what is a nationwide challenge. And again, that's with almost universal personnel shortages and a very, very competitive law enforcement market. We need to deal with the proliferation of illicit drugs, the primary factor being the fentanyl crisis, and I'll close my remarks in just a moment with some thoughts about that. We still have an ongoing staffing shortage situation in both patrol and custody operations that results in high overtime usage. And when it comes to addressing the Murray settlement and reconfiguring our jail system, it's incredibly important that we do that as we look towards the future. And we need to make good decisions today that will set up our successors for future success themselves. We continue to work with our criminal justice planning group partners to keep jail ADP numbers as low as possible while still ensuring the safety of the people of Santa Barbara County. I also want to leave you with some deeper thoughts on our highest priority expansion requests. The first is directly related to fentanyl. When it comes to fentanyl, we are in the midst of a crisis of epic proportion. Think about this for a moment. Fentanyl has killed more Americans than did World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War combined. Fentanyl is the #1 cause of death for Americans age 18 to 45. And that's true at the national level, and it's true here locally. In 2021 and 2022, fentanyl, the #1 cause of death for people in Santa Barbara County between the ages of 18 and 45. The deaths are rising faster in California than in the United States population overall, increasing more than 2,631% since 2015. Here in Santa Barbara County, fentanyl overdose deaths more than tripled in just 2 years, from 37 in 2022 to 115 in, 37 in 2020 to 115 in 2022. In 2022, overdose deaths of all kinds killed more people in our county than did homicide, suicide, and traffic accident deaths combined. We had 123 of those collective deaths versus 168 that were due to overdoses of all kinds. I believe that more illicit drugs are being sold and used in our county now than at any other time in the 28 years that I have worked in this county as a police chief and as the sheriff. At the same time this is happening, Sheriff's Office and allied agency narcotic investigative resources are the lowest that they have been in those same 28 years. Prior to the Great Recession, we had 2 Sheriff's Office narcotic teams, one that worked in the South and one that worked in the North. We also had a regional narcotic enforcement team. That team was dissolved years ago, and today we in the Sheriff's Office have only 1 narcotic team to work the entire county. Allied law enforcement agency investigative resources are equally down and equally strained. The remaining handful of investigators we still have are diligent and doing their very best to remove fentanyl and other illicit drugs, the drugs that are killing so many people, but they are stretched very thin, and they can only do so much. We are asking you, on behalf of those we protect and serve, and who are your constituents, on behalf of the families and friends who have lost loved ones to this terrible scourge, and on behalf of those whose lives will be saved if more of this poison is removed from communities across our county. We are asking you to once again fund a second sheriff's narcotic team of 5 investigators and a sergeant. There is no greater or more immediate need in our county. Today, we are also asking you to reimagine how we can adequately and properly staff the sheriff's office in its patrol and custody branches. Since that Great Recession, you've heard that we have been operating at below or at minimum staffing, safe staffing levels in both critically important parts of the organization. We remain down those 75 general fund positions, including 50 sworn, lost since 2007. That's a daunting number, and it has been so for many years. And year after year, when we've asked for those positions to once again be funded, there's always been inadequate general fund revenue to do so. Today, we're asking you to consider adopting a different approach and approve an incremental process to begin replacing staff positions lost since 2007. Today, we are asking for 3 additional positions in custody and 2 additional positions in patrol in next year's budget. Starting a process of gradually upstaffing our agency in this way would get us on the path to having an appropriate number of human resources in both of these crucial areas. Think about where we would be if we'd been doing this for the past 10 years. We'd be 50 positions closer to where we need to be today. Likewise, think of where we will be in the next 10 years if we begin such a plan now and continue it each year. And lastly, I ask you to approve and fund a second cannabis compliance and enforcement team to be paid for by tax revenues from the legal growth and sales of cannabis within our county. I fully understand that cannabis revenues are significantly down this year and anticipated to be so next year. Nevertheless, we believe, and I think many others in the industry itself believe, that this strategy will allow us to make more of a level playing field for those who are engaged in the legal business of growing, processing, and selling cannabis. Those who follow the rules and operate legally are currently facing unfair competition from both licensed, non-compliant businesses and by purely outlaw black market operators and dealers who are growing and or selling marijuana without any adherence to the law whatsoever. I know firsthand what extraordinary work the men and women of our sheriff's office do each and every day. I also understand that these are big asks during difficult and challenging times. I know in balancing this budget, you will be having to choose between bad and worse in many occasions. You'll be facing other present and future needs, including the pressing need to incentivize the retention of sheriff's deputies and custody deputies. But I ask you to strongly consider the top 3 priorities in the budget expansion requests that are desperately needed. 1 will save lives, and they are all investments in creating a safer, more caring, and a fairer Santa Barbara County. I'm going to end our presentation today with not 1, but 2 inspiring quotes on optimism. We're currently living in very worrying times. The news is filled with negative stories and depressing thoughts. Remaining optimistic in the face of such difficulties is not easy, but it is essential, especially for those of us who are privileged to lead and to represent others. I want to close this out by thanking you, the board, and our CEO's office for the ongoing support that you provide to the men and women of the office that I am privileged to hold, and to leave you with the words of not 1, but 2 extraordinary and inspiring people. A woman who overcame multiple physical handicaps to become one of history's most courageous and positive figures, and an exiled spiritual and political leader who advocates for peace, nonviolence, and the plight of the Tibetan people. The first is from Helen Keller, and she said, "Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement." And then from the Dalai Lama, "Optimism doesn't mean that you are blind to the reality of the situation. It means you remain motivated to seek solutions to whatever problems arise. And with that, I again thank you. That concludes our presentation, and I'm here and our staff is here for any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Sheriff, one of the issues that I do want to talk about the fentanyl unit in a second, but before I get there, I wanted to ask about the upstaffing and regaining some of those positions. I've been hearing from a lot of my constituents on rural crime. I know we don't have that rural crime enhancement here, but can you speak to what additional deputies might mean towards helping in that field and with business crime that's out there in our community?
Well, certainly. In this day and age, the responsibility for investigating crimes that occur falls on both our patrol and our detective staff. And if we have additional staff in the field, many times they'll be engaged in handling calls and investigating situations that they can identify a perpetrator, recover stolen property, that sort of thing. And so it's important to get us back, and we hope get us back incrementally to where we have sufficient staff that they can do those types of duties rather than run from call to call to call, as is often the case.
And I just want to thank you and your team's work on this, and DA Savernosh. You guys are doing the best you can with the materials we have at this point, and I appreciate that ongoing commitment. As far as the narcotics unit is concerned, I know there's going to, I've even thought this myself. Some of us are going to say, hey, that'd be great to have that, but we currently have all these unfilled positions. It's just going to cause an additional taxing on your deputies and the system to add this position. How would you operationalize another narcotics unit? Who do we pull from? What services do we no longer provide in the meantime until we can bring deputies on board? Can you walk us through what that would look like on your behalf?
Certainly, and thanks for the question. And I want to answer it by prefacing it with some good news. Although we remain down significantly, and this is historically in April our toughest time of year. We have more people retire and depart during this time of year to be able to obtain the COLA in the new fiscal year than we do at any other time of the year. And at this point, we're typically, when you look at where we've been, this is always where we have the most vacancies. We're currently down 15 sheriff's deputies and 34 custody deputy positions. However, we have a total currently in the academy of 21. In training, 21. 15 of them in the academy and 6 who are in the FTO program. On the custody side of the house, the numbers are not as good, but they're good. We have 8 who are currently in the custody academy, and we have 6 who are going through their corrections training program. As far as upcoming academies, we have an anticipation of pushing 20 people into the June Law Enforcement Academy and 5 into the May Custody Academy. And we're going to be working very hard between now and then to push that number up as well. We would not implement a team until, we couldn't implement it until the 1st of July at the earliest. And so we would have some time to be able to get some of these people online, fill some of those additional positions, and look at how we're going to utilize our resources, like come up with the plan on how we would do that. But we feel strongly that at the rate that people are dying of fentanyl, this has to become a #1 priority with our organization.
And you and I have talked about this a bunch, so I think it might help the board and the public to understand what has been a little bit of the history on narcotics enforcement in our county, because it's not just a story of what's happening on the staffing from the Great Recession, but it's been happening at the state level. Can you speak to that?
I can. I mentioned that our regional team, the SaberNet Santa Barbara Regional Narcotic Enforcement Team, which was developed 1996, a year after I started working as a police chief here in our county. It was a model that utilized a state Bureau of the Department of Justice, a bureau within that department called the Bureau of Narcotic Enforcement. They gave us a supervisor from that unit and asked the sheriff's office and the police agencies in the county to all put one person into a team that would be focused. It was a majors team. In other words, it wasn't focused primarily on street level sales. It was focused on trying to interdict quantities of narcotics, large quantities of narcotics that were headed for Santa Barbara. And so it wasn't uncommon for our staff to work alongside and with other law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles, as far away as Hawaii at one time, and even in Arizona. Unfortunately, the Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement was disbanded, and the state essentially got out of the narcotic enforcement business. And that led to the demise of the regional narcotics team. And we're still hamstrung from the standpoint of trying to put together, we've thought and want to and would like to develop our own regional team, that we, as the sheriff's office, would be willing to step up a supervisor and work with other agencies to put that together. But the critical staffing shortages that all of the other agencies face have got it to the point where in my discussions with their chiefs, they're just not able at this point in time to be able to give us any of those positions. At the same time, we have federal resources, the Drug Enforcement Administration, which is doing a tremendous job, but they're also equally strapped, very, very moderately resourced, but an incredible partner who works very, very strongly with us to address these issues. And we work cases. It's not uncommon for us to work cases with them and to see a number of those cases actually prosecuted federally as well.
Well, it's deeply concerning to me to look at the history here and seeing that we've gone in our county from at one point having 2 teams now down to 1, and that the state getting out of the narcotics enforcement side. And, you know, with the poison that is out in the public that is killing our kids, the supply side has to be addressed. You know, we're doing a great job on improving our education, also harm reduction, but until we can get our arms around supply and making sure that those who wish to hurt our loved ones in our community know that, you know, Santa Barbara County is not a place to bring your poison. I think it's really important to that we seriously consider finding a way to invest in this narcotics team. It will be one of my highest priorities as we look at spending ongoing dollars.
Well, thank you for that. And I would like to just add one thing, and that is that although we desperately need this team, I want it to be very clear that we recognize that this problem is not going to be solved by enforcement alone. This problem is a multi-pronged problem, and we are working very strongly and very hard to try to address it and collaborate with others to address it on this multi-pronged approach, to address it from the supply side, to address it from the demand side, and to address it on the preventative side as well. And as you know, we're very involved in Project Opioid. I'm trying to bring together our community's leaders in all kinds of different disciplines to have a cohesive approach to how we address the problem. We in the Sheriff's Office recently started our own naloxone distribution program, and I would encourage any member of the public to come to one of our stations or to the lobbies at either of our jail facilities. You can have Narcan that we will give to you. You don't have to even identify yourself. It's no questions asked. We will give you a link to a short video that will train you how to use this. It's very easy to use. And we feel that this is another attempt that we have to immediately try to do as much harm reduction as we can by getting this out into the community. We've worked for years with the schools in the DARE program, Drug Abuse Resistance Education. And we continue to have a presence in the North County, thanks in large part to one of our retired deputies who works in an incredible manner to bring that program, not just a drug prevention program, it's a decision-making program so that young people understand how to make a good decision. And that's something that we're doing as well. So we are walking the walk and talking the talk in all of the areas that have to be addressed in order to deal with this drug problem in our community. But we have a tremendous gap in the enforcement element right now.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to piggyback on that, so I know you're involved very highly at the state on statewide issues, and the governor's kind of released this master plan for tackling the fentanyl crisis just in March. They talk about the National Guard and these types of things. So what's going on? How are we connected into the state so we're not trying to tackle this by ourselves?
Sure. The National Guard, we've had a relationship with the National Guard for years where they have augmented us in terms of primarily being eyes and ears. We've used them in several different ways that I don't really want to publicly disclose. But they are not engaged and won't be engaged in actual enforcement operations where they would actually go out and make arrests and what have you and do investigations. They are adopting a very innovative program, and they want to and are moving forward with a plan to teach the DARE program. And we are looking at them and have been in discussions with them about coming in and taking over our DARE program in the schools, the schools that wish to have the DARE program. And a lot of that will depend, obviously, on their staffing resources, their human resource ability to do just that. But we had a discussion about a week and a half ago with a very enthusiastic specialist from the National Guard who is race ready to come up and put something together with us. So we're encouraged by that as well.
Okay, great. I just want to go to some of your expansions on page 15. And maybe I missed this, but almost all of them have 2 lines. And then they have an asterisk saying ongoing funding. So is the other one, do we have one-time funding and then ongoing funding?
Correct.
That's what it's
the
about?
second number underneath, the
Got
lesser
it.
number would be the one-time funding requirement.
And then why has a machine cost us ongoing money? The A&DE rapid machine, I would think if you purchase it, you got it.
So both because of licensing that's an ongoing basis, as well as some of the consumables that are necessary in order to operate that. And unfortunately, those consumables, with that being a piece of technology, are very expensive.
Got it. And then I noticed on when you go to general county programs, which I guess we'll get into later, but there is a sheriff replacement, vehicle replacement fund that has almost $1 million in it. And I know you mentioned that this, I'm assuming this is the only vehicle that we have that's not included in that? Okay, that figures.
Yes.
All right, perfect. That's the one we need. And then I guess this is for ACO Heitman maybe. So there were determinations made on 172 money. So now I think we have about $1.5 million left over for us to decide on one time. But there was 3.7 million decisions were made on that, sheriff's, DA, and public defender. Can we get information on like what got funded that we, trying to figure out like who got the majority of that, or how does that all work?
Supervisor Lavanino, do you mean CCP or Prop 172? Your Prop 172?
Well, I don't know because I left it. But okay, the big pot of money, is that
Yeah,
CCP?
the CCP.
So
Yeah,
that's what
so-
you sit on. So you all get to divide that up. We don't see it.
You will see a plan, so.
Chair Williams, Supervisor Lavanino, the CCP has voted on a plan for fiscal year 23-24, and it is set to come to your board on May 16th, I believe. Chief Benton will be presenting it as the chair of the CCP. You recall that the CCP Executive Committee has to approve any spending expenditures, but they then have to come to your board for a 4/5 vote as well. The pot of money, the CCP ongoing money, has been relatively stable in terms of how they've been expending it, with incremental enhancements and expansions each year, and then they also have reserves. So I'm not sure exactly which pot of money you were speaking to specifically.
Well, it's probably the one that's coming to us in May. Plus, I guess questions have been asked about the amount of reserves as well. So we'll get all that in a report in May.
That's correct.
Before our budget. Okay. Let's let's see. Yeah, and then I just want to also reinforce what Supervisor Nelson talked about with rural crime. That's something we are just getting, and honestly, like I try to tell people, it's probably not more bodies. I mean, because with the vast geographical area that we have and that they're patrolling, another body is just going to be another leaf in the wind. But we've got to figure out some strategies, or, they're coming to me and I'm like, I'm not the public safety expert on how to reduce rural crime, but there's got to be something we can learn from other counties without, you could put 10 people on the job and I don't think we'd be able to cover our area. So I'm just curious if, I'm being asked maybe to, and if you'd be open to sitting down with like grower shippers or some of the farmers and kind of leading them through what you're thinking of, what technologies we can use and those types of things.
Absolutely, and we have done some of that already. And I want to remind you, you approved a few months ago a grant program to get us 25 automated license plate readers. And we're going through the permitting process right now. We hope to see that smooth out and get finalized here soon. But there's always the possibility of maybe, seeing if there's an interest in adding to that. And some of the farming or ranching groups, if they might be interested in doing that as well. We will have some strategically placed that will no doubt be of value, but there's a lot of highway out there in the remote areas. But there are ways to put some additional cameras out that have proven to be incredibly valuable in terms of investigating and solving these crimes that are occurring. And the city of Santa Maria has well over 100 of these cameras now, and they've proved to be just incredible in terms of their ability to get information about suspects that are committing crimes.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you, Sheriff, and to your team. I just want to commend you for Project Opioid and your sheer passion. The first way I really learned about the fentanyl epidemic years ago was through you and all of the public awareness. And there's the numbers that you cited. There's just, we have to do everything we can, and I share that passion. And I just want to get, I was able yesterday and today talk to department heads about this, and I just want to see, like, for Project Opioid, how does someone plug into that? How would a principal plug into that? How would a public health director, our new one, wants to be involved? How can we bring this all together as much as possible? What's the mechanism?
Well, as you know, we are coordinating that project, and so for the time being, they can certainly call our office,
Okay.
805-681-4290 would be a way for them to call and get the information. We'll get information to them about how they can become involved and so forth. But eventually, our hope is that we will see Project Opioid morph a little bit and transition to where it becomes an organization that may come under the wing of one of the nonprofit groups that is involved in Project Opioid, that could provide space and support to a full-time employee. And we've already are seeking some grant funding to try to hire an executive director that would be a full-time employee to work on this. We've had a lot of interest from the schools. We've had a lot of interest from other organizations in wanting to put together preventative educational programs. Behavioral wellness is already doing a lot as well, and we have them as solid partners in all this endeavor as well. But our hope is that either through grant funding or through some of the money that's come back from the pharmaceutical companies and will be coming to our county, that we could maybe look at that as a mechanism to fund this full-time operation into what is certainly going to, for the foreseeable future, going to continue to be a problem.
And so is Project Opioid mostly education, or is that also through your enforcement efforts? How does that
Well,
work
certainly
together?
we and the other police agencies are represented on it, but
Yeah.
just because of the nature of what we do, we don't really talk about that a whole lot. After the fact, we do. We've had our law enforcement partners from DEA, for example, come in and talk about seizures and what's going on in Mexico with the production of fentanyl and things like that. But we're involved in it so that we can make sure that that one prong on the fork, if you will, of the approach of how we address this is covered, and that we're working to address the supply side while collectively the whole group is working on the demand side. And we in the Sheriff's Office are also involved in, we have the medication-assisted treatment program, so people who are addicted that come into jail, our hope is that they will participate in this program. We will get them counseling, we'll get them on medications that take away the ability of narcotics to make people high, and also now some new medications that are available that take away the cravings as well as they're going through a detox process. And to hopefully get them involved while they're in jail, so that when they do get released, they can be handed off to someone in the community that continue that program with them, and to get them to be able to conquer those addictions.
Thank you. My second question is about it was the previous slide about the cannabis enforcement, and with the grant that you all just received from Proposition Funding, what does that leave left over? What positions, if you could just elaborate a bit more on those. I think it was two or three, or it would take away two positions.
Absolutely. So we asked for 5 detectives, a supervisor, and an AOP. For that, obviously, that we knocked that down to 3 detectives. Again, request the supervisor and the AOP is still needed.
And that would be a doubling of what's existing?
The full team would be, yes.
With the 2 that are paid for by the grant?
Correct.
And can you just walk through some of the activities and what you would see, what you might expect in like an increase of seizures, what that might yield?
Sure. So right now we have the existing team of 5 detectives and a supervisor, and they are responsible from everything from working with the other county partners within the licensing as well as the compliance and the enforcement efforts. And that's 3 different simultaneous things that need to occur. The end result is that they have not to date really been able to put enough time and effort and resources into compliance. And that's probably the one area where there's significant improvement that can occur. And again, that's just making sure that people are doing what they say that they're going to do, that they're acting legally and consistent with the county's regulations, and holding them accountable. And so the hope would be is that we can increase the amount of compliance work that our folks are able to do as part of the overarching county effort. And again, we're trying to keep legal operators legal, and if they're an illegal operator, get them out of business so that they're not harming the county, they're not harming the other legal operators.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I have a couple of random questions. The DARE program, is that the old DARE program or is that the new Keeping It Real DARE program?
It's the new program.
And we talked earlier about IT and GIS, and so I was curious about your sheriff's data unit and how much you're incorporating GIS into your analysis and deployment of resources.
Okay, I'm going to let the undersheriff respond to that one.
So they do a lot of work with GIS. In fact, that's a key component of our records management system, and is actually one of the things that has slowed down its implementation as of recently, is getting all of that GIS data working correctly within the records management system. The only place where we have our own GIS is in dispatch, and that's for the CAD side of things, but obviously we use GIS throughout the remainder of our records management system, and there we're reliant upon the overarching county organization.
Well, just a small example with some of the crime in Isla Vista, we would get a list of the kinds of crimes, but then Gina Fisher in my office put it into a GIS database, and that was enormously helpful. We found that a lot of the noise and nuisance were coming just from a few houses, and we could actually call the owners of those. Analogously, we look to accidents along the 154. Caltrans has the data, but they don't have it geolocated so you can see it visually. And so I think that that's really important. I hope Chris Chirgwin is listening, because GIS can really help us deploy resources more efficiently and ask more intelligent questions about what's going on here rather than just the numbers. And so I'm trying to get at how you're using or intending to use it.
So fortunately, the new RMS system, once it is up and operational and working correctly, we have a contract with the Accurate Virtual Crime Center, and much of what you are asking for becomes available to the general public.
Okay, and that's terrific, because that was my next question.
Yeah, we tried to have that available to the general public with the new year, but unfortunately, there were GIS problems within the mapping, and it was inaccurate, so it was not ready to be released to the public. But it is coming.
Okay, well, that is really good news.
Oh.
So, got it?
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but so again, when we talk about the analysis of the calls for service that the data unit is working on, one of those is breaking things down into the individual patrol areas, and not just looking at an overall organizational, how many calls for service, how many initiated calls occurred, but breaking it down into those individual areas and looking for, you know, where is the activity, when is the activity occurring?
Yeah, what are the patterns?
What are the patterns? And how, and again, that helps us to determine, are we appropriately using our resources, or do we need to re-envision how we use them?
And the only thing I would add to that, Supervisor Hartman, is that we do have the ability to develop and publish and utilize what we call heat maps, which will show, you know, how much in a particular geographic area we're having problems or calls for service.
Yeah, and that would be helpful with rural crime, among other things. Well, so what you just described, is that still in process, or is that not the heat maps, but?
The heat maps and the calls for service come to us. That is occurring right now. It's just not ready for public.
Okay.
Right now, there's too many errors that have to be worked through to put that out to the public. Otherwise, it's going to be confusing, and they're going to go, wait a second, why is this data different than this data?
Got it. Yeah,
that
yeah,
needs
yeah.
to get
No,
fixed before we push to the public.
I understand that. Another question, the CIT training, do custody deputies get that, or is it, okay, so it's across the board. I enjoyed seeing the film. Personally, I think the strongest thing you have are the testimonials from people who've retired. You could take some of those retirement statements and get those on your website and refer people to those. I really can't tell you how powerful they are, and I think you're missing an opportunity there. I'm struggling on the narcotics team. Clearly, fentanyl is an unbelievably huge issue, and you, Sheriff Brown, are to be really applauded for getting out early, identifying, trying to organize and get a focus on this. And I keep thinking we need a focus, though, with the other police departments, too. It doesn't seem right to me that they're pushing it on us. It seems I'd be much more willing to step up if we could persuade them that they have an interest in stepping up, too. And this is, you know, in many ways, it's more, I think, an urban problem. So with your persuasive abilities, is there any chance that you can make some inroads on that?
Well, I've been using those abilities to the best of my ability myself here recently, and it's just in the immediate future, it doesn't look like it's going to be possible. Some of the police agencies in our county have as bad as our, and as difficult as our vacancy factors are, some of them are approaching twice as much of what ours are.
But some of them, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I thought some of them are closely, almost full. I mean, have reached their.
There was one that had hit maximum and was full, but it's no longer that way. And there, in addition to the vacancy factors, there's also the soft vacancies or the factors that are there when people are injured on the job, when they're on military leave or maternity leave, and all of those kinds of impacts as well that and particularly hit hard the smaller the agency, the more difficult it is. I would just say, as far as your comment about the need for the team and the sheriff absorbing the full impact or the full hit, our former model, and I believe the one that we should have, is that the sheriff's office itself should have two teams. That the county is so large and we have so much ground to cover, and that it's such a target-rich environment right now in terms of narcotics, that it fully justifies the sheriff's office having its own two teams. But I wouldn't stop pursuing a regional team as we had before, and I think it's maybe a way that we can look to the future when these other policing agencies do start to fill their vacancies, and there is that ability. But we need to recognize that our two teams, we're not proposing that we're going to cover the entire county and all of the cities and do all of their narcotic enforcement. Narcotic dealers don't sort of typically focus on one geographical area. So if they bring a pound of methamphetamine or 5,000 fentanyl pills into our community, they're going to end up in all kinds of different communities in Santa Barbara County. And so our approach, and even the city's approach, is that they'll often find a case where, or be led to a case where the primary source or the primary target of distribution is outside their geographical area as well. And we have a long history of working together with those other agencies to address those kinds of problems. But as the sheriff's office, we do have jurisdiction in all of the county, including the incorporated cities, and I just think that we really have to step up and be the leader in this. And it's going to be painful, it's going to hurt, but I really believe that we have to do it.
Well, it sounds like the earlier model that was regional was probably the most effective in terms of dealing with how expansive the dealers of narcotics are.
It was a little bit different situation in that the lethality of the narcotics was not as bad as it is with fentanyl. So even when and we've historically, in the old days, we had a relatively small amount of heroin that was in our community, and methamphetamine was a very addictive and an evil drug in and of itself, but one that it's not as lethal as fentanyl is. And therein lies the distinction, I think, and the problem, and I think the immediacy of the need. It truly is the case. The more fentanyl we can get off the streets, the more people we're going to save. And we're going to save people in the county areas, but also in the unincorporated areas as well.
And the final question, this may be, I'm not sure if it's for our CEO or whether it's for you, Sheriff Brown, but the DSA is coming forward with some of their ideas about how we can deal with the crisis in overtime and stress. And so I'm just wondering how those fit in with this budget proposal, how those two come together.
Supervisors, to the chair, I know Neil is here, and I'm sure in public comment he'll have his 3 minutes, and he can also chime in, and the sheriff was. I mean, I think you'll hear from what we heard from the DSA is just they're exhausted, and part of the things that the sheriff is trying to address is his staffing issue to reduce the mandatory overtime. So I think those are my take-homes from his budget requests.
I'll wait to hear from Neil.
Okay.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, just to continue the conversation that we're having about the other resources that we can tap into, not just this is the only option. And I want to thank Supervisor Hartman for joining with you on Project Opioid. Had the honor to serve there as well. We do have the dollars that will be coming in with some of these opioid settlement lawsuits, but I've already asked the question, can any of this be used on the enforcement side and supply? And that's a hard no. So the only place that's going to come from is likely going to be a general fund expansion at some point, or Prop 172 or something else out there. But I do like, Supervisor Hartman, where you're going with the cities, and I think it's on all of us to talk to our city leaderships that are in our areas. I've heard from my mayor on this exact issue. We've had 5 poisonings at one of our high schools in Santa Maria. And so it's an issue that's not just at college campuses. We're experiencing it in our schools, and it's something we absolutely have to address. And I do think we can get support from our cities, and maybe this is not on the sheriff's shoulders, but maybe all our shared shoulders to be making those asks in our the cities that we represent.
Yeah, and I think you're right, talking to the high schools and junior highs and trying to bring that evidence to each city might be a productive avenue.
So just wanted to offer that up as we continue this conversation. It might be, we're doing this in the context of the budget discussion, because this is definitely a part of it, but it's probably a bigger item that we probably need to bring to the board in the future to kind of bring Project Opioids, some of the results that we are, and then looking forward to some of the settlement dollars and what can we expect, and how do we best place those dollars moving forward as a more comprehensive approach.
And Supervisor, through the chair, I think that's what we would be liking to tap Director Mohammed Hamami on, to help figure out a strategic plan on how to use those dollars.
So for my part, I just would need to see from you or Craig on paper, compared to other years, why this class is going to turn the tide on staffing. I have high stakes in this class. I want it to turn the corner on staffing, but if it doesn't turn the corner on staffing, I don't think this last 40 minutes has been a substantive conversation. It's been about hypothetical units that won't really exist unless we actually can approach full staffing. In the past, when we allocate positions, even if it's something new that you staff, it means you take away from patrol or you take away from some other of our position, and what we end up paying for is not new positions, but is overtime. So I don't need a response. I don't even want a response. I just want you to show me on paper why this is different this year, and why our hope, I want hope to spring eternal, but I want it to be real.
Can I give you a response anyway, even if you don't really want one? Just real quickly, the class itself, the academy class, and these other classes that are about to come out, those are not going to solve our problem. We will continue to have an ongoing issue, but that'll take us a step or two closer to solving our problem. And ultimately, we will solve this problem. We will get to the point where we are fully staffed, and we are approving positions, particularly the narcotic team position, for example. The word is out. This is small, relatively small fraternity in law enforcement. And people, particularly who are going from one agency to another as a lateral transfer, will look at what is offered, what opportunities are there. And if there are more opportunities in specialized positions like narcotics, that's a draw, that's an attraction for some. The other point that I guess I would make is that we have to, recognize that we were actually very close a few weeks ago to, having enough on paper, having enough people to fill our sheriff's deputy positions. And then we lost a number, as I say, to retirement and so forth, and we're going back. The challenge for us is custody, and we are working very diligently to try to address our recruitment campaign and to try to let people know that this is a job that if people are already interested in some kind of social work, if they're interested in trying to make a difference and turn people's lives around, what better job is there than working in our custody environment? where they have the opportunity to do just that on a daily basis, to model the type of behavior that we want to see the inmates adopt, and to be engaged in a process that gets inmates in our jail to become citizens in our community who come out clean and sober and come out with a desire to work and a desire to be a better person. And so we're trying to capture that. And some of those testimonials that Supervisor Hartman mentioned, it's a great idea to address those as well. But some of those testimonials are what we're using in these ads. We're using our staff to mention and to talk about what it is that they do and why they enjoy it and why they come to work every day. So we're not going to solve it overnight, but having that light at the end of the tunnel for the people who are still here and the people who are looking at possibly coming to join our organization is important as well.
Yeah, I just think that whether or not we can achieve anything close to full staffing, it should govern our strategy. Meaning, if we're not going to achieve, close to full strategy, then we should stop funding new positions, and we should put all the available money that we would have to attract and retain the positions we have. But I'm open to being shown that things are getting better. But I just want to put that out there because I've done this, a number of years now, and I don't feel like this is ever a real conversation. Like, I feel like every year you guys show us positions, and it's just rearranging chairs on the Titanic because we don't end up with more people, except when it comes to the SST requests, which I've found to be very substantive because we have been able to hire those. So I just want to see the trend line, so with these size classes, so that we could have some idea whether this is going to be different or whether we're going to be back here having the same conversation next year. Let's go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak on this functional group. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with ePlanet Thunderstriker, to be followed by Peter and Brown. ePlanet?
I'm going to close public comment. So there's 8 speakers, so we will give 3 minutes.
When you live in the most corrupt, criminally oriented, first world country in the world, you're going to have a problem retaining and recruiting respectable individuals. The Public Defender's Office, I think the number 2 person spoke here, she was involved in sidetracking a public defender investigator, Libby, in assisting in this situation. Dan McGrew was handed a hospital report where I had, of the prosecution, of the district attorney, a hospital report where I received a fractured rib. On that day I was arrested. There were never any charges after I had interaction with Dan. The written comments I gave talked about some, I think the 6th page talked about manipulation of society around me. And on that day, it wasn't a surprise. I'm dealing with racketeering allegations against people there. The page you have, page 2, that has the music industry things, I had screenshots that I showed to Tesla while he was still the chief in Solvang, right before he transferred, and he said he was related to the music industry. He was transferred to Isla Vista. Somebody from the professional standards was promoted, and he completely dumped on 20 pages, some of which were as appropriate as 1 or 2 of the pages that you got, to him to resolve. And that just didn't happen. And based on the other item I submitted to you about the promotion of the individual in Isla Vista, it seems like there should be also a racketeering charge against one of the undersheriffs who recommend promotions to the sheriff. Resolving this in any way, shape, or form, I mean, there's multiple first domino issues that would make not just national attention, international attention. In 2020, China mailed seeds through Taiwan Shipping Company. I've said here before, my song is Taiwan Thunderstrike. It was because I went down to the Chinese consulate in LA and made a suggestion to a citizens organization that nobody can be starting because clearly people are intimidated at UCSB for producing music for somebody who has multiple songs from artists about them, but I'm blacklisted, and I don't know where to start. You know, if the DA or the sheriff could just get involved in any way, shape, or form, and maybe avoid, you know what I mean?
We will now go to Peter N. Brown to be followed by Maureen Earls. Peter?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Peter Brown. I'm a member of the CLUE and League of Women Voters work group that has been, we appreciate very much the opportunity to work with your board and county departments in your ongoing improvements of the criminal justice system in this county. I have some specific comments on the Public Defender Office's expansion requests. I'd like to focus on their request for the funding of 3 professional supervisory positions. From my personal experience, I know how critical it is for a public law office to have adequate supervisory staff. I'm now an inactive, that is a retired attorney. I'd prefer to think of myself as a recovering attorney. I practiced law in Santa Barbara for 46 years. I started my career working as a deputy district attorney, trial lawyer, in the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office. I worked there for nearly 4 years before transitioning to private practice. So I was a brand new attorney when I started at the DA's office. During my tenure there, the DA's office was smaller than it is now, but we always had an adequate number of supervising attorneys and personnel whose sole duties were to oversee management of the DA's various work divisions. An important part of their duties was to provide guidance to and oversight of all the line deputies who were in court or in trial every day. As a young attorney, I sought advice on practice issues more times than I can remember from these more experienced supervising attorneys, sometimes on a daily basis. Their ability or their availability to line deputies like me was critical to us becoming good lawyers and properly fulfilling our professional obligations, particularly when we were, as we were every day, pressed for time with multiple cases and never enough time to stop and think. The Santa Barbara County Public Defender's Office has an extremely heavy caseload and heavy trial obligations. They have too few supervisors now to provide the kind of oversight, management, and mentoring that I had as a deputy district attorney and that is required for a professional office of trial attorneys. Their office is a critical county department for criminal justice reform. We need them to have adequate supervisory personnel if we want our county criminal justice system to operate efficiently, effectively, and humanely. Under the 6th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, defendants in criminal court have a constitutional right to the effective assistance of counsel. So I urge your board to provide the necessary funding so that the Public Defender's Office can hire the supervisory positions that they need. In the little bit of time I have, I don't have any time left. So what I want to say is that in your budget hearings that are going forward, please keep in mind the important criminal justice reform work that you're doing and ensure that you adequately fund it. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Maureen Earls to be followed by Lizzie Rodriguez. Maureen?
Good afternoon. I'm Maureen Earls, and I'm co-chair of the CLUE Criminal Justice Work Group. CLUE and the League of Women Voters meet weekly on the issues of criminal justice and meet with many of the people that I've presented to you today. And we continue to support the board's goal to protect the public safety and reduce harm to people in jail who would be better served in evidence-based programs in the community. Today, I'm sharing 3 reasons we strongly believe it's critical that you continue to help our county move toward achieving that goal by approving the public defender request for 3 supervisor positions. First of all, California has delegated to you, the board, the constitutional responsibility to ensure fair and equal representation for people accused of an offense, cannot hire a lawyer, and are entitled to have an attorney at government expense. Secondly, we're encouraged to see that there is national, state, and local attention focusing on budget parity and workloads as outlined in the public defender's presentation. Adequate supervision brings good results. It saves jail costs, but it also is required under the ABA and California Rules of Professional Conduct. Insufficient supervision puts clients and the community at risk. Current public defender supervisors have significantly less time for supporting their staff since they're juggling multiple responsibilities, including their own cases before the court and trying to supervise staff. Also, the Racial Justice Act places a heavy burden on the public defender's office, and without adequate supervision and support, it will be hard for them to address its mandates. And third, we have met with the public defender attorneys, seen their passion for their indigent clients with complex needs. We've seen the results of their successful holistic services and acknowledged the limited county resources to meet client needs. We support their very justified request for additional supervisor time. In conclusion, we appreciate your continued leadership in bringing our county's attention to focusing on budget parity and workloads, increasing the success of alternatives to incarceration, and reducing the jail population. Thank you.
While Lizzie's coming up, I want to thank you three. You've been through most of the day's hearing, so we really appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
We will now go to Lizzie Rodriguez to be followed by Neil Gowing. Lizzie?
I'm usually pretty nervous speaking, but I realize the secret now is come 6 hours ahead of time, so you're too tired. My speech started, or my talk started with good morning. So good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Lizzie Rodriguez, and I'm a member of the CLUE and League of Women Voters Santa Barbara Criminal Justice Working Group. I'm a business operator, a restorative practitioner, and an educator. I'm currently serving on as the chair of the Fire and Police Commission for the City of Santa Barbara, and I'm a long-term advocate for criminal justice reform. This work group is thoughtful and conscientious. We have a number of professional speakers that attend and present our weekly meetings. So know that our support and our requests come from a highly researched and highly informed position. While we support the full funding from a request from the Public Defender's Office, I would like to highlight the funding for a request of 3 professional supervisory positions. The goal of this work group is to reduce the number of individuals held in the county jail that would be better served with evidence-based community programs. As supervisors, I hope that that's your goal as well. If you've toured the North County and South County jails, I think you would see that our most vulnerable community members might not be best served there, waiting to be seen and have their charges heard. If you haven't toured it yet, I encourage you to do so, especially if you haven't toured it since 2019. As a restorative practitioner, I assisted and continue to assist in developing alternative to incarceration programs and preventative programs. In my 15 years of restorative practitioner work, there's always been a gap with folks that are housed in our county jail. The Santa Barbara Public Defender's Office has an overwhelming caseload, as you heard today. To provide the type of oversight, management, and mentoring required and effectively and efficiently supervise attorneys, They need at least 3 more additional supervisors. Your decision to fund the request as proposed by the Public Defender's Office would help our county best serve our community and reduce the number of individuals unnecessarily and sometimes unjustly housed in our county jail, and that might also mean less staffing requirements there. Adapting the county budget is a huge responsibility, and I appreciate the difficult decisions that you are tasked with. I ask that you consider the human element in looking at our criminal justice system when adopting this budget. Going along with the pattern of quotes, I'm bringing my quote as well. I'd like to end my comments today with a quote from Deborah Lynn Rhode, an American jurist, Stanford law professor, and highly cited scholar in legal ethics. Providing adequate representation, even for dependents who appear guilty, is the best way to protect those who are not. Thank you.
We will now go to Neil Gowing to be followed by Rory Moore. Neil?
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board. My name is Neil Gowing. I'm the president of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I'm going to comment on a couple things in the sheriff's budget expansion request. I can't really comment on the bus, but I can tell you in dispatch, our best friend has been duct tape and holding our dispatchers' consoles together. So I've seen it firsthand. It's pretty bad up there what they're dealing with. So obviously we would support getting them better equipment. In the expansion requests themselves, there's no doubt fentanyl is a huge problem in the county. It is killing a lot of people. The county in general needs more narcotics enforcement, not only from the sheriff's office, but from the police departments. To Supervisor Hartman's point, when we had 2 narcotics teams at the sheriff's office, we had the state regional team at the same time, who generally did long-term, larger investigations, while the street teams handled the street investigations and tried to get the drugs out of the communities quicker. So we need enforcement at all levels. But without a doubt, unequivocally, the DSA's position is we need to retain our people. And this board, we would ask, focus on putting the money into keeping the people that you've paid to train. It costs roughly $240,000 to hire a deputy sheriff and get him trained until he's a sole deputy, and another $210,000 to hire a custody deputy. When they leave us in 1 or 2 years, your return on investment is terrible. We need them to stay here. And right now, law enforcement is a very competitive market. Cities and counties across the state are recognizing that. They're throwing big dollars at it. We are losing custody deputies and deputies at an alarming rate. It is causing a huge demand on the members that we still have here to work significant amounts of overtime. I would like to have them here today, but if they're not working, it's probably their only day off. So I would be hard pressed to ask them to come here. I would be negligent in my duties if I didn't tell you we need all 50 sworn positions back. Can we fill them right now? No, but do we need them? Yes, because our services have expanded, our staffing has not, and we can't keep up with the demand. The overtime impacts on my members is having huge or devastating impacts on not only their mental and physical well-being, but on their families. I've got members that are going through divorces that haven't seen their kids in weeks, and it's causing huge problems. If these people can get a job somewhere else that's going to pay them more and give them better benefits, they're going to leave us. Housing in Santa Barbara County has skyrocketed. If my members can't afford to live here, they're going to go to an agency where they're sought after, where they can afford to live. It's happening in Ventura, it's happening in San Luis, and that's just the reality. Our training is so unique that they are sought after by every agency in the state. So in order for us to keep our people, we're gonna have to become competitive. So I would ask the board to focus your efforts on that. There's no doubt I support that we do need a narcotics team. We do need better equipment. Our facilities are falling apart, but we provide a service that is heavily reliant on people, and we unequivocally need to keep the people we've already hired and trained and have here. So I would ask you guys again to focus your efforts on retaining the people you have. We'll keep working with the sheriff on trying to get us new people to bring in that'll be good servants to the public and help keep the community safe. Thank you.
We will now go to Rory Moore, and then we will go to Zoom with Juan Higuerera. Rory?
Good afternoon. Today I'm sharing 2 hats. One was the Families Act hat I wore a little bit yesterday, and also as a retired public defender, having retired about 13 years ago, I'm going to speak extemporaneously about the public defender's request for 3 supervisors. I don't know the gentleman who spoke, but I do know that when I was in the public defender's office here, some of the most valuable training I received was in weekly staff meetings where you simply brought your stack of cases in, and those who were available, we talked about them specifically as to how certain things ought to be handled, how things ought to be negotiated with the district attorney, and how to manage our specific clients. And as Public Defender Makuga talked about today, we did work on clients and tried to save lives one at a time. Now, with respect to this afternoon's proceedings, we're here for public safety. And I'm encouraged by the fact that public defender, probation, district attorney are working together. As you said, it was a kumbaya moment, and things were much more adversarial when I worked with the office. I don't know whether that's just a public front here, but it seemed different. In any event, I think that public safety will be better served by dealing with the folks who need help before they get to the criminal justice system. And that, of course, is mental health. As I said yesterday, I think the board needs to prioritize infrastructure for mental health. Now, whether that's taking what I've heard is perhaps $25 million a year to renovate the new jail for 5 years, and using part of it or some of it or all of it to build a state-of-the-art mental health infrastructure campus, that would be a decision. But I think it would be important to think about whether or not a new jail in the South County or a renovated old one is better served by building a new one from scratch, renovating, or perhaps eliminating the need by dealing with the mental health problems that are a clear issue in our community. I vote for the latter.
We will now go to Zoom with Juan Higuera to be followed by LaWanda Lyons Pruitt. Juan?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Juan Higuera, and I'm a Deputy Public Defender for Santa Barbara County. I'm also an original member of our office's Racial Justice Committee. I'm here to speak in support for funding of a supervising deputy public defender dedicated to address the forthcoming litigation created by AB 2542 and AB 256, more commonly known as the Racial Justice Act. I'd like to offer a few anecdotes to explain why this position is so crucial. You see, as public defenders, we are on the ground in courtrooms across the county, standing with our clients every day. We see that the faces next to us are disproportionately Black and brown. The attorneys and staff in our office have witnessed stiffer sentences handed out for our Black and brown clients than for our white ones. We have the tough discussions with our Black and brown clients daily, letting them know that it's unlikely that they'll be out on pretrial supervision, despite knowing that the same outcome would be less likely if they were white. The Racial Justice Act creates a process and an avenue for the defense aimed at rooting out and shedding light on systemic racial bias in the criminal justice system. The racial disparity that the local defense bar has witnessed only as anecdote has within the past 3 years been a documented presence right here in Santa Barbara County. Our county's probation department undertook the effort of analyzing the disparate racial impact of the criminal justice system in our own backyard. The results of that study highlight the reason why the RJA and its intent isn't just theoretically applicable to us. Probation study found that Black and Latinx people were more likely to be booked into jail than white folks. Black and brown people were less likely to be released pending trial than white folks. And Black and brown people were more likely to be sent to prison than their white counterparts. Funding for a Racial Justice Act attorney at the Public Defender's Office is both timely and needed. Initially, the RJA only applied to cases not yet final, but with the recent signing of AB 256, those with past judgments, sentences, and convictions prior to January 1st, 2021 can now petition for retroactive relief. Over the next 3 years, racial justice litigation is set to explode in volume. As of this year, folks facing deportation or sentenced to death can file for retroactive relief. Starting in 2024, anyone currently incarcerated for a felony can file for retroactive relief. In 2025, those with felony convictions after 2015, regardless of custody status, can file. And in 2026, anyone with a felony conviction can explore RJA relief. RJA litigation is time-consuming and data-intensive. To comprehend that, it's important to understand what retroactive relief looks like. We're now being asked to review closed cases. We're being contacted by the first wave of folks that believe they were victimized by institutional racial bias. Practically, on each case, that will lead to a review of thousands of pages of court documents, gathering of voluminous amounts of discovery, the filing of multiple motions along the way, all of it culminating in a full-blown evidentiary hearing requiring expert testimony. I'm almost done.
That is your time.
Understood.
Thanks.
We will now go to LaWanda Lyons Pruitt, who is our final speaker on this functional group. LaWanda?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. LaWanda Lyons Pruitt, President of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. I apologize that I could not be in person with you. Your COVID czar has COVID. It finally hit me. Anyway, I bring you greetings from the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. You know us as the NAACP. Our mission is to achieve equity, social inclusion policies by advancing social inclusive policies and practices that expand human and civil rights. In August 1963, on the March on Washington, Dr. King spoke about cashing a check, the Declaration of Independence, and that the founding father had signed a promissory note. And that promissory note was the Declaration of Independence, which said that all men are created equal. Now, we want to thank you and commend you for your boldness and the work that we've seen thus far to date, and for continuing the important work around racial justice. Before you now is the Public Defender's request for racial justice attorneys and supervisors, which we are referring to as that promissory note that you committed to in late 2020 and 2021 when you committed to, racial justice and made a commitment to that. Ms. Kyle Griffith and Mr. Hagere have done a great job of explaining that to you all, so I won't go into that. Full disclosure, you should know that I retired from the Public Defender's Office in 2016. I did receive a fact sheet from the ACLU of Northern California about disparities in charges, conviction, and sentencing, and I'd just like to read one of those to you. For instance, Black people were 3.9 times, and this is for California, 3.9 times as likely to be arrested, 3.5 times as likely to be prosecuted, and 3.2 times as likely to be convicted for resisting arrest in white people, while only 5.7% of the California population. And then it talks about the Latinx population representing 37.9% of California's total population, yet Latinx people constituted 41% of the arrests for resisting arrest in California, 4.2 42.8% of resisting arrest charges, and 44.9% of resisting arrest convictions. Those are just staggering. Racial disparate impacts the administration of justice is longstanding and a pervasive problem. It is a public health crisis and requires consistent and competent intervention.
Thank you, Lawanda.
Pardon me?
Thank you, Lawanda. And we hope that you recover from your sickness quickly. We love your
May I
advocacy.
leave you with a quote?
We're-
Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine, those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like men, undergo the fatigue of supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this functional group.
Okay, then we will go on to general public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have one request to speak on general public comment today,
And I will close general public comment.
and that is E Planet Thunderstriker. E Planet?
I really don't know what to say at this point. I've said so much ever since Sylvain. So the last 3 administrations have known about me personally. Can I say that now without seeming like a delusional megalomaniac? I think that resolving some of this situation could go pretty far. I mean, how many different angles are there? One would be the citizens organization, Why China Mailed Seeds Through Taiwan Shipping Company. The world could be a more peaceful place pretty quickly. We could have a lot less of international influence trying to undermine America. I think our biggest problem is people that are in America that are determined to ruin this country. You don't know about me, apparently. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people around here do. The rest of America, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of in this bubble. Our entertainment industry is certainly corrupt and completely demented for putting me in this situation and just letting me have to deal with all of this. I mean, I shouldn't be here. I should be dead. Or I should be in another country going, those people are crazy, and I'm drinking and I'm partying like a music producer should. But instead, I'm dealing with, well, I could maybe probably be the vice president. I don't know how much they have to do, but if I kept it down to a minimum, you know, if everybody else is doing things based on common sense, I don't know. But should I be here on Friday making more public comments? You know, that just doesn't make sense. I mean, people know what's going on. Nobody's talking to me so far. Sworn statements I could be making, I'd gladly do that. Citizens arrest or private person's arrest orders, yes. I don't have to deal with the false allegations thing, but I can't do that because there's just too much corruption around me. So I don't know. I don't have any answers, and I don't know that for something like this, you know, that you guys necessarily do right now, maybe pretty soon. I don't know.
Thank you. We will adjourn.
General public comment.
We will adjourn to Friday at 9 a.m.